Yo, what's good, Shinobi Nation? Welcome back to Just a Shinobi, the home of the craziest Naruto what ifs. Today we're jumping into part 6 of What If Naruto Trained 10x Harder? His true potential revealed? So strap in, because things are about to get explosive. If you're new to the channel, make sure to smash that subscribe button, hit the bell so you don't miss the next chapter, and share this video with your whole ninja squad. And of course, drop your theories in the comments. Your support is what keeps this shinobi grinding. Chapter 36, Wind. Fuck. The curse, along with several more loud sounds of vulgarity, rang throughout a small clearing along the borders of Hai no Kuni and Kaze no Kuni. It's not funny, Ero-senin. Naruto scowled at his sensei, who was rolling on the ground and holding his stomach. The blonde Uzumaki made an attempt to stand, before falling back on his ass and hissing in pain as he felt his calf muscles stitching themselves back together. I've been working on this thing for 4 months now and I still can't seem to get it right. Jiraiya gasped and wheezed several times as he finally regained his composure. You're right, brat, it's not funny. The white-haired man's facial features twitched several times before he burst out laughing again. It's hilarious! Watching you smash yourself against rocks, trees and other objects while trying to get this technique down is some of the finest entertainment I've ever had. The only thing that can beat watching you kill your brain cells via bashing your head into solid objects is having a harem of beautiful women dance for me. Laugh it up, Ero-senin, Naruto said with a scowl. He sat on the ground for several long moments before testing out his re-healed limbs, standing on them and moving them around. He sighed before grumbling a bit, we'll see who gets the last laugh. He was already plotting his revenge against his sensei for laughing at him and not helping him complete this technique. All he needed was some rope, a marker, some honey, and a banana. Yes, soon Jiraiya would regret laughing at Uzumaki Naruto. You know, you still haven't told me what this technique of yours is, Jiraiya commented as he watched his student exercise his re-healed calves. I might be able to help if you actually tell me what it is you're trying to do. Naruto looked at his sensei before sitting down. I'm working on a speed technique similar to the Shenshin, except this one is supposed to be entirely combat-oriented. What I do is channel chakra, or Yuki in my case, to the bottom of my feet. After that I expel the Yuki in short bursts that would theoretically propel me from short distances instantaneously. Jiraiya seemed to hum in thought as he looked at his student. So what's the problem? That's just it. The blonde gave a cry of frustration. There isn't a problem, the theory is completely sound. Yet for whatever reason, whenever I go past 3 steps my calf gets torn to shreds, and even getting the technique ready takes at least 3 seconds, which is 3 seconds too long in combat. It was the most frustrating situation he had ever been in. No matter how hard he tried, or how much chakra he used, nothing seemed to change. He could as much or as little as chakra as he could, but the technique always ended the same way, the muscles in his calves getting torn apart. Naruto-kun. Naruto blinked several times as he heard Kyuubi's voice come across through the seal. Yes? Asked the whisker-faced blonde. It may have something to do with the fact that you're not using chakra, but Yuki. Kyuubi gave what amounted to a mental tail flick as she began her explanation. Because Yuki is a lot more unstable than chakra, it's most likely causing an influx when you try to send it out in bursts. Naruto frowned. So then what should I do? I can't just give up on this technique. I'm not saying you should, Kyuubi replied mildly. But you may need to get better Yuki control, or even think about adding the elements to the technique as a counterbalance for the instability of your Yuki. Naruto sighed. You may be on to something, thanks Kyu-chan. Within the seal, Kyuubi gave a grin. You're welcome. Gaki. Naruto blinked as he found Jiraiya waving a hand in front of his face. Sorry, Ero-senin. The blonde rubbed the back of his head and gave a sheepish grin. Jiraiya rolled his eyes. Having a dialogue with your inner vixen? He gave his student a lecherous grin. Can it, you old perv? Naruto glared at the man. Jiraiya tended to tease Naruto a lot about the various women who seemed to come into the blonde's life, but he always seemed to have a particular fondness of making fun of his relationship with Kyuubi. Naruto thought it was because the white-haired man liked the thought of having a hot woman in his head. Such flattering, Naruto-kun. Kyuubi spoke in a seductive purr as she heard the passing thoughts. Ugh, not you too, Naruto grumbled a bit. The red-haired demoness had been getting worse with her blatant flirting? He wasn't sure that was the right word since while they got along much better ever since his near-death experience at the hands of Orochimaru, they still didn't seem to quite click. Of course, that could be because he wasn't all that comfortable with her when she got too close. While he would admit that she was starting to grow on him, there were some times when he just didn't want to deal with her. Not that it stopped her from doing whatever she wanted regardless of how comfortable he was with her. Naruto still had yet to determine just what he felt about her blatant use of her body to tease him when they were in the seal and her near-continual use of sexual innuendo at the most inappropriate of times. Grunting, the blonde stood up and glared at his sensei. I suggest you get that mind of yours out of the gutter or I'll let Q-chan use you as a chew toy. Jiraiya just laughed his student's ire off like he had every other time the whiskered Chunin had made comments like that. The blonde had threatened him with similar threats before, but they both knew such a thing was impossible. I take it she was giving you some help with this technique you're working on? Naruto stood up and nodded. She thinks my yuki is simply too chaotic. It may flow more smoothly and be easier for me to control, but its nature points towards jutsu and techniques that require more power than finesse. Jiraiya stood up and patted him on the shoulders. Well, just keep working on it. I'm sure you'll get it eventually. Now get yourself ready to go. The next town is a few hours away and I want to get there by nightfall. So you can find a tavern and get drunk and hook up with some woman that you have to pay for, Erosenin? Naruto grinned when he saw the man glare. Snickering, the blonde went over to a tree where his shirt and other items were. He grabbed the towel hanging next to his shirt and wiped the sweat off his body. His thoughts soon began to stray as he wondered where they were heading. The air was getting much drier than what he was used to. Gaki, quit daydreaming. Naruto snapped himself out of his small fugue and put his shirt on before putting the necklaces he had around his neck. Yeah, quit your bitching, Erosenin. He turned around and was forced to move into a light jog to catch up with his sensei. You know you never told me where we're headed next? I didn't, did I? Jiraiya asked with a wry grin. Said grin widened when he saw Naruto scowl at him. While the boy was actually pretty patient, he hated dealing with people who tended to speak in cryptic words that never gave any information. So where are we going? Asked Naruto after a several-minute silence. We're going to Suna, Jiraiya stated. Suna? Naruto tilted his head to the side and frowned. What exactly are we going there for? To complete your wind training, of course, Jiraiya grinned. You haven't completed all of the exercises yet, have you? Naruto frowned. I don't know. After the leaf-cutting exercises I heard we have to cut a waterfall, but I never got the opportunity to do so since I would need a place to stand and I don't have the carpentry skills to build a bridge. The blonde looked forward and shrugged. I actually started creating my own exercises after I managed to cut a leaf. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow at his student. Oh? What kind of exercises have you created? The man got a shrug. All kinds, really. Anything I could think of that wind can do. Jiraiya waited for Naruto to say more, but when the boy remained silent he decided they should start moving. He took to the trees with Naruto following mere seconds later. The pair made their way to the next town and got a room to stay for the night. Like always, Jiraiya had gone off to a tavern to find some female company while Naruto just decided to let his body rest while he went into the sea and spent his time with Kyubi. Hello, Naruto-kun, Kyubi said with a grin as the blonde entered her room through the door that led outside. She only got a glimpse of the trees beyond as he shut the door. A part of her wondered what if being outside in his mind would be similar to the real world. It still made her angry to think of how she was stuck in this house for all eternity. Her only saving grace was that her container was nothing if not amusing. Did you come for more stories of my past? That was really the only reason he came to the seal, when she had asked, or more like teased him about it. Naruto had told her that he just wanted to get to know her better since all he knew were from books. Kyubi wasn't sure what she thought about that, but considering he was one of only two people she could talk to, and she held a strong hatred of the other one, she found herself oddly grateful for his presence. Not unless you want to tell me, Naruto said as he sat down at the edge of her bed. Oh? Kyubi raised an eyebrow. Then what did you want to talk about? Whatever we feel like, I guess, Naruto said. Since being in the sea is the same thing as going to sleep, I figured it would be better to spend time with you and maybe learn something useful than sleep. So you want to spend time with me? How flattering, said Kyubi, batting her eyelashes at him. Naruto rolled his eyes. Whatever, So what exactly do you do when I'm not here? You mean besides sleep? Asked Kyubi, her tone sarcastic. Not much, it's not like I can go outside, and even if I did, I'm not sure what there is to do in your mind anyways. What did you do before being sealed? Traveled, Kyubi said. I was constantly traveling. I learned early on that it was never good for me to stay in one place for too long. Most of the people I enslaved could only stand being under my charms for so long before they became brain dead. I would usually stay for several dozen years, sometimes a lifetime depending on what I was doing at the time. If I was pretending to be the daughter of a noble, I would usually stay a lifetime before quietly disappearing. Most of the time, I would find a rich merchant and place them under my charms, then leave when they got older. Naruto nodded. Her answer was more or less what he expected by now. He was surprised she was so open about her past, but with no way of escaping the seal, he figured she just found it easier to be honest and upfront with him. It was something he was appreciative of since it at least meant she was being honest. How come you could never stay around for too long? Asked Naruto. You mean aside from the fact that people would get curious if I didn't die when I was supposed to? Asked Kyubi, reminding the blonde that the people she disguised herself as were human. If I stayed longer than a natural human lived, people would get suspicious. I couldn't afford to let other people know I was immortal, or other countries would come to the one I was staying at in order to acquire me and find out how I could live for so long. I suppose that makes sense, Naruto said. He felt slightly embarrassed that he hadn't thought of that. It also made him wonder if he would be forced to do that as well, constantly traveling to keep people from becoming suspicious of him, never being allowed to truly settle down, always having to remain on guard from people wanting to use him for their own purposes. Whoever said they wanted to be immortal obviously didn't realize how much it sucked. He hadn't even been alive for 14 years, and just thinking about the problems that came with it were enough to worry him. Something wrong, Naruto? Asked Kyubi, raising an eyebrow as the blonde went silent and pensive. Huh? Naruto looked up to see the redhead staring at him. No, I was just thinking about something. Kyubi raised an eyebrow at the blonde, getting him to look away, but she shrugged any curiosity away for the moment. She didn't particularly care what he was thinking, so in the end it didn't matter. So what else did you want to know? She asked, getting the blonde shinobi back on track as he started asking questions about her life before being sealed. The next morning the apprentice-teacher pair were off again, making their way through the forest and then cutting through the desert. When they reached the gates of Suna it was around midday. They were stopped by a pair of guards who asked for their IDs and passports. When Jiraiya gave them a letter bearing the Hokage's seal, the two immediately escorted the two Konoha ninja to the Kazekage Tower. As soon as they were directed inside, Naruto saw Baki sitting at the desk. Yo! Baki-san, how are you? Baki looked up and grinned a little when he saw who it was. Nice to see you again, Naruto-san, though I did not expect to see you so soon. The man looked over at Jiraiya. And Jiraiya-sama, it's a pleasure to finally meet you. Jiraiya gave the man an easy grin. Same to you. I have a letter from the Hokage. He gave Baki the letter bearing the Hokage's seal. Baki unrolled the seal and frowned when he saw what was on it. I see, so the Hokage wants us to help Naruto-san here finish his wind training. That's the gist of it. Jiraiya nodded. As you know, wind users are rare in Konoha. In fact, we only have the Gaki here, and Sarutobi Asuma. I see. Baki set the scroll down. I have no problems with this. Even were we not getting on better terms with Konoha, I would probably do this since Naruto helped Gaara so much. I'll just need to find someone suited to the task, but that should only take an hour or so. Oh yeah. Speaking of Gaara, you should have Ero-sennin look at his seal. Naruto spoke excitedly. He should be able to do something about Gaara's sleeping problem better than my seals can. Would you be willing to do that, Jiraiya-sama? Asked Baki. Jiraiya looked thoughtful before shrugging. I suppose I could do that. Since I'm not a wind user, I can't exactly help the Gaki with his training. Alright. I'll take a look at the seal while Naruto begins his training. Thank you. Baki bowed his head slightly in a sign of respect. Right now Gaara is on a mission, so we'll have to wait until he comes back. Until then, how about I have someone escort you to a hotel? That will be fine. Jiraiya said as an ANBU appeared in one corner of the room and escorted them outside. Naruto plopped down on the couch in the hotel room that Baki had given him and Jiraiya. It was a very basic 2-bedroom hotel room with a kitchen/living room combination and 2 bathrooms. The young blonde had kind of hoped he would be able to go and live with Gaara, Temari and Kankuro. He was a little disappointed that he couldn't, but understood that it might not be the best idea with Jiraiya. The teasing he was likely to get from the man would likely send him and Temari over the edge. Speaking of, he looked over to see said man already hopping out of the window. Probably going to a tavern to get drunk and pay some woman to hang off of him. Well, that is the only way he can get anything from a woman. Naruto chuckled a bit as Kyuubi's voice resounded from his mind. That's probably true. I doubt the old perv could actually get a woman without money. The blonde heard the soft alto laughter he had come to know vary within the past few months since the Chunin exams. He always found it so odd that Kyuubi, the most powerful bijou in existence, could have such a pleasant-sounding laugh. Why, thank you? Naruto blushed a bit as he realized she heard him. It always bothered him when he caught himself thinking about something like that, mainly because he was paranoid that Kyuubi was somehow putting those thoughts in his head. Damn it! Am I still transmitting? Yes, Kyuubi said, with the changes to the Shiki Fusion that came from when Orochimaru tried to place his own seal on him. Naruto had been finding it very difficult to keep things from her. He could still do it, but if he wasn't careful, Kyuubi would pick up on even the most random of thoughts from him. Personally, I don't even see how any female could stand to be with that pervert and his obnoxiously loud voice. Kyuubi felt a small shudder run down her tails. That man's laugh simply disturbed her on many levels with how obnoxious it was. Picking up on her thoughts, Naruto snickered. Would you rather listen to that, or have to deal with the sunset genjutsu of youth? Kyuubi's shudders became even more pronounced as the horrible mental images entered her mind. Don't ever remind me of that. In all my centuries of life I have never seen something as disturbing as that damn genjutsu. It is pretty creepy. I bet they would be great at torture and interrogation. Just let them start hugging, and we'd have our prisoners talking in no time. Now there's an idea. A knock at the door interrupted their conversation. Naruto stood up and walked over to the door, opening it to find. Hello, Naruto-kun. Temari smiled at the blonde. Mari-chan? Naruto looked at the blonde girl for a moment, wondering why she was here before realizing. You're here to help me with my wind training? Temari's grin widened. You've got a cutie. Naruto groaned. That damned word will never leave me. So, are you here to get started, or is there another reason? If possible, Temari's grin widened, and Naruto had a very bad feeling. How long do you plan on dragging me around? Asked Naruto as Temari, with his arm securely gripped with her own, pulled him around Suna. They had spent nearly 2 hours walking around, talking, and had just finished lunch. Now they were making their way towards one of the districts he had not seen before. It looked like a factory of some kind. Are you that tired of Naruto-kun? Temari asked with a small pout, bringing out her lower lip as her eyes began to tear. Despite knowing instinctively that her tears were completely fake, Naruto felt himself begin to panic. Of course not, Mari-chan. He reassured the girl, who had a chibi version of herself giving the victory sign in her mind. I was just wondering if we were going to get to training, or if there was something specific you wanted to do instead of just walking around. There are a lot of things I would like for us to do, Temari purred. The way she said we put Naruto on guard. But I figured I should show you where you'll be training. We're training here? Asked Naruto, looking over at the large buildings. They didn't look any different from any other building. They were the same cylindrical, beige structures that the city was made of. However, these particular buildings were massive, literally 2 to 3 times larger than any other building in Suna. He absently wondered how he had missed these on his last visit. Not here per se, Temari replied cryptically as they walked to one of the buildings. But this place leads to where we will. They both walked inside one of the buildings, and Naruto's first thought that this was some kind of factory seemed to be spot on. The interior of the place was littered with pipes and machinery that he had never seen before. Along one side of the building were large cylindrical tanks. What is this place for? Asked Naruto curiously. These buildings are where we gain 1/3 of our water supply, Temari said. Those machines over there have large pipelines that lead to several underground canals and pump water up from them. You said only 1/3, the blonde male commented. Where do you get the rest? Imported from other nations, of course, Temari answered as if the question was obvious. And it was. How else would they get something aside from getting it from another country? The fan began walking further into the building. Now come on. Naruto followed his companion as she led him over to a steel plate with a handle on it, an entrance of some kind. His belief was proven correct when Temari had him help her in opening the entrance. They climbed down using a ladder that was located on one side and found themselves in a tunnel. It looked unnatural due to how smooth the walls were, and Naruto had to wonder how it was made. These tunnels were cut out using wind chakra, Temari answered when he voiced his question. She smirked at him. Our boast about having the best wind users in the world wasn't an exaggeration, you know? She led him through the tunnel. There was only one path, so it was rather easy to follow. Up ahead, Naruto noticed one of the large pipes was also following the tunnel. He could see moisture dripping off of it, and realized that the tunnel was actually damp. It was not something he expected to find in Suna, given how hot and dry it remained all year. When they reached the end of the tunnel, Naruto could not help but let a gasp escape him. Seeing and hearing his reaction, Temari smirked. Welcome to where you'll be training, Naruto-kun. 1 month later, unknown location. Are you positive about Kabuto-kun? Asked Orochimaru as he grit his teeth. The pain he was in was getting more and more unbearable as time passed. He knew that if he did not choose a body soon he would die. Kabuto pushed up his glasses and hid his worry of his master's condition as he gave his report. Yes, it is. This information was given to us by Danzo, so I assume it is correct. I see. Orochimaru knew that Danzo was not to be trusted. However, the man still had his uses, and the snake Sannin knew that for the moment he still had his uses for Danzo. So, Uzumaki has gone on a training trip with my old teammate Jiraiya. Kukuku, this may be the opportunity we are looking for. With that blasted brat gone, and Konoha's shinobi still stretched too thin from our invasion, there is no one among them who is a match for our shinobi. Shall I send the sound for to get him? Kabuto asked. No, they still have a use for me that I plan on using right now. I want you to go with Kimimaro and Guren. Guren? Kabuto actually looked surprised. Are you sure that is a wise idea, Orochimaru-sama? We both of her dislike her. Kukuku, she is also my second most loyal servant after you, Kabuto-kun, Orochimaru chuckled. Truthfully, he found the girl's rivalry with his second-in-command amusing. She will do as asked? Kabuto looked unsure for a second before he bowed. It shall be done, Orochimaru-sama. It was just another day in Konoha for Team 7 as they walked out of the missions building, having just finished their quota of D-rank missions for the day. Even after several months since the invasion, there were still a lot more D-ranks than before, and genin teams like theirs, 8 and 10, were the ones who were usually forced to take them. Kakashi did not even bother to look up from his book as spoke. Now that all of our D-rank missions are done, I'm giving you guys the day off today. Sakura looked over at her sensei. Kakashi-sensei, I was wondering, where is Naruto? I haven't seen him on our team ever since the Chunin exams. Kakashi looked up from his book to see his 2 remaining squad members looking at him in interest. He thought about whether or not he should tell them, but figured out they would learn soon enough from one of the blonde's friends anyways. He left with Jiraiya-sama 2 days ago to go on a training trip. So you won't see him for 3 years. Anyways, you guys are dismissed. As he watched Kakashi disappear in a puff of smoke, Uchiha Sasuke clenched his fists. Why is the dove getting special training when I'm the one who needs to become stronger? Why is it that ever since I joined this damn team he's been getting stronger while I've just been standing still? These thoughts that his mind was taking him was infuriating him even more. Ever since he had joined Team 7, Naruto had made him feel inferior at every turn. And now the dove was getting trained by one of the strongest ninja in the village. Sasuke-kun? Asked Sakura, unsure of whether she should say anything as she noticed Sasuke's clenched fists bleeding. What? Sasuke growled as he glared at the pink-haired girl. His Sharingan eyes are active and give him a frightening and hateful appearance. Sakura took a step back for a moment before steeling herself. Tu was just wondering if you were all right. You seem well. She trailed off at the end, not sure what she should say to him. I'm fine. Sasuke grunted as he spun on his heel and walked away. For once Sakura did not follow him, and tried to get a date. The look he had cast at her was frightening. She knew Sasuke had always been cold, to her and everyone else. But that look just now had been so filled with hate and resentment that for the first time in her life Sakura had felt scared of her crush. She stared after where he had stalked off before slowly turning and making her way to her own house. "What happened to you, Sasuke-kun?" As Sasuke made his way into his clan compound, he glared at everything in sight. All of it, this entire was a reminder of how his brother had killed his clan, and how he was still not strong enough to avenge them. Every day he would look at this place, a place that was once so full of life, and was now a graveyard, reminding him of his still constant failure. He used this place and the memories that came with it to fuel his hatred of Itachi. However, even after all this time, even though his hatred burned even more strongly than it ever had, it still wasn't enough. It was like no matter what he did, he never got any stronger. Meanwhile, Itachi was getting farther and farther away, and pretty soon he would never get his revenge. Sasuke opened the door to his clan compound and made his way to the kitchen so he could grab a bite to eat before getting back to his training. However, when he came back from the kitchen, he was shocked to find someone else in his house. "Hello, Sasuke-kun, it's been a while since we've last seen each other?" Kabuto asked with a small smile. "How did you get into my house?" Sasuke asked wearily. He was not sure what was going on, but he remembered who this was. "Kabuto. You remembered my name." Kabuto gave a pleasant smile that seemed more mocking than anything. "I am so pleased to know you didn't forget me." "You didn't answer the question," Sasuke ground out. His left hand went into his kunai pouch. Something was off here. He could feel something different about the white-haired genin before him. Some kind of change had come over him, and it was unsettling to Sasuke. "Do you still desire power?" asked Kabuto, hiding his victory smile when he saw Sasuke stiffen. "If you want, my master can give you power." "Your master?" asked Sasuke, narrowing his eyes at who he thought was still just a genin. "If your master trained someone as weak as you, then I doubt I need them." He was stopped from saying anything further when Kabuto disappeared and reappeared at his side, fast enough that Sasuke had not even seen him, his smile still in place. "I assure you I am far better than I let others believe." Kabuto turned away. "However, if you do not want Orochimaru-sama to help you with your goals of getting strong enough to kill your brother." "Wait," Sasuke said as Kabuto began to walk out of his house. When Orochimaru's right-hand man stopped and turned around, Sasuke started again. "Can he offer me the power I want?" Of course, Kabuto smiled. It seemed his master was right. The boy could not think of anything other than power. "Orochimaru-sama has asked me to tell you that he is willing to train you, and give you all the power that Konoha has denied you." "Why?" Sasuke asked, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. "Who can say?" Kabuto shrugged. "I can't speak for Orochimaru-sama. Maybe you just remind him of himself. Or perhaps he wants your help and is willing to give you what you want so he gets what he wants." There was no real need to beat around the bush with Sasuke. Kabuto would not tell him that Orochimaru wanted to possess his body, but what he said was close enough to the truth. Orochimaru did want something from the boy after all. "Even though my curse seal has been sealed?" A hand went to Sasuke's neck, where the curse seal could be seen, and the counter seal around it clearly visible. "Yes, I heard about that." Kabuto paused. "You're fortunate that your curse seal is only in its first stage. Once we upgrade your seal to its stage 2 form, the other seal will be overpowered." When Sasuke did not say anything, Kabuto began sinking into the ground again. "I'll give you a few days to think about it. If you wish for the power Orochimaru-sama can give you, then come find me 2 miles outside of the North Gate in 1 week. Sasuke watched as the white-haired traitor disappeared, his thoughts centered on the man's offer. 1 week later. It was nearing the end of the week-long time frame that Kabuto had given Sasuke. During that time, the raven-haired Avenger had actually thought about what he wanted to do for a long time. Surprisingly, coming up with the answer was harder than he thought. Every time he had thought of taking up Orochimaru on his offer, his mind would replay images of his time on Team 7. Even if he refused to admit it to anyone else but himself, he had more fun being on Team 7 than he had for several years. His time with Kakashi, Naruto, and even Sakura had been more pleasant than he would care to let on. Team 7 had become something of a family to him. In the end, he had been forced to ask himself, what did he want in life? Did he want to stay here? In a place where he could be happy? A place where he had friends? Or at least as close to friends as was possible for him? Or did he want to go to the person who could offer him power? Enough power to crush Itachi. Did he still want to go after his brother and avenge his clan? He looked at the Team 7 photo on his desk. Kakashi was in the back, book noticeably absent, and an eye smile on his face. Sakura was in the middle giving the camera the peace sign, and had a rather large smile on her face. Naruto stood on her left, offering a small, content grin. And he was on the right, glaring at Naruto. He stared at the picture as he thought about what decision he should make. He placed the photo face down. He grabbed his backpack. And left. Because in the end, he was an avenger. Sasuke-kun. Sasuke looked up to see Haruno Sakura standing in front of him. He should have known that she would know what he was up to. The girl had some kind of bloodhound sense. Why are you prowling around in the middle of the night? He asked without stopping, passing her by as she stared at the ground. This is the only exit in the village that's not guarded at night, Sakura said, getting Sasuke to stop. I knew if you were going to leave all I would have to do was wait here. Get out of here and go back to sleep, Sakura, Sasuke said. Sakura began to sniff and cry as she turned her head to look at him. Why won't you say anything to me? Why do you always keep so quiet? You never say a single word to me. Sasuke sighed, not even sure why he was talking to her. Maybe it was because even if she was annoying, she was still his teammate and friend. I told you. I don't need your help, don't try to look after me. As Sasuke began to walk again, Sakura looked down and gave a sad smile as a few tears dropped from her chin and onto the ground. No matter what I do, you'll always hate me, won't you? You remember, don't you? Sasuke did not turn around, but he did stop moving. When we became genin, the day our 3-man squad was assigned, Sakura remembered, after beating on Naruto again, she had found Sasuke on his way back to the classroom. The first time we were here, by ourselves, you were so mad at me. She remembered how she had berated Naruto in front of Sasuke for being an idiot because he did not have any parents. Flashback. Can you believe that Baka Naruto? He's always causing problems for me and trying to mess things up. It's because he wasn't raised right. He just says whatever pops into his head because he doesn't know what it's like to be punished on a personal level. It's all because he doesn't have parents. You think he? Think about it. He doesn't have anyone to answer to, never has, which is why he's become so selfish. If I tried to do the things he gets away with, I would be grounded for life, so of course I don't do them. Without parents, it's the only possible outcome that one becomes an idiot. Alone. What? Being scolded by parents is nothing. You can't possibly compare it. Even Naruto knows what can't be escaped in this world. Emptiness. Isolation. What are you saying? You're annoying. Flashback end. Sasuke did remember that conversation. It had been one of the few times he had realized that there was someone who might understand at least some of his pain. Not that he was going to let Sakura know that. I don't remember that. Sakura looked wide-eyed for a moment, before she looked back down. Ha ha ha, I guess you're right, that was all in the past, huh? That's when it all began though, you, me and Naruto, along with Kakashi-sensei. Sakura smiled as she remembered some of the things they had done. We did all sorts of missions, just the 4 of us. It was painful and difficult at times. Even with that though, I still enjoyed it. She looked up at the young Uchiha Avenger's back. I know all about your past, Sasuke. But even if you get your revenge, it won't bring anyone happiness. Not even you, Sasuke, nor me. Sasuke smirked as his hair cast a shadow that covered his eyes. I know that already. However, I'm different from all of you. I can't be following the same path as you guys. Up until recently, we've done everything as a group. But there are some things that I can only accomplish by myself that I must accomplish by myself. Deep inside my heart, I've already decided on revenge. That is the only reason I live. I'll never be like you or Naruto. Sakura bit her lip as more tears began to form in her eyes. Do you really want to go back to being alone? You told me how painful it was to be alone. Right now I know you're in pain. I may have friends and family, but if you were to leave, Sakura closed her eyes as more tears began streaming down her face. If you were to leave, I would be just as alone as you. Sasuke did not even turn around to look at her. In the end, it didn't matter. All that did was him getting enough power to kill Itachi. From here on out, we all begin new paths. Sakura grit her teeth. I love you. If you were to stay with me, I would make sure you never regretted a single moment of it. Because every day we'd do something fun, we'd be happy, I swear. I would do anything for you. So please just stay with me. I'll even help you get your revenge, Sakura sniffed as she tried to stop crying. Even though I don't know what I could do, I'll try my best to do something. So please stay with me or take me with you if you can't stay here. Sasuke stayed still for several seconds before turning around with a smirk on his face. You really are annoying. Sakura's eyes widened and she looked up just in time to see him turn around. Don't leave. If you do, I'll scream. Her eyes widened when Sasuke disappeared. Sakura, the voice came from behind her, thank you. Her eyes widened even more, before she felt a quick prick on her neck and everything went black. Naruto and 500 clones were standing atop a bridge made of sandstone as they all worked on cutting shapes out of the waterfall. It had been over a month since Naruto had been here. During the first 2 weeks he had managed to cut the waterfall in half. After that his training would have been complete. However, like always, Naruto was determined to take his elemental training to the next level, doing the same exercises he had done with the leaf exercise. For a moment the blonde reflected on how odd it was to see a waterfall in the middle of a desert, much less the 10 waterfalls that were around him. He was in an underground cavern under the desert on the outskirts of Suna. Apparently this place was fed by several rivers that had tunneled underground and traveled along Suna as a naturally made canal. He remembered the first time Temari had led him here and how amazed he had been to see something like this in the middle of the desert. The waterfall he was on now was the largest one, spanning about 50 feet in width. He and the clones combined their wind-natured chakra and began creating a shape, working together as the water from the fall began to gain a line in it that curved along and moved. At the same time he kept a constant stream of wind chakra to areas he had already cut. The line grew larger and larger as the shape began to get more and more complex, eventually taking the shape of the Konoha leaf symbol. He could not do anything more complex than that right now, but he was getting better with time. Sighing, he wiped off the sweat and water that had gotten on his face when a voice spoke up behind him. You know, it still amazes me, seeing the ways you take a simple exercise and run with it. Naruto and his clones all stopped and turned around. The original gave Temari a grin. What can I say, Mari-chan? I'm just awesome like that. Temari smirked at her fellow blonde before changing it into a pout. You know you've been here for several hours. I think it's time you did something else. Naruto's grin widened slightly. You mean do something with you? At Temari's blush the whiskered blonde chuckled. He had not just trained during the month. He and Temari had gone out on many dates during his time here. Flashback. Naruto and Temari entered the expensive restaurant arm in arm as the pair followed the waitress, who was dressed as a traditional geisha, and led them to one of the booths that lined the walls. The pair seated themselves and Naruto looked over at Temari. You know, when you said to dress nicely, I still didn't expect to come to a place as Temari's male counterpart paused as he searched for the right word. Extravagant as this. Temari gave Naruto a smirk, the benefits of being a child of the former Kazekage. My Kazekage used to own this place, and when he died those rights were transferred to me. Naruto noticed how she refused to call the former leader of her village father, but knew where her bitterness came from and so he chose not to comment on it. So you own this place? He asked instead, eyeing the beautifully crafted statues, the luxurious-looking carpet and the professional musician that was playing over in one corner for background music. The place made every restaurant he had eaten pale in comparison. Yep. Temari chirped as she picked up a menu. They came over with 2 glasses and a bottle of wine, filling them as the pair gave their order. Temari smiled to herself before looking over at the blonde and couldn't keep the small giggle from escaping her throat as she saw him tugging at his shirt. Of course he noticed this right away and scowled at her. It's not funny. It is too funny, Temari snickered at her fellow blonde. You can kick Gaara's ass even when he's in Tanuki form. You managed to cut a waterfall in just over 2 weeks, and you don't break a sweat even with the threats you're going to have to face in your life. She gave him a smirk, yet you can't even wear a set of nice formal clothing. Naruto's scowl became more pronounced. I've never had to wear anything like this. They feel so confining and stuffy. Well, I think you look good in them, Temari complimented. She really did believe he looked good in the clothes he was wearing, a dark rust orange hakama with a dark blue kimono that almost looked black in the lighting. She gave him another smile and couldn't help but add, "Besides, you should be lucky I let you add some orange into your ensemble." "I suppose," Naruto sighed as his shoulders slumped. There was no use griping about it now. He perked up a second later and looked over at Temari. "You look like you're used to this kind of thing." "Of course I am," Temari gestured to herself. "Between my brothers and I was always the one they sent on any kind of diplomatic mission. You know that. Naturally, a lot of the time I would eat at places like this, or in the palaces that daimyos and other rich nobles lived in." "Ugh, that sounds so boring," Naruto grimaced. "I would hate having to deal with a bunch of rich snobs. I've only met a few daimyos, and most of them are fat, greedy old farts." He remembered the daimyos from Kiba and Ta no Kuni with a grimace. Shaking the thought away, he gave her a look of sympathy. "Being such a beautiful girl, I don't know how you would be able to deal with people like that." Temari blushed at being called beautiful. "Well, I usually just ignored the ones that tried to come on to me. If that didn't work, I would just tell them off, though it wasn't always easy." "I'm surprised you didn't just bash their heads off with your fan." Naruto gave her his foxy grin. "I would have if doing that wouldn't have hurt Suna's reputation," Temari fired back. "Then you must have far more restraint than others," Naruto said. Conversation ceased for a while after that as the food came, and the two began to eat. Afterwards, Naruto had taken the girl for a walk around Suna, and they had stayed up late to look at the stars before heading off to bed. Flashback end. That was not all he had done either. He and Temari had sparred quite often. Naruto had also gotten some good spars with Gaara, though they had been forced to take their sparring outside of the village training grounds. He had to admit that had been a good idea, as the first time the two had sparred they had not only destroyed an entire training ground, by burying it under sand and having that sand turn to glass, but the amount of noise and explosions had caused a mass panic from the citizens thinking they were under attack. Speaking of Gaara, Jiraiya had managed to help him with his bijou problem. The process had been a pretty big hassle, and Jiraiya had actually required Naruto's help in keeping Shikaku from escaping. Flashback. "Okay, Naruto, as soon as I begin the process of replacing Gaara's seal, I need you to produce a suppression seal on him and keep the Shikaku from escaping," Jiraiya said as he stared at the seal that Gaara had on the lower section of his back. He honestly could not believe that someone would actually place a mere two-pronged seal, elemental seal, and expect it to hold a being as powerful as a bijou, even if said bijou was the weakest of the bunch. Naruto nodded his head. This was a standard procedure for resealing or fixing seals with powerful entities of any kind involved, or so Jiraiya had told him. "Got it, Erosenin." Jiraiya cracked his knuckles before producing his specialized ink and brush. "All right, Gaara, we're going to begin now. I warn you, this will hurt." Gaara, who was lying in the center of a large seal array that had been prepared beforehand to help contain the demonic Yuki, merely gave a small nod. "I am aware of that. However, pain is a small price to pay for being able to sleep after 12 years of going without." "Right." Jiraiya dipped his brush in the ink before he began to write a complex-looking seal over the one that held the Shikaku. Naruto watched as the white-haired man deftly and quickly drew the seals along Gaara, starting around the original seal and spreading out from there as it increased in complexity. Naruto couldn't help but notice that compared to Jiraiya's work, the two-pronged seals placed on his friend looked like it had been done by a toddler in comparison. It was here that Naruto saw just how talented his sensei really was. Oh sure, he knew the man was strong. The blonde still had yet to land a single hit on Jiraiya even after all of their spars. But that was to be expected, having nearly 40 years more experience than Naruto. However, seeing the man making a seal that he could not make heads or tails of really brought the fact that Jiraiya really was not just some perverted lecher. When the seal was finally complete, Jiraiya placed a hand in the center of it and began to channel some chakra into it. Kurama Fuyin, Destabilization Seal. All of the seals on and around Gaara soon began to move into the two-pronged seal, writhing their way up the redhead as they glowed a light blue. The seal holding the bijou head soon began to hiss and steam as it started to dissolve. At that same time, Gaara began to thrash and yell as agony ripped through his body. "Hhhhhhh. Get started, Gaki!" Jiraiya shouted, knocking the blonde from his fascination at watching the seal in action. Right. Naruto created 6 Kage Bunshin, all which were reinforced by the blonde consciously subverting more chakra to them. They all went up to Gaara and held him down while he thrashed in pain. In the meantime, Naruto's hand began to glow a light purple as he used a technique he had created called Shikara Chosaku, chakra writing, which was an ability he came up with to supplement his increasing skills in. The technique allowed Naruto to use his Yuki to write on solid surfaces of any kind. Due to being half demon, Naruto's Yuki was more potent than the human equivalent, and was what allowed him to use this ability, though the seals would only last for 15 minutes until they would fade. He soon began to write a seal on Gaara's stomach, being as quick as he could while still maintaining perfect precision with his writing. Sweat began to trickle down the blonde's face as a muddy brown chakra began to bubble up from Gaara, starting from the stomach and spreading out. Naruto did his best to block off the blood-curdling screams as he worked, and was supremely grateful he and Jiraiya had the foresight to put up a powerful sound barrier before starting. There was no telling what Temari would do if she was able to hear her little brother's screams. Come on, Naruto blinked the sweat out of his eyes as he finished the last few lines to the seal array before channeling some chakra into it. Oni Fukaka Fuyin, demonic suppression seal. The seal began to glow a light blue and the brown chakra stopped its movement, before getting stuck onto Gaara's lower back, Erosenin. Jiraiya hurried up and began to work on drawing a 4-pronged seal on the redhead's stomach, using the careful and skillful precision that came from decades upon decades of writing seals. Because Naruto's ability only allowed a seal to last 15 minutes, the two were forced to constantly switch places so the blonde could reapply the suppression seal each time it dissolved. They would have found a better way to do this, however, when creating a high-level seal such as the one Jiraiya was making, they could not actually place a seal on Gaara or they risked the two seals getting crossbred, which would cause the seal to break and the Shikaku to explode out of Gaara, an event that would likely kill everyone in the process. However, with Naruto's ability that would not be a problem, as all they would have to do was wait until the seal dissolved before activating the new containment seal. It was 3 hours later that Jiraiya finally finished writing out the seal, just in time as the last suppression seal Naruto had placed on Gaara dissolved. Hack Fuyin, 4-pronged seal. Jiraiya took a step back after he finished activating the seal and he and his student watched as the seal glowed a bright blue. Gaara's movements soon ceased and the redhead became so still that were it not for the light up and down movement of the chest that signified the Ichibis was still breathing, Naruto might have thought he was dead. Jiraiya moved over to the redhead as Naruto's Kage Bunshins dispelled, now that he was no longer thrashing about, and checked over the seal. "How's it look?" asked Naruto as he came up to the other side and looked at the new seal on Gaara's stomach. It was very similar to his own, with a large spiral hiding the actual kanji for the seal. The only difference between his and Gaara's was that his seal had 8 squiggly lines on the outside surrounding the seal, while his fellow Jinchuriki's had 4. The sealing was a complete success, Jiraiya said after triple-checking his work. The older male sighed in relief and slumped down a bit. "It looks like we did it, and Kami, I hope to never do it again." Naruto snickered at Jiraiya's exhausted expression. "Tired from just a little sealing, Erosenin? You must be getting old." Jiraiya scowled at his student and began to go off on one of his rants about how he never got any respect from the youth of today. Flashback end. That had been an experience he did not want to repeat, and he hadn't even done the hard part of the sealing. "I suppose we can go somewhere, provided your little brother doesn't go all hurt my sister, and I'll bury you under 12 feet of sand on me again," Naruto replied, remembering the first time he and Gaara had sparred and the red-haired Jinchuriki had given him that threat. Temari grinned. "He hasn't done that for a while, it will be fine." Naruto just shook his head. "No, but I'm expecting him to start up again any moment now." Temari would have said something, however a few seconds later Gaara appeared between them in a whirl of sand. "I hate to break up your flirting at the moment, but Baki wanted us at the Kazekage Tower." Both Naruto and Temari blushed as Gaara described their conversation as flirting in such a monotone way. Honestly, how he could just say something like that without any inflection in his voice and not even a twitch of his face was disconcerting. "You wanted to see us, Baki-sensei?" asked Temari as she, Naruto and Gaara entered the room. The three noticed that Kankuro was already there. Yes, Baki looked at them and everyone, even Naruto, could see a few stress lines signifying something happened. "We have just received a request from Konoha, asking us to send some backup for a squad of ninja that are going after one of their own who either left or was captured." Baki looked at the three of them, you four are to head towards Konoha and assist a squad with Chunin Naro Shikamaru in command with the retrieval of Uchiha Sasuke. Chapter 37, Battle of Yuki and Crystal. The three Suna shinobi plus one Konoha shinobi had just passed the borders of Suna and were now traveling through one of the forests located within High Nokuni. As they did, the Sabaka siblings were forced to listen to Naruto swear enough that any sailor would have likely died of a heart attack. That goddamn, motherfucking theme. What the hell does he think he's doing? Did he even fucking think about what would happen if he went to some motherfucking pedo douchebag like that damn snake and his cock muppet Kabuto? When I get my hands on that shit, I swear by Kami as my fucking witness I'm going to kick his little punk ass from here to IWA. Naruto, you have been ranting and swearing for nearly 4 hours. Might I suggest you stop and focus on the mission? Gaara suggested in the same monotone voice he always used, not in the least bit affected by the blonde's foul temper and mouth. Unlike the other two, who were actually beginning to get a bit disturbed by not only the vulgarity he was spouting but the imagination in some of the ways Naruto planned on torturing Sasuke if they got up to him. Naruto grunted a bit before acknowledging Gaara's words. Sorry, I'm just so pissed off that Sasuke team would actually do something like this. Maybe he didn't, Temari suggested. He could have been kidnapped. Doubtful, Naruto frowned in thought. While not as secure as it once was, Konoha's security was still pretty tight before I left. Sasuke team is fairly strong. It would have taken a lot of effort to kidnap him, and someone would have been bound to notice the kind of chakra emissions necessary to fight on his level. The whiskered blonde shook his head. No, I have a feeling that he left of his own accord. Sasuke has always been power-hungry. He wants enough power to destroy his brother Itachi, and he doesn't seem to care how he gets it. He didn't add that Sasuke had likely felt threatened and jealous of Naruto's own increase in ability and power. While the blonde shinobi had not seen much of his old team since he was promoted to Chunin, he had spotted them in passing, and whenever he was near, Sasuke had given him some of the most hateful glares he had ever seen. Not only that, but he had noticed that Sasuke had taken to following him when he had gone out to train, and Naruto had been forced to lose him many times, knowing that the raven-haired genin was likely trying to spy on his training method in order to gain whatever strength Naruto had for himself. So you think that this Sasuke kid is actually betraying your village for an S-class traitor who really shouldn't be trusted, given his history of betraying people for power? Asked Kankuro, who gave a rather constipated-looking expression when Naruto nodded. How stupid can one kid get? He doesn't honestly think Orochimaru will grant him power, does he? Obviously he does, Naruto said. Quiet, you two. I sense several presences up ahead, Gaara warned. How many and where are they? Asked Naruto. Gaara shook his head. I can't tell. I can only sense the presence vaguely. Naruto-kun, if you channel you to your eyes you should be able to see them. Really? Naruto asked Kyubi as she made herself known. Yes, it is a unique ability when becoming half since you've become what you are. She and Naruto had stopped using the term demon and half-demon to describe each other, since Kyubi was actually just a mass of extremely powerful and inhuman chakra, not a demon. Or at least, Kyubi didn't consider herself to be a demon. According to her, the term demon is what humans used to place a label on beings that were beyond their power and understanding. It was a name made in ignorance, one that she only used because she did not give herself a label, and had been using terms in order to speak down to Naruto's level. As for Naruto, well, he didn't know what he was, but since Kyubi didn't consider herself a demon, he wasn't sure if he should call himself a half-demon. He just knew that he wasn't fully human anymore. Since at least half of your energy comes from nature, you should have gained the ability to sense and see chakra. Naruto began channeling Yuki through his eyes, unaware that they were changing from their original blue to a royal and deep amethyst color, much like how they were when he transformed into his demon form. Though the others did notice and were slightly freaked out by it, minus Gaara, who just raised his eyebrows. Dude, what the hell is up with your eyes? Asked Kankuro. Naruto blinked as he looked over at him. What? Is something wrong with them? They're purple, Naruto-kun, Temari said, and they look a lot like fox eyes. Don't worry about that, it's just an ability I have thanks to Kyubi-chan, Naruto said. He turned his attention back to where the presences were detected. He saw what he guessed were people outlined in small blue dots that were slowly but steadily getting larger the closer they got. 2 of those dots had a sickly purple color mixing in them. I see 7 figures up ahead. 4 of them are on our right, close to where, if my memory serves, is the entrance to the Valley of the End. The other three are to the left, at least several miles away. Hey Kyubi-chan, is this like some kind of? No, that's not a. It's just a basic ability I have that I passed on to you. You won't be able to copy moves like the Sharingan, or gain 360-degree X-ray vision like the Byakugan, just the basic ability to see chakra. Because I am just a mass of chakra, I am more in tune with the world around me than humans are. Seeing as how you are more or less half of what I am, you have some of my lesser abilities. Still a useful skill to have though. Indeed. Gaara, I want you to go and assist whoever is to the left. I would send the others, but I think you're enough to help whoever is there, and these two would probably just get in the way of your more destructive techniques. Naruto saw Gaara nod his head before using his sand to float away and towards the area his friend had given. Naruto then turned back to the others. We're going in hard, so keep your guard up. I'll be going in first since, no offense, I'm stronger than both of you. While I engage the enemy, I want you to assess the situation, and if our comrades are wounded, render first aid to them. Depending on how injured some of them are, one of you may need to escort them to Konoha. Hi, the two said in unison, causing Naruto to smile before they increased their pace. Things were not going well for one Orochimaru, or the ninja he had selected for this troublesome mission. From the moment he had been given his orders to retrieve Uchiha Sasuke before he could make his way to Orochimaru, he had known that the mission would not end well. And his theory was proven right, for as soon as they had caught up with the people who had likely kidnapped Sasuke, they had been attacked by this weird kid who was able to use his bones as a weapon. Both Neji and Rock Lee had stayed behind in order to deal with the bone user. However, since they had not caught up, Shikamaru was assuming the worst possible scenario. To make matters worse, the moment they arrived in this clearing, they had been assaulted by a woman who could use some weird crystal to attack. So far they had no luck in retrieving Sasuke, and the Nara heir was almost positive that said Uchiha was already in Orochimaru's clutches. And even if he wasn't, they still had to kill this woman, since she had set up some kind of crystal barrier that according to her would only break when she died or released the jutsu. In other words, the entire situation was troublesome. Chuji and Kiba had been fighting this lady for nearly an hour now. So far, they'd had no luck in even landing so much as a scratch on the woman. Initially, he and Chuji had tried to go with their standard strategy. He would trap her in his cage main no jutsu, and then Chuji would bulldoze the woman over. Things had not gone as planned. Instead, the woman had managed to switch herself out with a Suisho Bunshin crystal clone, and when Chuji smashed into it, he had gotten several dozen crystal shards stabbing into him for his troubles. He and Akamaru had been forced to defend the large genin until Kiba had safely dragged him away, since Chuji had already lost consciousness from blood loss by that time. The three of them had then tried to use teamwork to beat her, but the woman had defeated everything they threw at her. Her crystal attacks had been able to beat back any attack that Kiba and his ninja dog made, and the one time he had been able to get in close, she had merely used a crystal shield to keep from receiving any damage. And now they were on their last rope. Man, this mission has gone beyond troublesome, Shikamaru thought. We haven't even been able to lay a hand on this woman, nothing seems to work, and I haven't even been able to come up with a plan to beat her. She's simply too good and powerful for anything we can do to work. Shikamaru looked over when he heard a jutsu being called and found himself staring at a large, white, two-headed wolf dog. The thing had a baleful expression as it glared at the woman they had been fighting. Drool dripped down its two mouths, hitting the ground and hissing as it ate through the rock and dirt below, showing that it was highly acidic. It was only a moment later before the large creature jumped into the air and began to spin, barreling towards the woman, who merely smirked and went through a few hand seals. Shoten, Kaseki Yari, crystal release, crystal spears! She slammed her hands onto the ground and several spears made of crystal shot out of the ground, heading straight towards the giant dog. It was with great shock to the woman, however, when the dog smashed through her crystals with relative ease and continued on its way down. She was soon forced to use a kawarimi and replace herself with a log in order to escape the giant animal, and none too soon, as the two-headed dog crashed where she had just been, gouging out a huge chunk of earth and creating a large trench. The creature stopped its spin as it stood at the end of the trench, growling as it began to sniff out the woman. Before it could find her, however, a loud shout came from the left. Shoten Kazui, crystal release, spike! The giant dog had only enough time to jump to the left as a large, nearly 50-foot spike shot straight out of the ground. Even then, it was not fast enough to get away entirely unscathed. The giant dog howled in both anger and pain as a large gash appeared on its left hind leg from getting cut up against the spike. Kesho, Kyodai Rakuku Shuriken, Crystal, Giant Hexagonal Shuriken. As the voice shouted again, the large dog had just enough time to look over to the left, to see the woman shooting a giant shuriken made of crystal. The giant dog did not even have time to formulate a plan of action before the shuriken impaled it in the shoulder. Before it could even howl in pain, several more stabbed into its flesh, one going through its left shoulder, one through its right front leg, and another that managed to stab into its paw. The large dog howled in agony before it was covered in a puff of smoke, and when the smoke cleared it revealed a bloody and beaten Kiba and Akamaru. The two looked like they had been through a meat grinder. Kiba, aside from the large tears in his clothes and skin, also had a large hole that went clear through his shoulder and a cut that ran along his left leg. By that same token, Akamaru's fur was splattered with red from all the cuts he had received, and there was an increasingly large red spot that was continuing to expand from the hole that the dog had suffered on his right front leg. Akamaru, Kiba said weakly as he tried to move, only to find that he could not. "This is pathetic," the woman said as she began to walk over to the pair. However, before she could get close, a large blast of white flames streaked towards her, forcing the woman to dodge. Shikamaru turned to finally see a welcome sight as Naruto, Kankuro, and Temari appeared, with the latter two running towards him. "Kitsune Bai," Naruto said as he placed himself in front of Kiba. White flames burst from his body and surrounded his hands and forearms. "Sorry we're late. I would tell you I got lost on the road of life, but then I would be lying." The woman, who was like all of Orochimaru's henchmen, dressed in the off-white kimono that was held together by a purple bow, had dark blue hair and black eyes and looked to be 2 or 3 years older than Naruto. Guren narrowed her eyes as she looked at the whiskered blonde. "I recognize you," she glared at him. "Your name is Uzumaki Naruto, a B-rank ninja who caught Orochimaru's attention during the Chunin exams." Naruto shivered. "Great, I've got some pedophiliac snake interested in me. That's really not something I need to hear." Guren's eyes twitched, but she did her best to ignore the blonde's last statement. "Orochimaru-sama said that if I were to ever see you, that I was to kill you and bring your corpse to him so he could study it in the future." "Sorry, but I have no interest in getting my corpse defiled by some pedophile like him," Naruto replied. "Now then, why don't you be a good girl and tell me where Sasuke team is? If you do, I might not hurt you." The woman narrowed her eyes before smirking. "He's long gone by now. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if he's already with Orochimaru-sama. I wouldn't be surprised if Orochimaru-sama has already possessed his body." Naruto growled. "Fine, I guess I'll just have to kill you and then continue on to drag his ass back." "You seem confident in yourself," the woman said. "I have to be. After all, if I don't have confidence in myself, then who else will?" A Kage Bunshin phased into existence next to Naruto and rushed over to Kiba and Akamaru, lifting them as gently as possible and bringing them over to Temari and the others. "Now that they're out of the way, it's time to get started." As the battle between Naruto and the crystal user began, the Kage Bunshin Naruto set Kiba and Akamaru down before unrolling a scroll that the original had given to him. "Temari, I need you to help me wrap these two up. Do you know basic field medical practices?" "Of course," Temari said as she kneeled next to him and began to help patch the two up as best she could. "Shikamaru," said Jen and looked at the Naruto clone who was still working on cleaning Kiba's wound. "I need you to tell me everything you know about this woman the boss is fighting." Shikamaru sighed. "It's troublesome, but I don't have much information to give you. All I can tell you is that her abilities seem to be based on crystal-based jutsu. I believe it is some kind of bloodline, since I have never heard of Shogun jutsu before. Her abilities are also far beyond myself and the others. As you can see, we haven't even been able to lay a hand on her. I would assume her skills to be high-level jonin. She's probably around Kakashi's level, if not better." Naruto swore. "Damn, if she's that strong, then I'm not entirely sure if I can beat her." Another clone phased into existence before dispelling, sending the information he had learned to the original. "All we can do now is patch up your team as best we can and get them back to the village." Half an hour earlier, Niji and Lee watched as odd black markings began to spread across Kimimaro's body. When the mission had started, this man was the first one they had run into, and having read the reports about this particular ninja's strength from the battle others had seen when he had been fighting against the Nibi Jinchuriki, The two had decided to stay and fight him off while the others went on ahead. That was nearly 2 hours ago, and both Niji and Lee were near exhaustion. Kimimaro was a taijutsu specialist much like them, however it was clear that he was superior to them. While the battle had started off simple enough, with the two Konoha ninja trading blows with the Oto shinobi, it had only lasted until Kimimaro felt he had learned all he needed to. Since then, the pale-skinned ninja had seemingly turned up the heat, and all of his physical attributes had gained a significant increase in both speed and strength. Niji and Lee had done their best to fend off the attacks, and in many cases had managed to give it as good as they had. But no matter how much damage he received, Kimimaro would just get right back up thanks to his bloodline. His bones seemed to protect him, and not even Niji's famed Juken seemed capable of breaking through them. And now it looked like the fight was about to be picked up even more. "You two are fairly talented for trash," Kimimaro said, though Niji was unsure whether to call it a compliment or not. "To force me to use my curse seal is no small feat. However, this is where it ends." Kimimaro rushed forward, his speed surpassing what it had been by a good margin. In retaliation, Lee shot off and clashed with the pale ninja, using his speed to dodge many of the attacks that were coming for him. The bow-cut genin managed to duck under a swipe from the Oto ninja's odd-boned sword, before planting a hand on the ground and launching a kick towards the bone user. However, Kimimaro was much quicker now and was able to backpedal and dodge the attack rather easily. He was about to move back in when Niji appeared on his left, aiming several jabs at on the left side of his torso. Before the Kaguya had activated his cursed seal, those attacks would have hit. They would not have done anything more than stun, but they would have at least hit him. Instead of hitting Kimimaro, the attacks flew past him as he dodged to the right by rolling along the ground. He came up and aimed a slash at Niji, one that the Konoha genin saw coming thanks to his Byakugan, but due to the speed of the attack was unable to dodge all the way, and ended up being spun around as he received a slash on his left arm. As Niji hit the ground, Kimimaro advanced on him to end the Hyuga's life. Fortunately for Niji, Rock Lee managed to engage the pale ninja before said ninja could reach him. Lee launched a powerful kick at Kimimaro, one which was dodged by bending backwards and letting it pass over. Rather than be deterred by this, the taijutsu specialized spun on a heel and lashed out with a low kick. This one did manage to connect, but Kimimaro merely rolled on his back and kicked back up on his feet. The moment he did, Lee was there and managed to kick him in the chest, however several factors prevented it from doing much, if any, damage. The first was that thanks to his bloodline, Kimimaro's bones could be made to be so dense that the weight prevented Lee's attack from moving him more than a couple of inches back. 2. Lee was beginning to tire after 2 hours of battle, and another 24 were running to catch up with Kimimaro and the other Oto ninja. And 3. Kimimaro's ribs were protruding from his chest, and had caught Genin's foot in them as well as stopping it from actually connecting with his body. Kimimaro looked at the bow-cut genin with a dull expression. "Karamatsu no mai," he exclaimed in a dead tone. Lee did not even have time to curse his misfortune, not that he would do such an unyouthful thing, as Kimimaro spun his body around and used his momentum to dislocate Lee's ankle and send him flying back towards Niji. "You alright, Lee?" asked Niji as genin landed next to him with a thud. "I am fine, Niji-san," Lee grimaced as he tried to move his dislocated leg, only to be rewarded with stinging pain. "But I seem to be diminishing in youth." Were it not for the seriousness of their situation, Niji would have rolled his eyes. Even in the face of death, all Lee thinks about is being youthful. "I commend you two on lasting this long." Kimimaro walked towards them. "As a reward, I will ensure that your deaths are as painless as possible." "Tsubaki no mai," Kimimaro called out, as he began the first dance in his repertoire to take care of the pesky shinobi that had been fighting him. Only to be stopped as a large amount of sand attempted to latch onto him. "It looks like you two could use some help," a voice spoke up behind them. Turning, Lee and Niji saw Gaara standing on a pile of sand that was floating several feet off the ground, his arms crossed and a typical blank expression on his face. "You are Gaara, correct?" asked Niji as he dredged up the memory of the boy from the Chunin exams. "That is correct," Gaara answered, turning to face the two-leaf shinobi. "I, along with my 2 siblings and Naruto, were ordered to come here and help you." "So Naruto-kun is here as well," Lee grinned. "What a most youthful comrade to be helping us despite not having even been in the village." Gaara looked at Lee with a raised eyebrow, before turning to the Kaguya. "Since you two seem to be exhausted, I will take care of him, As he spoke, sand came up from under the two and floated them off the ground, taking them away from where the battle would happen so he could use his more destructive techniques. "You think you can defeat me, Suna trash?" asked Kimimaro as he yanked his bone blade towards him, when the sand dispersed back towards Gaara. "I will show you the error of your ways." "We shall see," Gaara replied in his monotone voice. Kesho, Rakuku Shuriken, Ranbu, Crystal, Hexagonal Shuriken, Wild Dance. Several dozen shuriken made of crystals shot towards Naruto, who brought his fists to his side and began to channel wind chakra into them. A second later he thrust them out, creating two powerful tornadoes that shattered the crystal projectiles like they were glass. A second later Naruto was speeding off to the left, his form blurring as he used his immense speed to dodge several spikes that shot out of the ground when the woman he was fighting cried out, "Shoton, Kazui, Crystal Spike." As he moved he flicked one of his wrists, launching several shuriken of his own, and then began doing one-handed seals with the other hand. Shuriken Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Several shuriken became several dozen, and all of them sailed towards the woman. However, Naruto was far from finished as he thrust out his other hand palm first, unleashing a gust of wind that increased the speed at which the projectiles were going. However, the crystal user was far from surprised or even worried as she went through a set of hand seals far faster than Naruto could do, slamming her hands into the ground when she finished. Shoton, Kabe no Keshu, Crystal Release, Wall of Crystals. A large crystal wall shot out of the ground, blocking the shuriken. Naruto narrowed his eyes as he noticed that, even with their enhanced speed, the shuriken didn't even make a scratch on the crystal wall. "You know that's a pretty powerful ability you have," Naruto commented lightly. "I assume you have some kind of bloodline?" "That's right," the woman smirked as her shield dispelled. "It's called Shoton, and with it I can combine earth and lightning to create crystals that are harder than diamonds. It's why I am one of Orochimaru-sama's most powerful ninja." I'm rather surprised he's taken such an interest in you," the whiskered blonde commented lightly. "I mean, we all know Oro-team has a thing for little boys. I guess that's why Kabuto-team is his right-hand man and not you. You simply can't hide the snake in the trousers with him." The woman gritted her teeth as she began speeding through seals. "How dare you insult Orochimaru-sama? Take this. Shoton, Asai Choseki, Crystal Release, Crushing Pillar." Naruto's danger sense had him jumping back just as a larger pillar made of crystal slammed into the ground where he had previously been, generating such force that it sent earth up from the ground and unleashing a shockwave that knocked Naruto off balance. The crystal user used the blonde's moment of distraction to launch another pillar at him, hoping to turn him into nothing more than a bloody stain on the ground. However, Naruto was able to use Kawarimi to escape at the last second, appearing on her left where he began to charge towards her. Going through more hand seals, the woman thrust out her hands, Kesho, Rakuku Shuriken, Ranbu. Several dozen shuriken came at him again. Rather than break them to pieces, Naruto used the enhanced clarity and vision his eyes granted him to weave through the hailstorm of projectiles. Naruto smirked as he continued on, while his eyes were nowhere near the Sharingan's clarity, and did not allow him the ability to predict enemy movement. They did grant him extremely powerful vision, and he did not suffer from tunnel vision when he was moving at extreme speeds. As he closed the distance between him and the woman, he raised his fist back, using his power over his Kitsune-bai to engulf said appendage in white flames. Kitsune-bai. Naruto launched his fist forward, unleashing the powerful white flames upon the woman. The fire blasted from Naruto's fist in what looked like a funnel that expanded the farther from his fist the fire got. When the attack ended, the Konoha and Suna ninja were witness to the sight of a large glass trench, the heat from Naruto's attack having been so high that it had literally turned the ground into glass. Naruto narrowed his eyes as he looked at the area, knowing that this woman was far too skilled to actually be hit by such an attack. His caution paid off as he felt a slight shift in the air behind, making him duck and roll forward as a crystal blade slashed through where he had been. Kipping back up on his feet, the whiskered blonde spun around and saw the woman he was fighting, looking no worse than she had before he launched his attack, not even singing. He also noticed that her wrists had crystallized blades attached to them, no doubt what she had just attacked him with. Shoton, Tsuyin Sushotu, Crystal Release, Twin Crystal Blades, the woman stated as she saw the blonde eyeing her crystal-covered hands. Naruto smirked as he flicked his left hand and unsealed his katana. "I suppose if you're going to use some form of blades, I should as well." After all, one good turn deserves another. Getting into a basic stance that Tenten had taught him, the whiskered blonde waited to see if his opponent would make the first move. She did, blasting towards him at speeds that rivaled if not surpassed his own. She's definitely of a higher level than the average jonin, Naruto thought to himself as the woman came closer. She sent out a slash with her right blade, aiming at his neck and forcing him to block the attack. She smirked, her second blade coming to bear from the other side as the whisker-marked blonde was forced to jump back since his blade had been occupied by the one on her other wrist. The woman followed him, launching several quick thrusting motions that Naruto was forced to dodge and deflect with his own weapon. The attacks were quick and came one after the other, meaning Naruto had to be careful not to get his blade locked with one of hers since doing so would allow the woman to bring her other blade to bear. This seemed to go on for a few minutes as Naruto tried to find a weakness in the woman's attacks, and was surprised when he found none. He blocked another attack, using his superior physical strength to push her back. However, the woman merely used the momentum his push granted her to spin around and come in with her other blade. Unfortunately, Naruto was too slow to block or dodge the attack and ended up getting a cut on his left arm, though it was thankfully not a deep wound. "Looks like first blood goes to me," the woman said with a satisfied smile. "So it does," Naruto replied, not at all bothered by the blood on his arm since the wound had already healed up nicely. "Though I do not think such a small wound means anything." Naruto charged in, deciding that letting this woman go on the offensive was a bad idea. He came in with a horizontal slash from the left, one which his enemy easily blocked. Pushing off her, Naruto spun around and came in with an upward slash from the other side. His opponent jumped back to avoid it, but her eyes widened when she saw a thin green blade of wind coming at her. She held up her arms in a cross guard and covered them in crystal, letting them take the brunt of the attack. It was a good thing for her that she did, as the wind blade managed to cut a decent-sized chunk out of her crystal, and would have no doubt taken her arm off had she not reinforced them. Bringing her arms down, the woman was just in time to see Naruto in front of her, coming in with a powerful lunge that would impale her in the chest. However, like all powerful ninja, she was able to dodge the attack, twisting her body to the side and using one of her blades to redirect the attack, even though it was nearly at point blank. At the same time, she used her other bladed hand to lash out at the blonde, cutting into his side before he could regain his balance. Naruto hissed in pain as he tumbled forward before using his momentum to roll along the ground, coming up on his feet. The moment he did, however, the blonde was forced to spin and bring his blade up to block an attack from the crystal user. Already knowing she would come at him with her other blade, Naruto pushed her away and dodged to the left. He came at her again, swinging his blade in a horizontal arch, one that his opponent blocked, but due to the angle and force caused her to stumble backwards and become slightly off balance. Using this opportunity, Naruto slashed at her again, enhancing his blade with wind chakra to slice through her. Only for the figure he had sliced through to turn into crystal as it split in half down the center. A Suisho Bunshin. Shoten Kazui. The moment Naruto heard the jutsu announced, he made liberal use of the Shunshin to dodge the incoming crystal spears, which impaled the ground he had been on just moments after he had vacated it. Turning, Naruto found the woman a little ways away, already going through another set of hand seals. Shoten, Asai Chiseki. Another large crystal pillar slammed into the spot he was located on, crushing the area and creating a crater, as well as generating a powerful shockwave as spiderweb cracks spread out from the center of impact. "It looks like that got him," the woman said with a smirk. "Not quite." Her eyes widened as several hands burst from the ground and grabbed onto her feet and ankles. Right in front of her, Naruto burst up from the ground, a spinning orb of purple yuki in his hands. Rasengan! He thrust the orb of violent energy forward, slamming it into the woman's chest. However, rather than drill into flesh, blood and bones like normal, the woman shattered into crystalline fragments. "Damn it!" Naruto growled. He was really beginning to hate those clones. He would have wondered if this was what it felt like for people to battle him when he heard Guren's voice call out another jutsu. Shoten, Shuka Okacha Nemi no Kujo, Darkened Masses, Wave of Destruction. As the jutsu was called, a shadow came over Naruto, making him look up to see what appeared to be a wave of crystal bearing down on him. Kami, I hate my life. Kimimaro was forced to dodge several more sand spears that Gaara had launched his way, weaving between them as he tried to close the distance between him and his enemy. However, as soon as he passed through the spears, a large pillar of sand smashed into where he was standing. Or where he had been standing, since the moment he had seen the sand pillar rushing towards he had dodged to the left. As he came in closer, Kimimaro let loose with his sword, lashing at Gaara and making the blade elongate to compensate for the fact that he was not close enough to hit the red head with a standard attack. Before it could get too far, sand shot up from the ground and latched onto it, ceasing its forward movement. Holding out a hand, Gaara made a come here motion, and in response the sand yanked on the blade, making Kimimaro fly towards him. The Ichibi Jinchuriki made several more motions with his other hand and caused a wave of sand to slam into the bone user, sending him flying back and skidding along the ground as the sand rent into his flesh. However, that did not deter Kimimaro, who unleashed a sword slash powerful enough to create a shockwave and disperse the sand. As the Kaguya stood up, Gaara could see that his attack had done a lot of damage, tearing the flesh off of Kimimaro's face and body. It also revealed that his attack had not been able to penetrate the older teen's bones, which looked almost like armor underneath all of his skin. That attack was most impressive. Had it been anyone else, I am sure they would have died, Kimimaro stated. However, an attack like that will not work on me. My bones are so dense that they are harder than steel, and weak attacks like what you just used will not work on me. Then I suppose I will have to try something more powerful, Gaara proclaimed, his voice not giving away any of his feelings. The redhead raised his arms and sent out a powerful wave of sand, one which Kimimaro attempted to dodge. He succeeded, but it was a hollow victory, as the moment he did another wave was in front of him, and this one managed to latch onto him. The sand began to wrap around Kimimaro's form, and no matter how hard he struggled he could not seem to break free. Soon enough even his head was covered up as the sand became a cocoon. Sabaki Q. Gaara made a clenching motion with his left hand, causing the sand to clench and squeeze, crushing the pale-skinned bone user and sending blood flying out of the sand. Gaara frowned as, rather than feeling the satisfaction he normally got when crushing an opponent with his sand, he felt resistance from the inside. Before he could wonder about what it meant, the sand cocoon burst, scattering away in all directions. When it cleared, it showed Kimimaro, who had taken on a dinosaur-like appearance complete with the tail. Several large bones also protrude from his now darkened brownish-maroon skin. That was impressive, Kimimaro said, his voice not belying the pain he was in. Very impressive. It seems that I will need more effort to beat you. Gaara grunted, and I'll need more sand to crush you. Guren panted a bit, before regaining her breath as she stood. She looked at the mass of crystallized landscape that her jutsu had caused. It almost looked like a sandy beach, were it not for the fact that A, there was no water, and B, the sand was actually thousands of light pink crystals. Damn, she cursed as she looked at the clearing, I forgot Orochimaru-sama wanted his corpse for study. Didn't I tell you I have no desire to let that pedophile touch me? A voice spoke up behind her. Guren's eyes widened as she spun around and they landed on Naruto, though he was not looking as good as he had when the fight started. His whole left arm was bleeding rather profusely. It looked to have been skinned by a hacksaw, if such a thing were possible. Though that did little to change the fact that the blonde brat was still standing defiantly in front of her. How did you survive that? Guren growled in frustration. That was one of my most powerful jutsu. There is no way you could have survived. Naruto clasped his hands in a prayer sign and gave a small bow. I myself was wondering how I would get out of such a predicament. However, then I remembered that if one always holds faith in it, a good log will provide. And lo and behold, as those thoughts came to me, I felt the blessed pull as the log answered my plight. Guren stared at Naruto for a full 5 minutes as if trying to figure out what the hell the blonde male just said, and if he was on any kind of drugs. Finally she replied, You mean you used Kawarimi, right? Somehow she felt the need to clarify. Isn't that what I just said? Asked Naruto, a little irritated that she had actually had to ask something that he felt was stupid. How else could he have escaped the evil crystal wave of doom? Hiraishin? Guren felt her eyebrows twitch. No, you made some kind of shitty convoluted speech about logs. Exactly, Naruto replied. The crystal user growled before speeding through hand seals. I'm tired of dealing with you. You've been an annoying little flea ever since this battle started. Shoten, Suisho Mori, crystal release, crystal lance. A rather large amount of crystal coalesced around Guren's right arm, forming a large and deadly-looking lance. Once the technique was complete, she rushed towards Naruto, intent on ending the blonde's life. Something tells me a normal katana won't be enough for this, Naruto murmured as he pulled out a scroll. Unrolling the scroll, Naruto bit his thumb and smeared some blood along its length. There was a puff of smoke as Guren reared her lanced arm back. She thrust it forward, intent impaling the blonde, only to be met with a loud clang. When the smoke cleared, Guren gaped as she saw a rather large cleaving sword blocking her lance. Naruto chuckled as he saw her expression. I'd like you to meet Kubikira Hucho. Pulling the sword back, Naruto grunted as he gave the sword a ferocious swing. Guren jumped back as the large blade passed through where she had been. She could feel the air currents moving as the sword sliced through her previous spot with a loud whoosh. Thinking that the blonde would need time before he could bring such a large sword to bear on her again, Guren came in fast and hard. It was to her great surprise that the large cleaver was there to stop her a second time, coming in from the left and forcing her back. Looks like I finally found something I'm better at than you, Naruto grinned as he sent several slashes that were actually very fast considering the size of the sword he was using. Don't get cocky, Guren shouted as she attempted to cut one of his arms, or at least a hand, off. Naruto, however, let her arm lance hit the flat end of his sword as he smacked it away like a baseball, at the same time shattering the lance and getting a grunt of pain from Guren. Come on! Naruto shouted as he sent several powerful slashes at her, creating huge wind blades to launch themselves from the sword. Guren's eyes widened as she began to jump and dodge out of the way. Out of the corner of her eyes she saw the huge gashes in the land that the blades had made. If one of those touched her, she would likely be done for. Growling, she realized that an up-close competition against that sword would not end well for her, or at the very least take far too long to win against. Guren released her crystal lance and went through more hand seals so she could try a different approach. Shoten, Suisho Senban, Crystal Release, Crystal Senban. She called out the name of her jutsu before flicking her wrist and sending several dozen Senban needles at Naruto. Said blonde narrowed his eyes as he resealed Kubikira Hucho, and then channeled chakra into the seal on his left hand, creating a puff of smoke as he unsealed his bow staff. Naruto bent his legs slightly into one of the defensive stances as the Senban drew closer. When they finally got near him, he began to do what many could almost consider a dance, as he spun around and twirled the staff so swiftly that the glint from the sun left a slight after-image in its wake. Along with that, he channeled wine chakra into his movements, increasing the quality of his defense as he destroyed all of the Senban coming at him. When the Senban stopped coming, Naruto was quick to reseal his staff and look towards where Guren had been previously, only to see no one there. He narrowed his eyes and was already in motion as his opponent dropped from the sky, landing where he was with impressive force. I don't know how you expected such a useless tactic to work on me, Naruto said as he tried to rile his opponent up and get her angry enough to make a mistake. I've seen better tactics from this one fangirl I know, and she ended up getting blown away literally. However, rather than get angry, Guren smirked. Oh, you think so, huh? Well, then it's a good thing that wasn't all there was to my strategy, wasn't it? Naruto's eyes widened as a pair of arms wrapped around his arms and chest, locking him in place and leaving him unable to use jutsu. Of course, he was capable of performing a seal-less kawarimi and was just in the process of doing that. However, before he could, Guren was right in front of him, a rather wicked-looking set of crystallized knives attached to her forearms. Realizing he did not have the necessary amount of time to use his favorite escape jutsu, he did the only thing he could think of. He twisted his body ever so slightly so that the attack that had been aimed at his heart merely stabbed into his left lung. Did it hurt worse than an Akimichi using his expansion jutsu and sitting on you? Yes, but at least Naruto was alive and, despite the pain, able to react in time for Guren's next attack. As said woman came in with her other arm to finish the job, Naruto channeled some of his yuki through 2 fingers in his left hand, forming a whip. With a quick flick of his wrist, he was able to wrap the whip around Guren's leg. After that, 3 things happened near simultaneously. The first was Naruto smashing his right foot into the knee of what he now identified as a Suisho Bunshin, shattering the kneecap and dispelling the clone. The second thing to happen was him giving a hard yank on the whip, which led into the third thing that happened. Guren, who had not been expecting any kind of attack or retaliation, was yanked off her feet, making the crystal knife she had stabbed into Naruto come out of him rather abruptly, causing a large squirt of blood as she hit the ground hard. Guren quickly rolled away from the blonde shinobi before coming to her feet, and quickly crouching down in a defensive stance. It was largely unnecessary as Naruto was currently in no condition to fight, as evidenced by the fact that he was currently kneeling on the ground with one hand pressed to a rather large, gaping hole in his chest. I guess my tactic wasn't so bad if it got you, huh? Guren smirked as she decided to add dirt to his wound. Or maybe you just suck. Naruto chuckled a bit, even though it hurt just to breathe. Yeah, maybe, that'll at least teach me not to open my trap the next time I'm in combat. Kyubi? Can you give me a damage assessment? Asked Naruto as he listened to Guren continue to insult him, knowing that it gave him time to come up with a counter plan. It's not as extensive as the damage that was done to you thanks to Gaara in the preliminaries, Kyubi started as she fed a small amount of her Yuki through the seal. But it's potentially deadlier. That crystal weapon of hers managed to pierce your lung. Were you still human, that attack would have killed you already. Naruto grunted a bit. How long until it heals? There was a moment's pause, on its own about 4 hours. However, I doubt that the Guren woman you're fighting is going to give you the opportunity. Naruto could almost feel the smirk on Kyubi's face as she paused again. However, that won't be a problem if you use my power. You won't be able to even use one tail due to how injured you are, but it will be more than enough for your wound to heal quickly. Alright then, think you can give me some juice? Of course. Naruto smirked as he felt Kyubi's Yuki flow through his body. It was only about half a tail, but it was an instant relief as he felt his wounds mending themselves. However, his increase in power had not gone unnoticed. Guren had felt it too and had stopped her gloating to try and finish him off. Shoten, Amawatari no Jutsu, Crystal Release, the God's Crossings technique. A long stream of sharp crystal bursts forward and binds and impale Naruto, only for him to go up in a puff of smoke and a log to take his place. Futon, Kaze no Yaiba. Guren rolled to the left as a wind blade passed through the spot she had been standing, leaving a large gouge in the earth. She spun around in time to see Naruto throw another wind blade at her, and was forced to dodge again. This continued for some time as Naruto began making complicated attack patterns with the wind blades, hoping to coil Guren into a corner so to speak, so she would have nowhere to dodge. However, the Shoten user was more than up to the task of dodging as she weaved through the storm of wind blades, jumping, rolling, spinning and flipping out of the way with a dancer's grace. After a few minutes, Naruto was forced to stop as he cut through the Guren within his pattern and found out she was a Bunshin. And just in time too, for almost a second after he had bisected the Suisho Bunshin, Guren appeared in his blind spot and attempted to impale him with a rather large lance. Naruto was fortunate to have already been on the move, rolling to the right as Guren struck out at where he had been. The blonde Konoha shinobi kicked back up on his feet and spun around, aiming his gauntlet at Guren and firing a kunai as well as a barrage of saban for good measure. However, Guren was not to be outdone as she went through a set of hand seals and slammed her hands on the ground. Shoten, Kabe no Keshu. A large wall came out and blocked the senban and kunai from hitting her. A few seconds later it came down, and Guren was forced into battle with 3 Narutos who used a good combination of teamwork to try and take her down. Crystal knives once again appeared on the crystal user's forearms, even as she continued dodging strikes from the blonde's clones. Once they were fully formed, she let one of the clones come in close and launch a punch at her. However, she merely blocked it, using her forearm and, more importantly, the knife on it. The clone's hand was split down the middle, and before it could scream, it was dispelled. The other 2 clones attempted to attack, however it was all wasted as she wove between them and lashed out with simultaneous strikes that took them both out. However, the dispelling of his clones had given Naruto a decent smokescreen for cover, as he made liberal use of the Shunshin to appear right next to Guren and launch a kick to her midsection. While Guren was surprised by the sudden attack, she had no intention of letting Naruto hit her, and jumped back while at the same time kicking out her own leg to knock him off course. The action caused Naruto to stumble off balance, giving the crystal user a chance to lash out with a fist that connected solidly with the blonde's jaw. However, rather than seeing her blade go through Naruto's face, the blonde disappeared within a puff of smoke, signifying it was a Kage Bunshin. Futon Kamikaze Seiken. The attack came from directly behind her and smashed into Guren, making the crystal user shatter into crystal. Shoten Kazui. Naruto swore as he jumped into the air, just in time to dodge the large spike that jutted up from the ground. He landed on the ground some feet away, panting from the amount of effort he had exerted to keep up with the purple-haired woman. Before either of them could attack again, the ground began to rumble. Both Naruto and Guren looked over to the left where a large amount of what looked like bones, but were far too large to be in Naruto's opinion, were jutting up from the ground. If Kimimaro's gone that far, then whoever is over there must be good, Guren commented to herself, though Naruto heard every word. However, it also means whoever he is fighting is also dead. Naruto chuckled. I'll believe that when I see it. Gaara isn't just some half-pound weakling who can be taken out just like that. We'll see, Guren replied as she began more hand seals. In any event, you've been enough of a thorn in Orochimaru-sama's side, and it's time I got rid of you. Amawatari no Jutsu. Gaara stared at the now dead Kage Kimimaro, who had just been milliseconds away from killing him. A part of him could not believe he had come so close to dying. Even in his battle with Naruto, he had not been that close to death. The thought that he had just had a brush with death gave him chills. Not that he would allow it to affect his outward demeanor. He may not be a killing machine anymore, but he still had a reputation to keep. Are you two all right? He asked, looking at the two other genin he was floating in the air. I am all right, my most youthful comrade. Lee somehow managed to do the nice guy pose as he floated there. Thank you for asking. I am fine, Neji said. Gaara nodded as he began to float them a safe distance away from the bone forest that was now sticking up from the previous battlefield. Then we should head to Konoha. What about our most youthful comrades that went on ahead? Asked Lee, not really comfortable leaving the people he had come with in possible danger. Naruto is with them, Gaara said, so they will be fine. He had confidence that his blonde friend could handle anything that came his way. Separation line. Naruto-kun, you need to end this battle soon, said Kyuubi worriedly. Even with my Yuki, you're almost out of juice. I would love to end this fight, but as you can see, this chick obviously doesn't, Naruto replied tiredly as he dodged another spike of crystal. He looked at the woman who had sent it, and was pleased to see she was looking just as exhausted as he was, with several cuts running along her clothes and skin, along with her heavy breathing and slightly slumped posture. Looks like neither of us really have the energy to do much, Naruto commented, trying to make her talk so he could gain a breather. He would be fine in a few minutes, but she was only human, so it would take her longer, and he would eventually gain the advantage. Guren scowled. It seems you're right. It was humiliating to admit that this boy had tired her out. She had not expected this battle to last anywhere near as long as it had. That doesn't mean I don't still have enough energy to kill you. Well then, how about both of us? A voice spoke up and both of them looked to see Hatake Kakashi appear a little ways from them. Kakashi, said Naruto, surprised by his old sensei. Yo, Kakashi replied, you look like you just got the shit kicked out of you by a woman. Naruto's eyes twitched. No shit. Really? Gee, thanks for telling me that. I had no clue I looked that way. Kakashi just chuckled. Hatake Kakashi, Guren said, though inwardly she was infuriated. Damn. I don't have enough chakra to deal with both him and the blonde. I don't even have enough energy to deal with just him. It looks like this is my cue to leave. She looked over at Naruto, frowning. You got lucky, kid. Naruto watched as she slowly sank into the ground, and another second later the crystal leading to the Valley of the End shattered. Still cautious, the blonde Chunin took a look around, both with his eyes and other senses. I don't sense her anymore, Kyuubi, can you? No, she's gone, Kyuubi replied. Thank Kami, Naruto said out loud as he slumped down onto his butt. His exhaustion was finally setting in, and he knew he would need a good night's sleep before he was back to normal. Tired? Asked Kakashi with his usual eye smile. Naruto just grunted, shut up. Ma, no need for that, Naruto. Naruto-kun, said Temari, who had walked up to him now that the fight was over. Now that the battle is over, we should probably get Dog Boy and the others back to Konoha. Right, Naruto grunted and attempted to stand up, only to fail. Growling, he tried again and fell back down, causing Temari to giggle. He looked up at her and pouted, it's not funny. Of course it's funny, she shot back, smiling, just look at how beat up you are. I failed to see the hilarity of this situation. Your loss. What's this about a cursed warrior? While Gaara managed to defeat Kimimaro, however, the crystal user got away, Naruto said as he finished giving his report to Tsunade, seeing as how he was the only ninja who had fought Guren that wasn't in the hospital. Standing off to the side of the bus, the Hokage was Shizen, the woman's ever-faithful aide and assistant, and Taunton was eating from a dog bowl on the blonde woman's other side. Tsunade sighed as leaned her elbows on her desk, her hands held in front of her face. I see, so we have no clue as to the status of Uchiha Sasuke. We know that he managed to reach Oto but nothing else. This entire situation was turning into one large clusterfuck as far as she was concerned. Not only did they have no information on whether or not Orochimaru had managed to possess Sasuke's body, Jiraiya was out of contact, extracting one of his contacts in Iowa who had gotten into some kind of trouble, which meant they wouldn't be able to get any information on the situation from him. Sometimes she really had to wonder if coming back to be Hokage was the right thing to do. Do you think Orochimaru managed to use his body possession jutsu on Sasuke? Asked Naruto, not liking this situation at all, mainly because he just didn't know what to make of it. While he would still never consider Sasuke a friend, the fact was the raven-haired Uchiha had been his teammate, and Naruto had at the very least trusted Sasuke enough to watch his back. Naruto just couldn't understand why someone like Sasuke would willingly go to Orochimaru knowing what was in store for him. No, wait, yes I can, the blonde reflected, resisting the urge to growl. Sasuke teams always preferred taking the quicker paths to power. If he thought going to Oro team would make him stronger, then he would do it in a heartbeat. Naruto gave an internal snort, and people call me an idiot. You are an idiot, Kyuubi's amused voice came in through the seal. Naruto's eyes began to twitch violently. Somehow, he felt he should have expected Kyuubi to make some kind of comment on his thoughts. The woman loved teasing him more than anything else. She said it was because she was bored, and that he should be honored she was even talking to him. He just thought Kyuubi loved being mean. How am I an idiot? I'm way more intelligent now than I used to be. Fuck, I literally had intelligence pounded into my skull by Ankone-chan. I've got the bruises to prove it. Seriously, having a woman who would not only quiz you on the stuff she made you read, but beat the utter living crap out of you and enjoy doing it had been the ultimate form of motivation to get smarter. You may have more knowledge, but that doesn't necessarily make one smart. Knowledge gained but not used does not make one intelligent, it just proves even more that you are an idiot. Whatever, Naruto sighed, not in the mood to listen to Kyuubi poking fun at him. I've got more important things to do than listen to you. Turning his attention back towards the busted Hokage, he realized she had been talking for quite some time. I'm sorry, what were you saying? Tsunade scowled at Naruto for not paying attention to her and making her repeat herself. I said it's quite possible that he has. Unfortunately, Jiraiya is out of contact, and he is the only person who might be capable of giving us an answer. And even then it's not likely. As far as I know, Jiraiya doesn't have any spies within Oto. Wait, you're telling me that Erosenen's gone off the map? Said Naruto, scowling as he figured the damn pervert was off somewhere doing what he did best, perving on women. That stupid bastard is supposed to train me. How the hell could he just up and leave? Sure, Naruto had known that he would be gone while he was in Suna, but he had expected the man to be back in a few days. And it hadn't been like he needed Jiraiya to help him get the last exercise down for his wind chakra. The man didn't even have an affinity for it, after all. But that didn't excuse him from just running off to gallivanting around in search of sleazy bars where he could waste his money on booze and women. Tsunade knew the look on Naruto's face. It had been one she'd possessed when she got the pervert peeking on her that one time. Still, while somewhat tempted to tell the young boy what his sensei was really doing, she knew that letting out even a hint of what the man was up to could force him into a dangerous situation. Instead she said, "What exactly can you tell me about the crystal user you fought?" "She's strong," Naruto started, frowning as he remembered his fight with Guren. "Before I had even entered the fight she managed to take out Shikamaru, Chuji and Kiba. As I said before, she uses crystal jutsu, which apparently is a combination of lightning and earth. Most of her attacks were similar to earth jutsu, though she could also create crystal spears in the air and hurl them at me. Several of her techniques were extremely powerful, and I suspect they have a high chakra cost to use, so she probably has higher than average reserves. She also has a very high level of taijutsu. She was more than capable of keeping pace with me. I would even go so far as to say she was way out of my league, as it was the only reason our battle ended in a stalemate was because she had underestimated me." "Is this her?" Tsunade took a slip of paper from a file Shizen handed her. Placing it on the table, she slid it over to Naruto, who picked it up and saw a picture of the very same woman he had fought. He saw that, aside from the picture, there was very little information on her. Only a few lines about her being sighted in a small town in some country he had never been to. Yep, that's definitely her. Naruto set the sheet back down and looked at Tsunade with a frown. I can't help but notice you don't have much information on her. That's because we don't know much about the ninja under Orochimaru's command beyond Kabuto, Tsunade said. She grabbed the sheet again and gave it to Shizen, who placed it back in the file and returned the file to its drawer. Turning back to look at the blonde before her, she continued. The only reason we even know of this one is because she was sighted during an incident in Suna no Kuni and was apparently responsible for the destruction of several small villages. The only thing Jiraiya was able to learn after that was that this woman, Guren, is apparently Orochimaru's most elite fighter. Ugh, so you're telling me I went up against the second strongest person Orochimaru has to offer next to himself. If that was the case, then he was lucky to survive. Never in his life had he been more thankful that a lot of people still tended to underestimate him. That is exactly what I'm telling you. I guess that means I need to train harder, Naruto determined, making Tsunade and Shizen look at each other before smiling. And speaking of training, just when the hell can we expect to get Erosenin back? I mean, I was supposed to be on a 3-year training trip. Yet it's only been a few months since I left. Unfortunately, we have no clue when Jiraiya will be returning from wherever he is, Tsunade grimaced a bit. For some reason, it was really hard to lie to Naruto. Not that she couldn't do it, but that she didn't like doing it. Shaking her head and thoughts inside of it away, she continued. Which is why I figured I would give you a mission that should take quite a bit of time to accomplish. His curiosity getting the better of him, Naruto couldn't help but ask, what kind of mission are we talking about? A solo mission, Tsunade said, almost smirking when she saw Naruto's eyes light up. No matter how mature the brat tried to act, the thought of a solo mission was enough to send him into a fit of daydreams. No doubt of rescuing princesses and damsels and the like. Reaching into the bin for the mission contact she was thinking of, Tsunade eventually found it and set it out in front of Naruto. Eager, the blonde quickly snatched it up and began scanning the contract. A request from Tori no Kuni? Naruto frowned as he tried to remember his geography lessons with Anko. It was ridiculously easy, painful as well, and with a shiver at remembering the samban that had gotten stuck in his ass for getting the location wrong, Naruto figured out where Tori no Kuni was. That's pretty far from Konoha. That was our first reaction as well, said Shizen, speaking up for the first time since Naruto started giving his report. An apparition in the form of a cursed warrior is terrorizing the people and giving rise to wicked rumors. Naruto took several seconds to think about what this statement meant. After a while a small shudder escaped him. They don't mean there's some kind of ghost haunting them, do they? Seeing the way the blonde shivered caused Tsunade to lean more of her weight onto the desk, a smirk on her face. They believe it's the ghost of a long-dead warrior who comes back to haunt them. Why? You're not scared, are you? PFFFTT. As if I would be afraid of some dinky old G-ghost. Naruto tried not to let the cold chill get to him as he rolled his eyes. When did it get so drafty in here? Shaking himself out of his funk, and completely missing the amused glance Tsunade and Shizen shared, he said, it's probably just some idiot in a costume trying to scare the people. So what does this cursed warrior look like? The only description we have to go on is that the cursed warrior is always seen wearing white samurai armor, Tsunade said, hiding her amusement. Anyways, because of how far out this mission is, as well as the fact that all of our Chunin and Jonin are on missions and the few genin who could have taken it have been taken out of commission, you're really the only person we have for this mission. Right, I should have figured it was something like that, Naruto said with a sigh. So much for his thinking that Tsunade had given him this mission because she felt he was the best person for the job. Straightening up, he looked back at the blonde woman to say, I guess I don't have much choice but to take it. It's either do this or sit around doing nothing while I wait for Erosenin to return. He couldn't train here, the few techniques he was working on his own were incredibly dangerous, not to mention he didn't want others to know about them until he was sure they worked. Maybe not even then. After all, he needed some trump cards to use against Akatsuki. Since I'm ordering you to go, you don't actually have a right to refuse anyways, Tsunade stated, her left eyebrow twitching at how Naruto spoke as if he could just refuse a mission she gave him. Anyways, you are to meet Shishimo, the man who paid for this mission at the North Gate in 1 hour. Yash! Naruto snapped off a salute before he got a move on, hopping out the window instead of taking the door. Damn it, Naruto! Tsunade shouted as moved over to the window and watched as the whiskered blonde landed on the adjacent building, where he began hopping from roof to roof. Don't pick up Jiraiya's bad habits. While she couldn't be certain, she was almost sure she heard Naruto laughing at her. Or maybe it was just the wind. Stupid brat, always acting like an idiot. Stupid Jiraiya for letting Naruto pick up his bad habits. When I see that damn pervert again, I'm gonna make sure he understands what will happen if he corrupts Naruto. Somewhere in Tsuchi no Kuni, Jiraiya shivered. For a moment there, he believed death had touched him. Naruto's journey to Tori no Kuni started the moment he reached the North Gate. Chishimo, an earnest-looking man in his mid-20s with brown hair and dark eyes covered by a pair of glasses, had already been waiting for him. After signing out, the two left Konoha and began their very long walk. And Naruto was bored. Ever since his graduation, the blonde had worked very far on keeping himself from acting out like he used to, and while he still did it on occasion, the instances were getting more and more rare. While he had calmed down much from his hyperactive self since his graduation, there were very few things that actually caused Naruto's conscience to waver. Walking at a civilian's pace to a land that was so far that in doing so would take a month to get there was one of those things. In an effort to keep his mind from wandering, Naruto observed the man who had requested the mission he was on. The clothing Chishimo was wearing showed just how impoverished he was. He was wearing a straw hat, and a poncho that was made out of hay. His shirt was a standard blue gi that had a pair of green sleeves sewn on. Wrapped around his waist were several white bandages that looked like someone had taken a knife over the left side and cut it open. He had very drab-looking gray pants with a set of leg warmers on the bottom attached to his legs via a pair of strings on the top and bottom. On his feet were a pair of old and worn Zora sandals. The man also looked like he was about to die on his feet. "You know, I can't help but notice that you don't look so good," Naruto commented idly, getting Chishimo to turn his head and look at the blonde. "Are you feeling all right?" Ah ha ha ha! Chishimo gave a sheepish, if somewhat weak-sounding, laugh as he scratched the back of his head. "Of course I'm all right. Don't worry about me one bit. I..." Gurgle. The loud sound of a stomach rumbling filled the air. Naruto blinked, then looked down at the guy's bandaged stomach, which made even more gurgling noises. I guess I'm a tad hungry," Chishimo admitted. Right. Naruto drew out with a large sweat drop on the back of his head. If the sound of this guy's stomach was anything to go by, a tad hungry was a severe understatement. Shikaku's insane shouting had been at a lower volume than this. Shaking his head, he said, "You sound like you haven't eaten in days." "Ah well, I had to pay for this mission with money out of my own pocket," Chishimo explained, scratching his left cheek with his index finger. "So I'm pretty much broke." Naruto raised an eyebrow. This guy paid for a mission out of his own pocket? That meant either one of two things: this guy was seriously dedicated to his country, or the country was completely broken as well. It could also be a bit of both. Commenting on this, Naruto said, "So this mission must be pretty important to you, huh?" Chishimo looked down at his feet as he walked, a crestfallen expression on his face. It could mean the difference between life and death for a very dear friend of mine. A frown marred Naruto's face for a moment before his expression cleared. "Do you want to talk about it?" The smile on Chishimo's face told Naruto that the guy would be more than happy to share his entire life story with him if he asked. "It's my friend Sagi, you see," the earnest-looking man started. "We've been close friends ever since we were little. We were raised like brothers. He's now the daimyo of Tori no Kuni." Naruto raised an eyebrow. This guy was best friends with the daimyo of his country? No wonder this guy was dedicated enough to getting this mission that he would gladly give all the money he had to pay for it. Of course, that did beg the question of why he was wearing such old and weathered clothing. Perhaps Naruto's belief that Tori no Kuni was in a poor state right now held more truth than he had realized. Granted, with something like a ghost haunting them, he probably shouldn't be surprised. However, recently things have been very hard for my friend, Chishimo continued, unaware of Naruto's thoughts. With the death of his father, Lord Washi, and then his twin sister died shortly after. The whiskered blonde had to hold in a wince at that. He knew how hard it was to lose someone you love. How much harder would it be to lose two people you loved within such a short time span? Chishimo looked into the tree line they were walking past as he said, "And now the friend I knew, always smiling, always cheerful, has become a completely different person. He no longer shows his face in the village, even when I visit him." Naruto wished he could relate, but he didn't really have any experience with watching as your friend went from kind and happy to a recluse. And not just because Naruto had only gained friends recently, since he became a genin, in fact. The only person Naruto could create parallels with this guy's problem was Sasuke, and really, the Uchiha had never really changed. Even during the academy he had been a moody, broody asshole who cared for nothing but gaining the power to kill his brother. And now he is with Orochimaru. Shaking his head, Naruto dispelled thoughts of Sasuke's stupidity and focused on Shishimo as he spoke. This change in him worries the others, because Sagi is the daimyo for our country. I don't really care about all that, I'm worried because he's my friend. I would do anything to help him, to bring the old Sagi back again. No matter the cost. Okay, now Naruto was impressed. From the way this guy spoke, he would gladly give his life for this Sagi character. Even in friends, that kind of dedication was hard to come by. Smiling, Naruto said, I'm sure things will work out in the end. He turned his head to look up at the sky, so missed the look of shock on Shishimo's face. I was once told that when people share a strong bond, their emotions and feelings will reach each other. I'm sure your friend will eventually come to realize how worried you are and get out of his funk. Who knows, maybe if I solve this ghost case, things with your friend would get better. He shivered at the word ghost, but didn't react otherwise. Naruto would never admit, even to himself, that the supernatural scared the other living crap out of him. Give him a bijou to face a ghost any day. Naruto, thank you, Shishimo said with a smile. Naruto looked over at the man curiously, shrugged, then gave a grin. He was about to open his mouth to speak when... Gurgle. Naruto's sweat dropped as the man's face took on a Hinata shade of red. Sighing, he said, why don't we stop for a break and get something to eat? Shishimo, it seemed, was more than agreeable to this plan as he sat down right where he stood, causing even more sweat drops to appear on the blonde shinobi's head. Naruto watched in utter astonishment and growing horror as Shishimo put away his 6th serving of rice, scarfing the food down faster than an akimichi at an all-you-could-eat buffet. Seeing such a skinny guy eating so much food was almost as amusing as it was disturbing, and Naruto, tactless as he was, had no trouble commenting on this. Dear Kami, I don't think I've ever seen anyone eat as much as you. Ah ha ha ha, Shishimo laughed a tad sheepishly, even as he wiped away some of the rice stuck on his face. I know, I'm sorry, everyone's always wondering where I put it all. Naruto couldn't help but wonder where all that food went to. He also couldn't help but wonder if this was what people saw whenever he was eating ramen. Maybe he should think about slowing down his consumption of the delicious noodles if eating as fast as he did made this much of a mess? Now there's a scary thought. Naruto eating ramen slowly, not the mess. Shaking his head, Naruto decided to get back on track and try to learn what he could for this mission. Right, well, why don't you tell me a little bit about this cursed warrior that has been appearing in your village? Shishimo stopped eating his 8th serving of rice to look over at him. The man swallowed what was in his mouth, making Naruto cringe a bit. Seriously, if he was this bad, Naruto swore to himself that he would start eating with better table manners, then said, some people think it's the disembodied spirit of Sagi's father, Washi-sama. Naruto shivered a bit at the words disembodied and spirit, but quickly shook it off. Deciding that he really didn't want to hear any more about this ghost business for the moment, Naruto decided to change the subject. So, why don't you tell me a bit more about Tori no Kuni? You know, like its history and background. Alright, Shishimo said, setting his half-eaten 9th serving of rice aside for the moment so he could speak. It's called Tori no Kuni because our capital is built on a lake to which the birds come when they migrate. It's always been a beautiful and peaceful place, made fertile by the waters from the lake and the many canals. The first signs of trouble came from the sudden death of our previous daimyo, Washi-sama. As to who would take over the leadership, it was between his son, Sagi-sama, and his most trusted advisor, Komiai-sama. Naruto had to blink for a moment as he heard that Sagi's position as daimyo had actually been in question. Unlike the Kages, who were selected based on their strength and abilities as a leader, daimyos were always selected by blood. Only someone who was of the same blood of the previous daimyo could become the next daimyo, unless the entire family was killed off. That an advisor could become daimyo was troubling. Of course, he didn't know enough about Tori no Kuni to actually make any kind of true assessment to the situation. Maybe that was just how they did things there. Komiai-sama argued that Sagi was far too young to assume the role of daimyo, and there were many who agreed with him. Nevertheless, Sagi-sama assumed the role of daimyo, mainly because Mozo-sama, our high priest and my master, agreed to act as regent, advising Sagi and helping him govern our country. Naruto rubbed his chin with a thoughtful expression, noting the difference in the man's tone when he spoke of Moso to when he talked about Komiai, but didn't say anything as he allowed the man to continue. Then, less than half a year later, Tokidano, Sagi's sister, died as suddenly as his father. Naruto narrowed his eyes a bit, but didn't comment. Chishimo didn't notice his expression as he continued, saying, "Since that time, the Sagi I knew has become a completely different person. He's retreated from view, sees no one, and governs from the confines of his palace." And it was about that time that the White Warrior began appearing in the capital. Rumors started to spread about Washi-sama's death, that it was not a natural one. People began to say that the White Warrior was, in fact, the spirit of Washi-sama, coming back to Earth to wreak vengeance on the traitors who murdered him. Naruto gulped, an action which Chishimo thankfully did not notice. Unfortunately for the blonde, someone else did and had no problems teasing him. "You're such a baby, Naruto." A growl almost escaped his lips at the teasing sound of Kyuubi's face. No one called him a baby. Fortunately, he was able to keep it internal. It wouldn't do for Chishimo to think he was some kind of psychopath, after all. "I am not a baby. I've just never dealt with real ghosts before." Within the confines of his mind, Kyuubi giggled. "It's alright to feel frightened. After all, you may be a big bad shinobi, but you're still a kid. If you want, you can come into the store and I'll provide you with some succor, Naruto-kun." Naruto shivered at the way Kyuubi spoke his voice. Stupid Bijou, trying to act all sexy to mess with his mind. What's worse was that he was almost tempted to do as she said. Almost. His actions did not go unnoticed, however, as Chishimo watched Naruto shiver with a bit of worry. "Are you alright, Naruto-san?" he asked, sounding concerned. "You look a little actually." Chishimo really couldn't come up with a proper way to describe how Naruto looked. His face looked pale and he had broken out into a cold sweat. At the same time, his cheeks were suffused with red, almost as if he was blushing. Not able to think of anything, the man finished lamely with, "Well, you look like you're not yourself." "I'm fine," Naruto was, shivering a bit more as his fear of ghosts and embarrassment at Kyuubi's words warred within his mind. Doing his best to shake them both off, he said, "Just remembering something is all." Not wanting Chishimo to question him anymore, and needing to speak of something, anything, so that he could ignore the giggling within his mind, Naruto changed the subject. "I'm not really sure I believe this cursed warrior is actually a ghost. When in doubt, go with denial." "Then what do you think this cursed warrior is?" Chishimo asked, looking slightly skeptical. The man seemed to be somewhat superstitious. Not that Naruto could say anything, much as he may try to deny it, the blonde had always believed in, and been deathly afraid of, ghosts. "It's quite possible that this ghost is the work of someone who is looking to spread chaos in your country to gain power," Naruto said, trying to think through this logically. He refused to believe that a ghost was actually involved. Though this could have been more out of fear than actually believing his own words. "You think so?" Chishimo asked, surprise evident in his features. "Yes," Naruto stated, more to himself than Chishimo. "But who would do such a thing?" Naruto was beginning to suspect this man was as naive as he used to be. There were always greedy people who would be more than willing to kill others if it got them what they wanted. Hell, there were people who would do even more despicable things if it allowed them to accomplish their goals. Naruto's mind instantly went to Orochimaru, who was willing to defile the previous Hokages by resurrecting them from the grave and forcing them to fight against their village. If there were people out there who were willing to commit atrocities like that, then there had to be hundreds of people who were killing someone and pretending to be his deceased spirit. "Whoever had the most to gain from Washi's death," Naruto said, pausing in thought as he reviewed all of the information that had just been given to him. He looked over at Chishimo before continuing. "From what you've told me, there are two people here who stand to gain the most. The High Priest, Moso, could have. My master is a good and virtuous man." Chishimo interrupted Naruto, some anger lacing his voice. The blonde was actually taken aback by the venom in the man's voice. From the way he was talking, one would think Naruto had just insulted his ancestors. Before the blonde Chunin could even think of speaking, Chishimo continued, saying, "He couldn't be involved in this." Naruto looked at the man before shrugging. It was obvious Chishimo was biased towards this Moso guy, but the blonde knew he had to look at everything objectively. Facts were facts, and even if Chishimo firmly believed that his master would never be involved in a crime like this, there was always the possibility that the man he served was simply lying to him in order to gain his trust. Such things were not uncommon. Still, he said nothing more to the man's master, not wanting to anger him. Instead, he said, then there is also Komiai. It is quite possible that he assassinated your daimyo to gain power, then got angry when it didn't work. Considering the daimyo's advisor had been considered for ascension to daimyo himself, it was a very plausible theory. And it was clear that this was the one Chishimo believed. It's true, he's been complaining bitterly ever since Sugi-sama was chosen over him, Chishimo stated firmly. His eyes seemed to blaze with conviction, or desperation as he grasped at straws. It was hard to tell him. I wouldn't put it past him to manufacture the cursed warrior himself, and then start these evil rumors. Well, let's not get ahead of ourselves, Naruto said, bringing Chishimo down from his fanatical high. It was obvious to Naruto that the earnest man truly believed Komiai was responsible, but that was more of a byproduct of his belief that his master, Moso, was too just to be involved in something like an assassination. Naruto had no such beliefs one way or the other, and until he had more clues with which to go on, would hold them both in suspicion until one or the other was proven innocent or guilty. After all, a ninja must always look underneath. After the first few days of travel, Naruto ended up growing tired of the civilian pace being set. In order to speed up their progress and get to Tori no Kuni faster, he had taken to carrying Chishimo piggyback. That way he could use his chakra-enhanced speed to blaze a trail to the man's country. With the pace the blonde had set, the kind of pace which only the likes of Mato Guy and Rock Lee would ever bother going, they arrived in the capital of Tori no Kuni within 2 weeks, instead of the standard month. Naruto had to admit the country was beautiful just as Chishimo had said. The capital possessed a lot more flora than most other cities, giving life to the otherwise standard buildings and dirt roads. Much of the city itself had walls following the roadways, creating an interconnecting set of paths that were much like a maze. With his unnaturally sharp eyes, Naruto could see the large hedging surrounding what the blonde assumed was the palace, even though it was the dead of night. Running into the capital city with Chishimo still on his back, the blonde followed the path set for him by large plaster walls. So which way is it to your master's place? Asked Naruto as his eyes moved back and forth across the city. The entire place, except for the palace in the center, all looked the exact same to him. Even if Naruto knew where Mozo's house was, he would probably get lost because everything looked identical. It's just a few blocks ahead. If you go right at this next intersection, then take another left 2 intersections down, you should see it. I'll point it out to you when we get closer. Right. As Naruto continued moving, the sound of a whistle pierced the night air. It was a pretty shrill noise, one that cut through the air like the wail of a banshee. It sounded like some kind of alarm. Skidding to a stop, the blonde shinobi surveyed the area while saying out loud, "What was that sound?" While Naruto did not find out what the sound was or where it had come from, he did find something else which was likely the reason the noise had appeared in the first place. Up in the sky above him was a figure clad in white samurai armor. It floated through the air above him, hovering just like one would expect of a ghost. The sight sent a chill down Naruto's spine that he refused to give in. He wouldn't fail some mission just because of some stupid ghost. Clad all in white with a helmet and a halberd in its hand, wearing the mask of an evil demon with the eyes of fire, there can be no doubt about it. That's the cursed warrior. Naruto's right eye twitched violently. Did Chishimo have to give him such an evil and creepy description? It wasn't like he needed one, and really, listening to the guy just made him feel that much more jittery. Focusing back to the task at hand, Naruto began saying, "Okay, this is where you get off." Chishimo looked surprised as Naruto set him down, then made the hand seal to his favorite jutsu. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. 2 clones appeared next to them in a puff of smoke. The blonde pointed at the copies he made and said, "These 2 will escort you to your master's house. I'm going to go after this cursed warrior, and see just what kind of warrior he really is." Not even giving Chishimo time to say anything, Naruto pumped chakra to his legs and jumped, taking to the sky and landing on the roof of a building several feet away. He dashed off, hopping across the roofs as he chased after the so-called cursed warrior. Looking up at the sky, he saw that the armor-clad warrior was still floating up above him, just a few meters out from his position. He was soon forced to abandon his roof hopping when he entered a more forested area. As the trees passed by him in a blur, Naruto looked on ahead and saw that he was coming up on a single building surrounded by a small wooden fence. Without hesitating, the blonde Chunin ran towards the building, coming to a stop just a few feet in front of it. The building he was staring at reminded Naruto of some of the shrines he had seen. It was elevated several feet above the ground by rocks that had been compressed together, then had sediment poured in between them to form a wall. There was a staircase in front of him, leading to a small rectangular pedestal that looked like it was used to light incense. Behind the pedestal sat a building that looked very much like the Honden of a Shinto shrine, right down to its architectural style. Only the scent of death that hung in the air, stale and old, let Naruto know that this was a burial site, likely to the recently deceased daimyo and Sugi's father. A frown marred Naruto's face as his eyes scanned the area, glowing unnaturally bright as his enhanced vision cut through the night with ease. He couldn't see anything, and his hearing couldn't pick up any movement either. Channeling Yuki into his eyes, the blonde's irises went from blue to amethyst, the pupils elongating into slits. His frown increased when he still couldn't see anything, not even a flicker of chakra anywhere. That didn't bode well. Kyubi, can you sense anything? Upon hearing Naruto's question, the great Bijou perked up. Extending her senses outside of the blonde's body, she looked for any sign of the armor-clad figure that her tenant had been chasing. After a moment, a frown marred her face. She sighed, then shook her head and said, "No, nothing. Odd. Could they be masking their presence?" Kyubi scoffed, sounding insulted as she said, "They may be able to hide to your inferior senses. But no human can hope to hide from me." The very notion that somebody, a mere human at that, could possibly hide their presence so thoroughly that even she could not sense it was ridiculous. Naruto gulped as the chills once more returned. So then it might really be a ghost. A severe case of eye twitching was the response to his fear. "Oh, for the love of, when did you become such a coward?" Naruto shouted in his mindscape, affronted by Kyubi's accusation. "I am not a coward. I don't like ghosts." Kyubi sighed, then rolled her eyes and said, "Even if it is a ghost, you can still hurt it with ninjutsu. Remember, a ghost is nothing more than a spirit. Therefore, it is made up entirely of spiritual energy. Chakra is partially made up of spiritual energy, and Yuki is far more potent than chakra and possesses a more supernatural aspect to it. It doesn't matter if the thing you are dealing with is a ghost, you should be more than capable of killing it just like anything else." "How can I kill something if it's already dead?" "Grr. You know what I mean. Stop being so damn obstinate." Kyubi's words were cut off as the door leading into the burial site opened with a loud creak. Naruto stiffened, fear coursing through him. Fuck, he just had to be dealing with a ghost, didn't he? God, he hated his life. Despite his fear, the blonde had the peace of mind to summon a pair of kunai. He thought about getting out his katana, or even Kubikirahucho. Having a big-ass head-cleaving blade would make him feel infinitely better right about now, but wasn't sure if weapons would even work yet. No sense in bringing out the big guns until he figured out if they would even be of any use to him. The warrior in white armor slowly stepped out of the doorway. It then proceeded to float past the pedestal and land on the ground a few feet away from Naruto. Said blonde did his best not to let the creepy glowing yellow eyes of the armored warrior get to him. The way they were staring at him was really giving him the creeps. Unable to deal with the look anymore, the whiskered shinobi pointed at the warrior and shouted, "All right. I don't know who the fuck you are, but if you think I'm gonna let some creepy-ass specter scare me, you've got another thing coming." Within her seal, Kyubi's face palmed. Is it just me, or is Naruto allowing his fear over ghosts to revert himself back to his original self? The armored warrior didn't respond, and Naruto, unaware of Kyubi's question, decided that he had enough. With a flick of his wrists, the blonde sent the two kunai in his hand soaring through the air. They impaled the chest plate of the warrior with quite a bit of voice, enough to send it stumbling backwards several steps as the dull planking sound of metal piercing metal echoed throughout the clearing. Still, the apparition didn't seem at all bothered by having a pair of kunai impaling it, as it just straightened back up. Eyes twitching as he stared at the thing, for that was all he could call this armored warrior, Naruto decided that he was going to bring out the big gun's sword. Reaching into his pouch, he summoned a sealing scroll from one of the storage seals inside his kunai pouch. He unrolled the scroll in midair, biting his thumb and then swiping it along the parchment, a thin trail of blood following in its wake. With a burst of smoke, Naruto unsealed Kubikirahucho. He swung the blade up, letting it rest on his shoulder, and took a wide stance. For a moment, neither of them moved. Naruto's amethyst eyes narrowed. His feet slid further apart, rustling the dirt underneath, but that was the only movement he made. With slow, steady breaths as he tried to calm his beating heart, Naruto waited for the thing in front of him to make the first move. It did, taking a single step forward, its armor clanking together, rattling ominously. Naruto didn't let it take another step. Bursting forward, propelled by a Yuki-enhanced push off the ground, Naruto almost glided above the ground as he sped towards the cursed warrior. He channeled Yuki through Kubikirahocho, the blade becoming consumed with an intense flame of ethereal purple. Naruto dashed past the armored figure, the large head cleaver slashing through the samurai armor like a hot knife through butter. Skidding to a stop just a few feet behind the warrior, the blonde turned around and went back into a ready stance, waiting to see what would happen next. For a moment, nothing seemed to happen. Naruto was about to begin freaking out about how his Yuki didn't even seem to be capable of defeating this apparition, when light burst forth from the armor. Bright rays of light came out of the sword slash the blonde had made in the armored body. From left shoulder to right hip the intense rays shot out from the inside, as if something was trying to break through the armored shell. As the light began to disappear, the armored figure fell backwards, hitting the ground with a loud clang. Naruto waited for a few moments, wanting to make sure that the thing he had attacked would stay down. After several seconds, which to him felt like hours, the blonde moved cautiously towards the armored figure. He stopped when his foot was close enough to touch it and frowned, then gulped. Kneeling down, he grabbed the first piece of armor he could get his hands on, the helmet, and lifted it off the ground. Looking inside of the armor, Naruto paled when he saw that it was empty. Oh my god! This really is a ghost. This is so not cool. Why did I ever accept this mission? Oh, wait, I didn't. Oba-chan ordered me to go on it. Damn that woman! She knew I would run into a ghost and be forced into mortal combat with it. I bet she's laughing at me even now. That horrid loathsome. For love of all that is good and holy, shut up. Kyuubi snapped from inside the seal. However, Naruto was too far gone, having gone from complaining about how horrible Tsunade was to send him on a mission that would involve fights with the supernatural, to ranting about how he was gonna, in his own words, prank her ass into oblivion for making him go on this stupid mission. Kyuubi sighed, sitting down on the bed and covering her ears with as many of the fluffy pillows around her that she could reach. You know, she commented, her voice muffled by the large red pillow on her face. He's as bad as you are when it comes to dealing with ghosts, and the like. There were no words spoken, but Kyuubi got the distinct feeling of embarrassment coming from the area around her. She let out a mild chuckle, but was forced to stop when she realized Naruto was still continuing his rant, only now it was about something entirely unrelated to ghosts or pranks. And when I get out of here, I'm gonna treat myself to several dozen bowls of ramen. I wonder what kind I should have. Maybe miso, pork and chicken, or chicken, shrimp and miso, or maybe. Kyuubi groaned as she buried her face in her bed. Kami, what did I do to deserve this? She had not been expecting an answer, but Kyuubi thought she heard snickering. Lifting up a single finger, she gave a one-fingered salute, even though she was sure her guardian couldn't even see it. She sighed. All Kyuubi could do now was pray Naruto ran out of breath soon. Because if she had to listen to this brat talk for much longer, then she was going to go insane. A ghost of a chance. I'm glad to see you've finally recovered from your most recent bout of idiocy, Kyuubi couldn't help but comment as Naruto sat in Saiza in a small room, with Shishimo off to the side sitting in a similar position. It was the morning after the incident with the ghost, and it had taken Naruto nearly that long before he had calmed down enough to think logically. Shishimo had been in for quite the shock when he had come running to find Naruto, fearing the worst after said blonde shinobi had gone after the cursed warrior, only to find the ninja in question debating with himself about ramen of all things. It definitely made him question the blonde's sanity for a moment at least. Ah yes, well, Naruto felt his face heat up in embarrassment as he remembered his momentary bout of weirdness last night all too well. It wasn't quite something he wished to recall, or have thrown in his face, something that Kyuubi seemed all too keen on doing. It's not like I'm afraid of ghosts or anything. Of course not, Kyuubi placated the boy. Naruto either didn't hear, or was ignoring the smile that could practically be heard in her voice. Given who this was, it was most likely that he had not even heard. I mean, it's just that I can't fight things like ghosts. Naruto continued his attempt at denial. Give me ninja, demons, and zombies any day of the week and I can take those things down no problem. But it's different with ghosts. Just how the hell am I supposed to hit something that can go through walls? You know? Zombies? Naruto stopped his rant at Kyuubi's words. The red-haired demon currently sealed within his gut sounded confused. Yes, she definitely sounded confused. That was a first. Just what made you decide to include zombies in the list of things you wouldn't mind fighting? You haven't even fought a zombie before. Well, Naruto would have scratched the back of his head to come up with an answer that didn't make him sound like an idiot, but given that Kyuubi wouldn't see the move anyways, and the one person who was likely to think he was insane if he did, the whisker-marked shinobi refrained from doing so. It's just that, all those zombie movies I've watched with Ankone-chan, I guess. And if ghosts can exist, then surely zombies can too, right? I'm just saying I would take zombies over ghosts any day of the week. I see. It was quite clear from her voice that Kyuubi did not see, but just wasn't willing to push the issue. Obviously, this whole ghost fiasco had Naruto losing what little sanity his mind possessed, if it had possessed any to begin with. Plus, I don't want to get cursed, and once more Naruto was on a roll with his rant. Anything else would just kill me, and I can deal with that. God knows I've had enough people trying to kill me, but a curse? How do you deal with that? And that's not even going into how I might get possessed. Are you even listening to me? A pause. Not really, no, Naruto scowled, but Kyuubi, being sealed inside of him and all that, didn't notice. I mean, I was at first because it's kind of amusing to listen to you trying to justify your fear of ghosts. I'm not afraid of ghosts, Naruto denied vehemently. Once more there was the very strong urge to pout and cross his arms, and only the knowledge that, A, Kyuubi wouldn't see it anyways and B, Chishimo would and likely question his sanity. Keeping him from doing didn't mean he didn't want to, however, just that he couldn't. Whatever you say, Naruto, Kyuubi replied nonchalantly, as if she couldn't care one way or the other. There was also an underlying hint of amusement in her voice that Naruto did not like one bit. In any case, while it was amusing at first, listening to you babble on about why you dislike ghosts got boring fast, so I stopped listening. Naruto sighed, and almost let his shoulders unconsciously droop. I figured as much. Are you okay, Naruto-san? Asked Chishimo, a concerned expression on his face. He probably felt he had a right to be concerned as for the past 15 minutes the blonde shinobi had been making strange faces at himself. So far Chishimo had seen everything from embarrassment to anger to fear. It was almost like he was talking to someone. But that couldn't be it because there was no one else around to talk to and Naruto had been keeping his mouth shut the whole time. Right. Naruto looked up, disengaging from the dialogue he was having with his inner vixen to look at the man sitting to his left. He blinked several times, his brain registering and comprehending the words spoken to him. Then once that process was complete, he gave a sheepish grin and scratched the back of his head. Oh yeah, I'm fine. I was just thinking. Chishimo's eyebrows furrowed. Thinking? About what? Naruto opened his mouth to answer Chishimo, and then promptly closed it when he realized he wasn't quite sure what to say. He certainly couldn't tell the man that truth. How would he even say it? I was just having a conversation with the nine-tailed demon fox that was capable of turning into a super-hot woman who loves messing with me and is currently sealed inside of my gut. Yeah, he could see how well that would work out. Busted. Hush you, Naruto thought with a scowl as he heard Kyuubi's snickering inside of his mind. Maybe it was just him, but for some reason he couldn't help but feel that the fox had been teasing him a lot more than usual, and insulting him a lot more than usual. He would have pondered this and what it could mean, but was forced to change his mental processes so he could answer Chishimo. I was just wondering why is living in such squalor. He gestured to the room they were sitting in. The small room the two were currently occupying wasn't ugly, or unkempt or anything. The room, and by extension the rest of the house, was very basic, possessing brown tatami flooring, paper sliding doors with the depiction of birds flying over a lake, and paper-thin walls. It most certainly did not live up to the splendor Naruto would have suspected someone who held the title of daimyo's advisor to live in. And Naruto had no trouble commenting on that fact. I mean, considering he is one of the most important figures in the country next to the daimyo, I would have expected him to be living a bit more extravagantly. Naruto took a quick moment to pat himself on the back as Chishimaru's expression went from concern that there was a possible crazy person in the room with him to understanding. Oh yeah, he was good. Smooth, Naruto. Real smooth. I do try. Yes, I can see why you would be curious about that, Chishimaru spoke, completely unaware of the fact that Naruto was keeping up two conversations at once. You see, the trappings of wealth do not interest Mozo-sama. So he lives frugally, as suits a man of his wisdom. That had been about what Naruto expected Chishimaru to say. The older man was quite obviously a devout follower of this Mozo character. Well, whatever, it could be as he said, but it could also just as easily be a ploy designed to make people let their guard down. Naruto would just have to prepare for either possibility. He looked around the room once more, his nose twitching. So just where is this Mozo guy? Right here, a voice spoke up from behind the shoji screen door. Chishimaru turned his torso around so that he could place both hands on the door and slide it open, and upon doing so revealed a very large man wearing a white robe with long sleeves that flared out and hid his hands from view. Over his robe the man was wearing a strange two-piece cloth that covered the lower right half of his torso down to his legs, and upper left shoulder like some kind of half-cape. The unusual-looking clothing was attached in the center of his chest with a ring, and over all that he was wearing what looked like a strap made up of green and purple. Beyond his clothing, Naruto also noticed that he was bald, with only a pair of sideburns to signify he once had hair. Other than that, the only noticeable traits about this man was his Fu Manchu mustache, and the way his eyes seemed to be constantly closed. To be honest, Naruto didn't think the guy looked like an official to a daimyo, and more like an old magician like the ones he had heard about traveling with the circus. Not that he would actually say that out loud. I am Mozo, the man introduced himself. And you must be the young ninja that Konoha sent to help us deal with this cursed warrior. I hear you even managed to confront it last night when it attacked Komiai-sama. Naruto took a deep breath, restraining both his gulp and the shudder that threatened to run down his spine. He wasn't about to make himself look like some kind of fool in front of the daimyo's advisor by freaking out. When he was sufficiently calm, the blonde Uzumaki continued. Yes, I did. Well? Mozo made no gesture, but Naruto got the distinct impression that the man was asking for more information. These suspicions were confirmed a second later when the much larger male asked, Did you manage to uncover anything as to the identity of the cursed warrior? Unfortunately not, Naruto answered, pausing for a moment as he tried to decide just what he should tell the man. The cursed warrior that I fought last night was nothing but an empty suit of armor. It's possible that whoever is behind the cursed warrior's appearance may be versed in puppetry. If that's the case, then the ghost you're dealing with is nothing more than a puppet that's dancing to the tune of someone who wishes to cause unrest amongst your people. A puppeteer, you say? Mozo murmured, sounding troubled. Not that Naruto could quite blame the man. While puppets wouldn't be much of a problem for Naruto due to the fact that most relied on poisons and he was immune to such, puppeteers were still tricky opponents. It's just a possibility, Naruto told him. I have no proof whether what I said is true or not, but it's a plausible theory, one that only needs me to find further evidence to back it up. Naruto, Kyubi interrupted. You know as well as I do that the suit of armor you fought was not being controlled by any puppeteer. You should have been able to sense that there were no chakra strings attached to the armor, and even if you couldn't, then I would have. Yes, well, you can't expect me to tell him that. What am I supposed to say? Oh, sorry, but the cursed warrior was actually just an empty husk with nothing living inside of it, not even chakra. There's a good possibility that you're actually dealing with a real-life ghost. I think not. At least with this I sound more competent than admitting that we might actually be dealing with the supernatural. That, and Naruto refused to admit that what he fought last night was a ghost, because so long as he thought about things logically, without any of that supernatural nonsense, he could function at full capacity. Denial was such a wonderful thing. Rest assured, however, that I will eventually get to the bottom of this. Your resolve is encouraging, Mozo said. We have just installed a new daimyo. This is no time for unrest. Please eliminate these harmful rulers of the cursed warrior as soon as possible. The man paused, but only for long enough to surprise Naruto by bending over while sitting in a low bow, hands placed on either side of his head, and his head nearly touching the floor. You are our only hope. I beg of you. Ugh, this was just great. How could he possibly say no when the man was quite literally begging him, stupid jerk? Now he had to stick around and get to the bottom of this cursed warrior business. Stupid cursed warrior. Well, there was nothing to it. Naruto's job was clear and his task was set. He would need to gather information on all of the sightings of the cursed warrior, as well as more knowledge on anybody who stood to gain from the cursed warrior's existence. Naruto could only hope that this mission wouldn't get him killed. Or worse, cursed. It wasn't long after the meeting with Moso that Naruto and Chichimo found themselves sitting in a small open-door stand. The tiny place reminded Naruto a lot of the Ichiraku ramen stand he always ate at back home, only without the mouth-watering smell of ramen or the cute waitress in I Am Nechan. The walls were slightly dirty, though judging from the cracks it had more to do with age than improper upkeep. Currently, he and Chichimo were sitting on a pair of stools in front of the bar table after ordering a set of bird wings, a specialty dish of Tori no Kuni. Here are your bird wings, enjoy. The balding male behind the counter set a plate of wings down on the table in front of Naruto, along with a bowl of dipping sauce and some miso soup. Their wings were kind of small, and there was very little meat on them. Truth be told, they didn't look very filling, but they certainly smelled delicious. Grabbing one of the wings, Naruto dipped it in some of the sauce and took a tentative bite. Hey, he murmured in surprise after swallowing his food. He took another bite, chewed, then swallowed again, before a smile crossed his face. These are pretty good. I'm glad you like them, Chichimo said from where he sat on Naruto's left, the same pleasant smile he always wore plastered on his face. Unlike the blonde, the older male had just ordered some tea and miso soup. These are a delicacy of Tori no Kuni. They come from a type of bird found only in our country, which is how our country got its name. You don't say, Naruto said, only paying the words passing attention. He finished his first wing and quickly grabbed a second, taking one bite out of it and swallowing before deciding they should probably get down to business. As interesting as your country's history sounds, we should probably begin correlating what we know about the cursed warrior situation so far. Yes, Chichimo agreed, I do believe you are right. Okay, Naruto sighed as he finished his second chicken wing and set the bones back on the plate. He looked at the other wings he had left, his fingers twitching in ache to grab another. However, he held himself back for the moment. His food would still be there when he finished this conversation. So from what I've seen, the situation here actually seems quite stable, cursed warrior aside. Your friend Sagi has just assumed the throne after the death of his father, the previous daimyo. He is young, and therefore inexperienced, so he has Moso, a man who is much wiser and has experience in dealing with country politics, acting as his advisor. There doesn't really seem to be anything wrong there. The setup looks and feels like a perfectly stable form of government, the wiser advisor guiding the hands of the young daimyo, and teaching him until he can take the reins of the country himself. Yes, that is exactly how it is, Chichimo said. That's why Mozo-sama was chosen to be the advisor over Komiai-sama, because Mozo-sama is both wise and kind. In fact, he was the reason I am where I am today. You see, Mozo-sama made me a page, saving me from poverty. Naruto nodded but didn't really pay attention to Chichimo's words. To him, it just sounded like the older male was trying to proclaim the greatness of his master, rather than actually adding any useful information that Naruto could use. However, it's clear that someone does not like what is going on in this country, hence the cursed warrior, the blonde continued. The rumors that are floating around are claiming it's the ghost of the previous daimyo who has come back from the grave, and it's caused the country a lot of unrest. Naruto furrowed his brow as he tried to think of a logical reason for the cursed warrior's existence. He had gotten much smarter during his tenure as a shinobi of Konoha, but that didn't mean thinking was his strongest point. Naruto was, and always would be, someone who preferred simply confronting his problems with his fists. It could be that someone is jealous, perhaps one of the nobles or someone of importance within Tori no Kuni doesn't like the fact that the current daimyo succeeded him. If that is the case, then it wouldn't be stretch of the imagination to assume that whoever this person is, they created the cursed warrior to cast doubt upon the current daimyo's rule. The people of the elemental nations were by their very nature a superstitious folk. Ghosts coming back from the grave to haunt others was often seen as an ill omen. That this particular ghost was supposedly the former daimyo of the country made even more of an impact. It would not take much to make the average citizen assume that the reason for the former daimyo rising from the grave was because the current one had killed him in order to usurp the throne. Do you know of anyone who may wish for the current daimyo to be ousted? Naruto asked Chichimo, turning his head to face the older male who had adopted a slightly depressed look. I hate to say it, but the one who comes to mind the most is Komi-sama, Paige told him. Naruto frowned, but didn't say anything to prove or disprove the man's words. No theory could be discarded. There was a good possibility that this Komi character really was the one behind the cursed warrior. At the same time, it bothered Naruto that Chishimo was so set on sticking with this one belief and not looking at other possible theories. Then again, Chishimo did not possess the mind of a ninja, so he couldn't really be blamed. I want to see your daimyo, Naruto told the man suddenly, so suddenly that Chishimo gaped at him, a startled look on his face. What? The older male blinked, his mind processing the words before he could really respond to them. You can't, Sagi-sama no longer allows people to see him. Even my best friend is no longer allowed to see him. I don't care, Naruto said. I need to speak with him. He needed more information than what he currently had, as well as another perspective. So far all he had come from Chishimo, whose opinion was seriously biased, and Moso, who had not actually given him any useful information for his investigation. Adding the perspective of the current daimyo would go a long way towards giving him more knowledge to work with, plus with the rumors that the cursed warrior was the man's deceased father, the blonde was sure Sagi would have done some investigating on his own. I don't know, Chishimo started unsurely. He didn't look all that enthused about letting Naruto see his friend, which meant he would need some more convincing. Listen, the whisker-marked shinobi started. I need more information if I'm going to get to the bottom of this. As the daimyo of this country, your friend must know something, especially with the rumors going around about the cursed warrior. If I can learn something, even something as basic as a few theories and suppositions, I'll be one step closer to finding out who is behind the cursed warrior's existence. He could see Chishimo teetering, but it looked like he needed another push. You're his friend, aren't you? Don't you want to help him? Alright, Chishimo sighed, giving in after several moments of what looked like an internal debate. With slightly slumped shoulders and a resigned look, he said, I'll see what I can do about getting you a meeting with Sagi-sama. Thank you, Naruto said with a nod. Now let's finish eating. If I'm going to be meeting with the daimyo, I want to do it with a full stomach. They were crouching in a large patch of grass as they waited in silence for their target to appear. The small, gentle waves of the lake lapped at the sandy shore, producing a soft sound that added to the tranquility of the area around them. Naruto took in his surroundings with an interested gaze, a large lake with several small islands near the center. The area around the lake was made up of several patches of large grass like the one he and Chishimo crouched in, and other spots that were completely barren. Surrounding the lake and its shore on all sides was a large field of trees, the perfect place for an ambush if one had the desire to do so. Off in the distance, large, rolling hills could be seen blocking the horizon line. So tell me why we're here again? Asked Naruto. Having finished taking in his surroundings, he turned to look at Chishimo, who was crouched down beside him and staring intently at a small peninsula to the lake. Because this is the place where Sagi-sama used to play with his sister, Tokidano, when they were younger, Chishimo answered. He must have realized that such an answer didn't really tell Naruto much, because a few seconds later he continued without needing to be prompted. He will not meet with us, so that means we'll have to meet with him outside of the palace. This place is where some of his fondest memories are, and also, Paige's eyes softened a bit, glazing over as his eyes saw something only he could see. This place holds many fond memories for me as well. Naruto remained silent after that. Whether they met Sagi there or not, it would be disrespectful to interrupt the man when he was clearly remembering something so precious. Instead, he turned his attention back towards the area around them, checking and rechecking possible ambush points as a way to occupy his mind. Thankfully, he didn't have to wait for too long. Barely minutes after the small conversation had passed, a large jiao made of redwood was being carried by 2 oxen, one in front and one in back. Walking along on all sides of the jiao were several samurai, 2 on either side, making for a total of 4. Naruto only paid the guards and oxen a passing glance, having focused most of his attention on the person in the jiao. Said person was a young man, by the looks of things, with short black hair that had a choppy fringe over his head and a pair of jaw-length bangs framing his face. He had black eyes and pale skin, and was definitely royalty by the looks of his clothing. The man was wearing a very intricate-looking kimono made of a light purple, with a darker purple piping lining the edges. Underneath the kimono, Naruto could see gray clothing peeking out from the collar, and along the 2 slits that ran over the man's shoulders. One thing that Naruto noticed, beyond the clothing and general physical features of the person, was that they had a decidedly feminine look. This guy was definitely one of those Bishounen like Sasuke team. He was probably a jerk like Sasuke team as well. The Jiao soon came to a stop, the oxen halting in their tracks, and the samurai that had been standing guard at the front of the procession came up to the young daimyo and said, "Excuse me, Sugi-sama, but we've arrived." Sugi opened his eyes and turned his head to look at the guard that had spoken. "Thank you," he said, before turning his attention to the lake. Naruto frowned as he watched the very young daimyo from afar. "Is it just me, or does something seem off about him?" Naruto wondered out loud. "What do you mean?" Chishimo asked, turning his head to look at the spiky-headed blonde. Naruto noticed the look he was getting, but did his best to ignore it as he furrowed his brow in thought. "I don't know," he said at last, pausing only for a second before continuing to speak. "Something just feels not quite right when I look at Sugi." The whisker-marked shinobi watched as the daimyo took something out of his pocket. He couldn't see what it was, but whatever he was holding seemed to make the young country leader depressed. Then again, maybe I'm just a bit shocked at seeing someone so young ruling a country. Chishimo gave him an odd look that Naruto couldn't place for a moment, before nodding. "I guess I can understand why you would think that," he said, then turned his attention back towards Sugi, who was now wiping the corner of his eyes with his sleeve. The truth is, many people do not actually think Sugi is fit to lead due to his age. There was a bit of unrest when it was decided that he would succeed to the throne after his father died. Naruto perked up slightly at hearing this. The information Chishimo had just unknowingly given him was quite possibly the best bet for discovering the secret behind the cursed warrior. Thinking about it, the whiskered shinobi was more than capable of believing that one of the higher-ups had decided to create the ghostly figure that had been haunting the country due to their dissatisfaction with the new daimyo being so young. Perhaps out of jealousy, or maybe even. Naruto's thought process was halted, his entire body stiffening silently as the sixth sense he developed for sensing killing intent and chakra usage pricked at the back of his mind. It was a small feeling of menace, so small that had it been anyone else's rank they would have missed it. The only reason Naruto could even sense the intent was thanks to his transformation in the Forest of Death, increasing his ability to sense such shifts in the atmosphere. "Kyubi. The feeling is coming from beneath the water," the vixen told him, having already sensed what he had and predicted his question. "However, it's not directed at you, which means..." "Sugi." Just as Naruto's mind realized who was being targeted, 3 shuriken came flying out of the water. Knowing there was very little time to react, the Konoha shinobi flicked his wrists, summoning his own shuriken into his hand. Another flick sent the star-shaped projectile weapons slicing through the air, where they met with the other shuriken in a clang of steel and sparks. Over where the Jiao still sat, the oxen became restless while the guards all brought out their swords as a threat revealed itself to their lord. Sugi himself looked just as surprised as those guarding him. With the shuriken no longer a threat to the daimyo of Tori no Kuni, Naruto dashed forward from his cover. From within his pocket he pulled out the scroll concealing Kubikiri Bocho, unsealing the massive head-cleaving sword and placing the blunt end against his shoulder. Absently, he frowned at how long it had taken him to unseal the massive weapon. He would need to find a way to bring his sword out much more quickly if he wanted it to be usable in combat against S-ranked opponents. Those thoughts were soon dispelled when 3 swords emerged from the water, sticking up like the fin of a shark. Naruto appeared in front of the Jiao with Sugi and the guards that were trying to quell the frightened oxen just as the water in front of him burst. It was time for him to go to work. There were 3 of them, Naruto noted as his enhanced eyesight took in the ninja assassins. They were all wearing the same outfit, blue gi with flared-out blue pants that ended in a pair of 2-toed boots. Underneath that was a long-sleeve mesh shirt, and their outfits were topped off with a gray mask that had brown spikes on the top, making the 3 ninja look nearly identical. Each one of them was also carrying a bladed weapon, a kodachi, a short sword with a straight blade typically used for piercing attacks. Despite their usefulness, very few ninjas actually used those kinds of weapons. Naruto would have thought about it further, but the mere fact that they were here to assassinate the daimyo of the country he was under contract with made that point moot right now. They were enemies and had to be eliminated, that was all there was to it. Moving with the speed granted to him by his yokai-enhanced legs, Naruto burst forward, his form blurring. The first one to fall to his blade was completely unprepared. Naruto appeared right before him, Kubikiri Bocho raised in the air, before, with a great heave, he sliced the blade downwards. The results were rather messy as the head cleaver severed the man in half from the left shoulder to the right hip. The man didn't even get a chance to yell before he was killed. As a spray of blood descended upon the area surrounding the fallen body like mist, Naruto turned his attention onto his next foe. This one was much more prepared, though from the way his eyes had widened behind his mask, he was definitely experiencing a high level of emotion. Whether that was fear, shock, or anger was unknown to Naruto. The blonde came in, planting his left foot firmly on the ground and swinging the massive blade in a graceful arc that whistled through the air. The ninja who he had targeted jumped back, dodging the attack entirely. Or at least he would have if that had been all there was to the attack. Having seen the muscles of the ninja assassin tense in preparation to dodge his blow, Naruto infused the Kubikura Bocho with wind chakra, extending the blade's reach a great deal. The wind-natured chakra created an extension of the blade that was at least a foot longer than it had been, and the ninja who had jumped back had only moved the bare minimum necessary to dodge the steel of the blade itself. When Naruto ran wind chakra through the blade, the ethereal green energy sliced into the ninja assassin's abdomen, opening up a large wound that caused blood to gush out like a geyser and the spine to become severed. The man fell into a heap on the ground, his hands holding his stomach closed as he bled out, staining the brown dirt red. The last of the assassins, having seen the way his comrades had been killed, was quick to dive back into the water. Naruto was tempted to go after him, but his instincts were telling him to be cautious. A good thing too, as moments after the assassin disappeared, there was a large explosion from within the water, causing the liquid to shoot up into the air like a geyser. He used paper bombs in the water to cover his escape, Naruto murmured to himself, his eyes narrowing as he cursed his missed opportunity. He had been hoping to capture one of them for interrogation, as doing so may have very well given him the best lead to discovering who the cursed warrior was. Now that opportunity was lost, and he would need to find another way to solve this mystery. With a heavy sigh, Naruto turned his attention back to the daimyo and his guards. During the time he had battled with those assassins, Chishimo had made his way over to Sigi and was now doing his best to calm down the frightened ox in front. "Whoa, whoa," he said, grabbing hold of the reins and doing his best to keep the beast from causing any damage to the jiao, as well as the man sitting on it. After a bit of work, the ox seemed to settle down, and Chishimo let go of the large beast of burden so that he could turn his attention to the man that he claimed was his best friend. "Sigi-sama, are you all right?" "Yes," Sigi said after a moment's hesitation. "I am unhurt." Chishimo breathed a sigh of relief. "I'm glad," he said, his eyes softening with gratitude at knowing his friend hadn't been harmed during this incident. Had anything happened to Sigi, the young page didn't know what he would have done. Just then, Naruto walked up to the pair, interrupting what may or may not have been a heartfelt moment between friends. "While I don't want to ruin your guys' bonding moment, perhaps you could introduce me to your friend," the whisker-marked blonde suggested. Yes, Chishimo's eyes widened as he realized that he had yet to introduce the man who had saved the daimyo yet. Focusing his attention back on Sigi, he gestured towards the Konoha shinobi, a large smile on his face. "Sigi-sama, this is Uzumaki Naruto, a shinobi who was sent here from Konoha to help us solve the mystery of the cursed warrior." "He shouldn't have bothered to come," Sigi said, the words he used and the tone he spoke in causing Naruto to narrow his eyes. The young daimyo didn't see this, as he had closed his eyes, but only for a second, and when he opened them his irises had gained the same sharpness as the shuriken that had nearly ended his life. "Let me guess, this was Mozo's idea?" "Yes, because he feared for your life, Sigi-sama," Chishimo told his old friend solemnly, "and with very good reason. If Naruto-san hadn't been here then—" "Hold your tongue!" Sigi snapped before Chishimo could finish his sentence. Page seemed startled by his friend's whip-like response, but was quick to bow in apology. "Forgive me." "Wow, you're kind of an asshole, aren't you?" Sigi's head snapped over to Naruto, his eyes widening for a second before they narrowed. "What was that?" the young daimyo hissed in a quiet voice that somehow managed to convey his anger much more clearly than if he were to shout. "You heard me," Naruto said, ignoring Chishimo's startled cry as he focused his attention on the man before him. "This guy right here," he gestured to Page standing to his left, "was so worried about you that he not only traveled all the way to Konoha to hire a ninja, but also paid for quite a bit of the mission itself with money from his own pocket." "Naruto," Chishimo started to say, hoping to stop the blonde before he said too much, but Naruto had no intention of listening and was nowhere near finished. And yet here you sit, insulting and snapping at someone who thinks the world of you, the whisker-marked shinobi continued, his eyes narrowing into a glare. You have to be one of the most selfish, self-centered, stuck-up bastards I've ever met. With a friend like you, I'm not even sure Chishimo needs any enemies. Sugi grit his teeth as he glared at the blonde, his mind teetering on the edge of rage. However, much to Naruto's surprise, he somehow managed to pull himself back and regain control over his emotions. After taking several deep breaths, the young daimyo of Tori no Kuni sent him a look of indifference, as if their small altercation not even a few short seconds ago had not happened. That friendship has been consigned to the past, Sugi said, his eyes closing as he looked away from the whiskered blonde. I have become a daimyo, the ruler of this country, but he remains a page now and forever. Chishimo closed his eyes and bowed his head in depression. It was an act that did not go unnoticed by Naruto, who narrowed his own eyes in anger. I have risen to great heights. I can no longer be seen with him. Che, Naruto scoffed at the daimyo, sounds to me like someone's gotten a big head. You're no leader, just a child with a chip on his shoulders. Sugi narrowed his eyes at the blonde, but Naruto had already turned around at that point, no longer interested in speaking with the man. With a minor huff, the daimyo turned to his guards and began giving them their orders. Proceed. Yes, Sugi-sama. As the Jiao pulled away, Chishimo stood there, looking between his retreating friend and the blonde that had walked off and was now standing near one of the corpses with an expression of interest on his face. After a moment or two of indecision, Paige walked over to Naruto, stopping just a few feet shy of the bloody corpse. Naruto-san, Chishimo called out, getting the blonde's attention to turn from the corpse to him. Please find it in your heart to forgive Sugi-sama for his words, the man begged, causing the young ninja he was talking to raise an eyebrow. And why should I do that? Sugi never used to act like this before, the older male defended his friend. Naruto wondered if he was even aware that he had not used the sama suffix when speaking Sugi's name. But then his father and sister died one after the other. It was then his heart grew cold. I understand why he acts the way he does. Closing his eyes, Naruto released a sigh. Whether that is the case or not, it still doesn't give him the right to treat you like that, he said, surprising Chishimo. I know a lot of people who have suffered just like your friend, people who have lost loved ones and are now forced to rely on themselves. Finally, Naruto looked up at Chishimo with a hard glint in his eyes. Your friend is walking a dangerous path right now. I've seen people like him, people who have become embittered by their loss. If he's not careful, he may just wind up losing himself to darkness. That look he had seen in Sugi's eyes just before snapping at Chishimo, Naruto had seen that look plenty of times in Sasuke to recognize those eyes. The eyes of an avenger. Sugi isn't like that. Chishimo defended his friend fervently, his voice passionate and slightly angry. I know that the kind-hearted Sugi I once knew is still there. I know he'll come back, he just needs time. Naruto didn't respond to the younger man's defense of his friend. He had too much experience with people like Sugi to truly believe that the daimyo could change back with something as simple as time. But then, his own experiences with Avengers was jaded, so perhaps he was wrong and Chishimo's friend would eventually go back to the way he had been before losing his family. Everyone was different after all. A glint of steel flashed out of the corner of his eyes, breaking Naruto from his thoughts and making him turn to look at whatever had caught his attention. It was a small shuriken, one of the ones that had been thrown by those assassins. Walking over to it, Naruto knelt down and picked the projectile up so he could study it. The shuriken was much different than the ones he used. For one, his had 6 sides to it, while this one only had 3. Another thing Naruto noticed about the shuriken was its shape. The blades were diamond-shaped, and were attached to a circle in the center. Looking at it more closely, Naruto could see that if he connected the 3 blades with a line, the general shape of the entire shuriken would be that of a triangle. It was like nothing he had ever seen before. Way different than anything he had ever used. Have you found something? Asked Chishimo, who had been watching Naruto curiously as he moved to pick up the shuriken. Looking over the younger male's shoulders, Paige got a good look at what Naruto held in his hands and promptly gasped in surprise. Naruto looked at the man curiously, frowning as he saw Chishimo staring at the shuriken in shock. Is this weapon familiar to you? He asked, taking a wild guess. His guess was proven correct when Chishimo nodded. Yes, the man admitted, still sounding shell-shocked at seeing the weapon that had been used to try and kill his friend. There are no ninja in the land of birds, but some of the guardsmen are receiving special training. I see, Naruto murmured softly, his gaze moving back towards the shuriken. After studying the weapon some more, and memorizing its details, he turned his head to look back at Chishimo. And who commands the guardsmen? They are under the command of the Chishimo's eyes widened as he trailed off for all of 1 second. All of them answered to the tactician, Komiai-sama. Komiai, huh? Naruto looked back down at the projectile, turning it over in his hands with a thoughtful look on his face. Naruto. Naruto responded to Kyuubi's voice, already knowing where she was going. It looks like things are about to get a little more exciting, any? The vixen within his gut stifled a snicker, for once she and her host were on the exact same page. I agree. Well, Naruto said out loud, catching the attention of Chishimo. A smile worked its way onto the blonde's face as he turned to look at the slightly naive older man. It looks like I'm going to be working late tonight. Komiai's residence was quite a bit larger than Mozo's. A structure made in a much more traditional style than what's found nowadays. The mansion where the tactician resided possessed paper walls, a sloped roof, lifted flooring, and was about 6 to 8 times larger than that of the advisors. That did not mean that the structure was large, while it was definitely a decent size, and would easily be considered massive when compared to the buildings surrounding it. The house was still very small compared to many of the buildings in Konoha. Naruto found himself leaning against the wall behind one of the many bushes located within the mansion's walls. It was nearing dawn now, the sun was beginning to lower on the horizon, casting a darkened orange light against the ground that made the shadows that much harsher. Do you really think this will work? Yes, Naruto answered, his eyes closed as he tried to get some rest before he had to move into action. It wasn't like he needed his eyes to see anyways. There were 24 kage bunshin surrounding the building, all of them hinged to look like inanimate objects. All we need to do is wait. Patience is the key here. Patience? Kyuubi's voice adopted an amused tone. You wouldn't know patience if it hit you in the head with a frying pan. Naruto just barely managed to withhold his scowl at the woman's taunt. I'll have you know I am very patient when I need to be. I suppose you have gotten better since becoming a genin, the red-haired vixen admitted. Still, I can't really picture you and patience in the same sentence. Humph. Whatever. Don't be like that, I was just teasing, Kyuubi giggled in response to Naruto's huff. Her voice calmed down a second later, though it still held its tone of amusement to it. You know, this whole plan you hatched is based upon the belief that Komiai knows who the cursed warrior is, or at least has a hunch and is willing to follow up on it. I am well aware of that, Naruto replied. However, given that he encountered the cursed warrior before, I believe he would at least have a theory on who it could be. And I'm willing to bet that he'll follow up on it soon, hopefully tonight. You're just getting restless, Kyuubi teased. I don't think you'd be able to withstand another day of staking out someone's house before going stir-crazy. Naruto's eye began to twitch, and he would have said something to dispute her claim, perhaps something along the lines of how he was more than capable of sitting around for days on end so long as he could accomplish his mission, a lie if he ever knew one. But the very moment he chose to open his mental mouth, a figure emerging from a back door of the mansion caught his eyes. The figure was wearing a blue kimono with the traditional slit in the shoulders that seemed commonplace in Tori no Kuni, but the thing that got Naruto's attention the most was the dark hood with a facial mask that covered all but his eyes. You see that? Asked Naruto, a sense of smug satisfaction in his voice. It looks like I was right. There's no other reason for him to head off without his attendants unless he is going to meet the cursed warrior. Humph, Kyuubi huffed, and Naruto could almost picture her crossing her arms in annoyance. Well, I guess even you can be right at least once in your life. Rather than be angered by the insult, Naruto just smiled. I'll remember you said that the next time I'm right and shove it in your face. Whatever, Kyuubi rolled her eyes. Just follow the tactician before you lose sight of him. Naruto's smile widened slightly as he took to the roof and began following the hooded figure he suspected was Komiai. It looked like he had finally got one up over the woman sealed inside of him, and he was going to savor that victory like a fine wine. With all the stealth a ninja of his caliber possessed, which was quite a bit considering the number of pranks he had gotten away with while running from Chunin, or at least, pranks he would have gotten away with were it not for Irika-sensei, he followed the hooded Komiai. The man in question was walking along the streets, a lantern in his hand, which he had lit once it began to get dark out. Naruto had taken to the roofs, silently hopping from one to the next without Komiai being the wiser. It didn't take too long for the tactician to reach his destination, whilst Naruto himself took to crouching down on a branch of a nearby tree. This is the same place we ran into the cursed warrior. Naruto furrowed his brow as he took in the small shrine once more. He really didn't like this place, though that could just be because this was where he had confronted the man. There was no such thing as ghosts. Where he had confronted the man pretending to be a ghost. It looks like you were actually onto something. Are you saying you doubted me? Asked Naruto, raising an eyebrow in spite of the fact that he knew Kyuubi could not see it. Yes. Naruto sighed, but didn't respond to the woman's taunting. He had a job to do, and he couldn't do it by allowing himself to be reeled into an argument with the fox woman. It was a good thing he hadn't bothered arguing with Kyuubi some more, Naruto decided, because less than a second later the door to the shrine opened up and out walked the white-clad figure of the cursed warrior. Its gait was slow, lilting, as it made its way out of the shrine and into the cool night air. Its armor clacked with each step it made, a haunting rhythm that was almost enough to send chills down Naruto's spine. Only his incredible stubbornness and inherent ability to deny reality kept him from freaking out. As the figure clad in pale white samurai armor stopped moving, Komiai removed the face mask and hood from his head. Naruto narrowed his eyes, frowning for a second, before deciding to get some insight from his inner vixen. Kyuubi. Already on it, Kyuubi replied, pausing for a moment as Naruto allowed her to extend her senses from the seal. The cursed warrior before you is definitely not the one you faced last night. This one has a person inside of it. Naruto closed his eyes and sighed. Which means that there are either two cursed warriors, or the one last night was being controlled by someone from afar. That last one isn't very likely. Even if they had been using chakra strings and were a mile away, I would still sense them. No, your theory on there being two different cursed warriors is much more plausible. I thought so too, Naruto agreed. Which means that there is much more going on here that we're unaware of. He blew out a long breath at the realization that this task had just gotten infinitely harder. Why can't things ever be simple with me? Seriously, it was like some kind of curse. Almost all of the missions he had ever gone went foobar in some way, shape, or form. Either someone up there hated him, or this was just Murphy's Law getting in its kicks, which, come to think of it, may translate into someone up there hating him. Because Kami loves you, Kyuubi said in a way that only she could. Naruto would have rolled his eyes, but he was already getting ready to move out. What are you planning to do now? What else? I'm going down there and kicking ass, Naruto replied in a way that implied his answer should have been obvious. If this is a trap, then now is the best time to spring it, and if not, I can at least get some information by interrogating Komiai and the cursed warrior. Not a bad plan, Kyuubi said after a moment or two. I suppose even you have to get lucky once in a while. Whatever, Naruto rolled his eyes as he prepared to leap off the branch. Try not to talk too much while I'm working. No promises. Remaining as silent as possible, Naruto let himself drop to the ground, and slowly walked up towards where Komiai was standing. For a moment, he wondered how he should do this, quiet and ninja-like or brash and Naruto-esque. Well, he had never been one for the subtle approach, so it looked like he would be doing things Naruto-style. Walking out into the open, Naruto gave a low whistle that managed to catch the attention of the other two people within the vicinity. Who's there? Shouted a startled Komiai, turning around towards the source of the whistle, his head swiveling back and forth before landing on Naruto. This is quite the party you have here, Naruto commented lightly, a small smile playing on his lips. A tactician and a cursed warrior, all we need now is the hero, and we can bring this little conspiracy to an end. Komiai took a step backwards. Excuse me? He asked, his voice sounding quite bewildered. Whether the tactician planned on elaborating his question or not became a moot point when the sound of steel sliding out of its sheath brought all attention onto the cursed warrior as he unsheathed his blade. Without hesitation, the figure cloaked in white samurai armor jumped, leaping high into the air before descending upon Naruto. The whiskered shinobi jumped back, moving well out of the range of the sword as it descended upon the ground with a loud rumble. Komiai decided that it was time for him to bolt, and soon took off running into the forest. Naruto thought about sending a Kage Bunshin or two after him, but figured it wouldn't matter in the end and decided to focus all his attention on beating the person clad in armor. Rushing forward with a burst of speed, Naruto charged the cursed warrior. The figure before him reacted with impressive speed, raising his weapon in preparation to strike at Naruto as soon as he got within reach. However, as the whisker-marked shinobi reached his opponent's range, he shifted his stance, running low to the ground and allowing the sword to pass overhead. The low whistling of the blade as it cut through the air filled Naruto's ears. Several strands of hair were sliced off his head, drifting along lazily in the air as they began their descent. In the palm of Naruto's right hand, a Rasengan formed, the swirling maelstrom of blue energy signaling his intent to end this fight in one blow. It was not to be. When his first attack missed, the cursed warrior jumped back before Naruto could smash the Rasengan into his armor-clad chest. With a growl, Naruto dispelled the blue ball of compressed energy and prepared to re-engage the armor-clad warrior. He shot forward once again, summoning two kunai into his hand and tossing them at his enemy. They didn't do anything, merely clanking off the armor as if they were made of plastic. Naruto frowned. He had been hoping the man would try to dodge or at least block his attack, but wasn't deterred from his course of action. Just because his distraction had done nothing didn't mean he couldn't make do. At least, that's what he thought until the samurai-wearing figure made his first move of the night. The cursed warrior held his sword above his head with his left hand, the tip of the blade pointing towards the night sky. He began to twist it around in a circular motion. At first, Naruto planned on shooting forward in a burst of speed and taking the man out before he could complete whatever it was he was hoping to finish. Such thoughts were dashed when a large gale of cutting winds picked up, forcing the Konoha shinobi to stop. The winds, which began whipping the air around him intensely, soon formed a whirlwind of cutting winds around the armored figure, a protective barrier so thick Naruto couldn't even see the figure within it. This is so not cool, Naruto cursed under his breath. It wasn't that he couldn't defeat these winds with his own attack. He had finished his wind manipulation training after all. No, he had a dozen ways to break through that measly little barrier. The problem was that all of his attacks would also kill the man inside, who he needed to interrogate if he wanted to learn anything. It sucked, but it looked like he was going to need more finesse than he normally used for this battle. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Well, maybe not finesse so much as a distraction, which the large puff of smoke followed by nearly 3 dozen clones bum-rushing the whirlwind did quite admirably. The mass-produced copies didn't attack the whirlwind so much as simply bashing into it face first. It was a sight that would have been comical for anyone not partaking in the battle. Too bad no one but Naruto and the cursed warrior were around to see it. Clone after clone smacked into the wind barrier, which held strong, cutting into the chakra copies and dispelling them in a puff of smoke. The armor-wearing figure inside of the whirlwind watched on as the doppelgangers committed mass suicide with impunity. It was almost like all the Kage Bunshin this kid made were sociopaths. However, whether Naruto's clones had sociopathic tendencies or not, they did their job admirably. The cursed warrior was so busy paying attention to the blonde copies that continued ramming themselves against the wind barrier that he never noticed the cracks spreading out along the ground from underneath him. At least, he never noticed them until the ground split open with a loud crack and the original Naruto burst forth. The armor-clad figure had no time to do so much as even dodge before the spiky-headed blonde smashed him in his masked chin with a powerful uppercut. Due to the weight of his armor, the cursed warrior merely stumbled back, rather than flew back. But that was fine. In fact, it was exactly what Naruto wanted. Once more a spinning ball of destructive energy formed in Naruto's hand, and without giving the samurai-clad warrior a chance to recover, he thrust the ball directly into his enemy's torso. With all the power of a drill, the Rasengan tore into the armor, shredding it to pieces before the man was sent flying into a tree. It was only due to the fact that Naruto had lowered the power so as not to kill him, and the armor itself taking the brunt of the attack that he had not managed to die. As it was, the cursed warrior still found himself slumped against the tree, utterly defeated. Naruto sighed as the remaining clones that had not gotten a chance to kill themselves via running into a whirlwind made of cutting wind blades dispelled. Not quite my style, but at least it did the job. I agree. Kyubi made her presence known once more now that the fight was over. You certainly won't be earning any style points for that. I don't need any comments from the peanut gallery. Thank you very much, Naruto said, causing Kyubi to huff. Having better things to do than get into an argument with the red-haired female locked within his stomach, the whisker-marked ninja walked over to the slumped warrior. The man had certainly seen better days. While Naruto could not see much thanks to the armor covering most of the guy's body, the nasty-looking spiral markings on his stomach more than made up for it. Of course, considering a normal-powered Rasengan would have shredded the warrior's stomach, he should probably consider himself lucky. Now, Naruto murmured as he knelt down next to the masked figure. Let's see who you really are. His hand reached out towards the helmet and face mask, intent on taking it off so he could see who he would be interrogating. However, he was forced to jerk his hand away when purple smoke began emitting from every hole within the cursed warrior's armor. What the hell? Naruto watched in shock as whatever that smoke was literally melted his captured enemy into a green, viscous liquid. Skin shriveled and liquefied, bones hissed and melted, and the man's internal organs turned into goop. It was an altogether unpleasant sight, and not one Naruto had ever wanted to see before. Well, that's gross an understatement if there ever was one. Naruto crinkled his nose as the armor containing the warrior fell apart now that there was no longer anybody inside to hold it together. After a moment or two, he sighed. And it looks like I'm back to square one. Man, that really sucked. After all the work he had put into capturing this prick alive, the idiot had to go and use some kind of acid to melt himself. The jerk. Life was so unfair sometimes. Maybe not. What do you mean, Kyubi? I mean, we still have that Komiai guy around, Kyubi said in that duck kind of tone that she used when saying something she thought was obvious. You could interrogate him or... No, Naruto decided after a moment's thought. Somehow, I don't think he knows anything. He may suspect something, but I don't think he knows what's really going on. You do know that everything that has happened points towards him being the culprit, don't you? Which is why he couldn't possibly be the culprit, Naruto reasoned. So far all of the evidence is pointing directly at Komiai, so much so that it's like painting a bullseye on his back with the words "Here I am. I did it." It's too obvious, almost like someone's trying to set him up to take the fall, Kyubi finished for him. Exactly, there is simply too much evidence pointing towards Komiai's guilt for him to be truly guilty, which means that someone is setting him up so that whatever plans this hidden player has in the works goes on unnoticed. So then, what do you plan to do? Well, Naruto said, a predatory smile growing on his face. With the whisker marks on each cheek stretching across his tanned skin, the spiky-headed blonde truly did look like a kitsune about to play a prank. When setting a trap, it's always good to use the correct bait. Chapter 40, A Job Not Finished. Naruto once more found himself sitting in Saiza position within the room where he had first met Moso. Just like last time, said man was sitting before him, his happy smile etched upon his plump-looking face. This man really did remind the blonde Uzumaki of a clown or jester with that smile. I would like to thank you on behalf of Tori no Kuni for solving the mystery of the cursed warrior, Moso was saying. At least, that's what the blonde thought he was saying. Naruto was only paying half attention to the man. He had already heard this spiel before back in Nami no Kuni after the battle on the bridge. He hadn't felt like listening to anybody's platitudes then, he didn't feel like listening to them now. Albeit, for different reasons. Sitting beside Moso was none other than Shishima, the guy who even now kind of reminded Naruto of a puppy. The fact that he was looking at Moso like he was the sole center of the universe really only hammered that fact home. Really, sometimes he wondered about that guy. Naruto. Right. Focusing. You're welcome, Naruto responded automatically simply to be polite. Ugh, diplomacy? The one reason he might actually rethink his decision to be Hokage. It wasn't necessarily that he minded diplomacy per se, just that he didn't like having to actually think about what he was going to say before he spoke. If people got insulted or offended by what he said, that was their problem. They should learn to be more secure about themselves and take his words with a grain of salt, damn it. I'm just glad I was able to figure things out so quickly and before anyone else was seriously hurt. And you did a marvelous job, Moso continued, heaping on the praise. Really, didn't this guy know when enough was enough? Chomei has already made his confession. It seems the cursed warrior was all a ploy to stir up unrest from the public so he could seize the daimyo's throne. Naruto. I know. I'm surprised you managed to get a confession out of him so soon, Naruto rubbed his chin in a look of thoughtful contemplation. I mean, it's only been a few hours since I brought him in. He sighed. And here I was thinking he would have held out a little longer. Well, Chomei has always been more of a tactician than a warrior, Moso answered with that damnable smile. Was there ever a time when this guy was not smiling? I suspect he realized that once we managed to bring out all the evidence, he would have no chance of stealing the throne. In this case, simply admitting to his wrongdoings will earn him a lighter sentence. Which essentially meant that instead of outright executing him, they would allow him to commit seppuku. Basically, they were going to let the guy commit ritualistic suicide by disemboweling himself in front of a group of witnesses. Not exactly what Naruto would call a consolation prize. So much for lighter sentences. So the bad guys have been caught, and it looks like peace will soon return to Tori no Kuni, Naruto hummed. Indeed, Moso stood up from where he sat and walked over to the open shoji screen doors so that he could gaze upon the land outside of his humble home. Peace will come to this beautiful country now that the terror and unrest Chomei tried to set upon our society is gone. And with it, your mission is now complete. The man turned his head, offering Naruto that ridiculously large close-eyed smile. I hope you have a safe journey home. Thank you, Naruto said, standing up along with Tsushima as the meeting between himself and the odd fat man concluded. With those last pleasantries finished, Naruto found himself walking back to the room he had been allowed to stay in. It was a small room, with the only equipment inside being the futon he had set out and a couple of scrolls he normally carried with him at all times. As Naruto knelt down and began rolling up his futon, Kyubi decided to contact him. So what do you plan on doing now? I'll leave a Kaiga Bunshin here to keep an eye on things, Naruto told his tenant, withstanding the urge to shrug his shoulders. That Tsushima tends to get himself in trouble from what I've seen, and there's definitely something about that Moso character that I don't like. Maybe because he smiles too much. Anyways, my clone will be keeping an eye on them both. In the meantime, I'll need to do a little investigating of my own. I don't see why you're doing this in such a roundabout way, Kyubi huffed, and though he could not see her, he knew she was crossing her arms under her chest and glaring. If it were me, I would have just killed him. If it were you, you probably would have squashed him flat. Along with the rest of the village, Naruto countered. Humph. Chuckling a bit at having managed to pull one over on the redhead sealed inside of him, Naruto finished sealing his futon into the scroll he used for camping supplies. He stood up, pocketing his scrolls and looking ready to begin his journey home. It was at that moment that Tsushima walked in, carrying a box wrapped in a light blue cloth. Naruto's nose told him it was some kind of food, or at least something that smelled vaguely like food. Yo, Tsushima, Naruto greeted. Did you need something? No, Tsushima shook his head. I'm actually here because I wanted to thank you. You've done so much for my country and Sagi-sama that I don't know how I could ever repay you, and I can't help but feel bad that we weren't able to pay you the amount that missions like this would have normally cost. He held out the box for Naruto to take. It isn't much, but I wanted you to have this as a token of my appreciation. Well, thank you. Naruto looked at the box curiously, his nose twitching as the unusual scent got stronger. So, what's in the box? A local delicacy, Tsushima said with a bright smile on his face. Naruto felt dread welling up in his stomach. Bean jam stuffed wings. Within his mind, Naruto got an image of a very skinny-looking bird wing with little to no actual substance stuffed to the brim with bean jam inside. It wasn't the prettiest picture he'd ever seen. Just how anyone could actually enjoy the full and meaty taste of bird wings and the sweet taste of bean jam combined was beyond him. This was, of course, neglecting the fact that the bird wings of Tori no Kuni seemed to lack much of the meat that made wings taste good. That does not sound pleasant at all. I hope you don't decide to eat any of those, because I am not going to be helping you with indigestion if you do. Ugh, what makes you think I would eat those? Do you really need to ask? Naruto's eyes twitched. Shut up, Kyubi. Naruto-san, are you alright? Asked Tsushima in concern as he saw Naruto's right eye twitching violently. I'm fine, Naruto said, his right eye still twitching. He could hear Kyubi snickering in his mind as he tried to gracefully accept the gift bestowed upon him by the well-meaning, if naive man. Thank you. I'm sure I'll be able to make good use of this on my journey home. Maybe he could use it to feed the birds? Tsushima smiled in obvious relief. Maybe he thought Naruto would refuse. Well, he wanted to, but it wouldn't have been polite if he did. And Tsushima was an upstanding guy, even if he was naive. He didn't want to hurt the man's feelings. Thank you very much. I wish you luck on your journey. Yeah, luck. As if he needed luck. Naruto smiled as he stood on a ledge overlooking Tori no Kuni, just taking a moment to get some rest in before he headed off towards his destination. It really was a beautiful scene. The small village looked like nothing more than a bunch of tiny dots to represent buildings, their more earthen colors offset by the blue lines that signified the rivers running through the town. And the village was nestled into a surprisingly dense forest with just the right combination of lakes and clearings to give off the mood of a country at one with nature. It may not have anything on Konoha, but Tori no Kuni definitely possessed a beauty of its own. Well, time to head home, I guess, Naruto said to himself, seeing as there was no one around for him to talk to. Patting down his holsters, Naruto made an about face in order to turn himself towards the road. Without any fanfare, the young shinobi shot forward, running along the dirt road that would take him out of the country. As the blonde disappeared down the road, part of a large stone sitting on the side began to shift and morph. Two shapes emerged from the stone. They were both human. One was large and stocky, with what looked like a wide-brimmed hat. The other was thin, but possessing what looked like a large coat of some kind that went down to its knees. The human-like figures with rock-like skin attributes began to change even more. The many gray hues of rock that made up their skin shifted into colors. It soon became clear that the two figures were, in fact, human. Both figures were male. The stocky-looking one had a face that was just as blocky as his body, with a square jaw and nose and black eyes. He was wearing a drab gray poncho that wrapped around his torso and covered much of his upper body, a pair of tan pants that looked more like a sack that had been cut into pants, and was tied around his waist by a piece of cloth. On his head was a wide-brimmed hat, his feet were strapped into a standard pair of, and wrapped around his wrists were a pair of gray bands. The other figure was indeed wearing a coat of some kind, a long, tan-colored haori that opened at the front to reveal a nagajuban, one, that was tied together with a black obi. His pants consisted of a pair of gray hakama that was closed around his ankles by the fishnet wraps he was wearing. This man's hair was a light blue, and had a single string that looked more like it was used more for decoration than anything else. He had one large bang framing his face on the left side, and a smaller one framing his face on the right, allowing his larger-than-average black eyes and slightly more feminine features to be visible. It looks like the interloper is finally leaving, the blue-haired one spoke. The blocky guy did not look over at his companion, but responded all the same. Do you want me to follow him? No, that's all right. You go on and report back. I'll follow him and make sure he leaves the border. Right. The two shinobi soon disappeared, one heading back to Tori no Kuni while the other made to follow Naruto, leaving the small roadside empty once again. Moso smiled as he sat in his quarters, idling while drinking tea. It was the same smile he had worn during his meeting with that blonde brat, Naruto. Yet for some reason, the look on his face was not mirthful or joyous like the one that had been presented to Naruto. This one seemed to be more malicious, malignant, and just plain evil. Considering he still looked like a clown, the evil effect was ruined, but it was the thought that counted. Bringing the tea back down to his face, Mozo's eyes caught sight of a figure kneeling upon his ceiling from the reflection on the tea's surface. The figure turned out to be the same blocky ninja that he had sent to follow Naruto along with his other subordinate. He hoped that meant what he thought it meant. Your report? The Konoha shinobi has been seen crossing the border, the blocky ninja reported dutifully. It appears he is heading back towards Konoha. Good. Very good. Everything was going according to plan. Chomei had been convicted of a crime he did not commit, and was going to be committing seppuku sometime today after he listed off the man's crimes to a crowd of citizens, and defaced him in front of the public. And soon, the cursed warrior would also be dealt with. Yes, everything was going exactly as he intended. You are dismissed. The shinobi kneeling on his ceiling bowed his head before disappearing, leaving Moso to drink his tea in peace. Neither of them noticed the tiny mouse hidden underneath the tatami mats, listening to every word that had just been spoken. Moso also didn't notice the puff of smoke that appeared when the rat was dispelled. Ho? Naruto turned his head in the direction of Mozo's home, his eyes gaining a contemplative look. So the fat man is the one behind all of this? Or at least, he's the one controlling the ninja that had been sent to kill Sugi. I suppose I should have expected this. I'm still not sure why you didn't just kill him when you had the chance. Always quick to give her opinion, Kyubi spoke up from where she was most likely lounging around her bed in the sea. We already knew he was a ninja. You might not be a sensor type, but you have enough aptitude in sensing chakra to feel how much he has. That man's only got the equivalent of what you humans call a chunin. You could have slaughtered him by now. I could have, Naruto conceded, but I knew he wasn't working alone. But I don't know how many ninjas he is working with, he answered patiently as he turned back around. He was standing outside of the small wooden hut that he had caught Chome and the cursed warrior with last night. Since he had no leads on where he should go from here to discover the cursed warrior's identity, this was the only place he thought of to come. Plus, I don't know if he's the one in charge, or just an underling doing the dirty work for his boss. Hakyubi gave a monumental sigh. Okay, I suppose I could see why you wouldn't just turn the fat one into a bloody smear on the wall. I still don't like it. You're my vessel. As far as I'm concerned, that makes you my avatar for this world since I can no longer take part in it. How are you supposed to generate a proper amount of fear in humanity if you pussyfoot around like this? Naruto rolled his eyes. Of course Kyubi would be thinking in terms like that. How could he have ever thought she would think any differently? You don't have to like it, Naruto responded a touch dryly. And I am not your avatar. I just have the misfortune of having you sealed inside of me. Misfortune? Oh. There was something dangerous in Kyubi's voice. And not the normal kind of danger, this was danger with an emphasis on the D. Am I really that horrendous that you think having me sealed inside of you is so horrible, Naruto-kun? As Kyubi spoke, her voice taking on a hint of seductive overtones, an image came unbidden into Naruto's mind. An image of Kyubi, completely naked, with her 9 tails around her as the only things covering her modesty, and they weren't doing the best of jobs as there was far too much skin being shown. Really, the only thing he couldn't see were her nipples and her sex. Naruto's face burned. It burned so hotly that the blonde was sure sticking it in the sun would have cooled it down. He honestly wouldn't be surprised if he found out that steam was pouring from his ears. That was how hot his face was getting. The blood that had begun dripping down his nose didn't help. And not now, Kyubi, Naruto wiped at his nose, grimacing as he did so, his face still a mass of mottled red. I need to focus. Kyubi huffed. Fine. Go do your ninja thing. I'll just sit here, doing nothing, being bored. Pay me no mind. Naruto rolled his eyes. Sometimes that woman could be so overdramatic. Frowning, Naruto looked around the clearing that contained the little, broken-down wooden shrine. This was where he had run into the cursed warrior, twice he might add. There had to be something about this place that was special. Looking around, there didn't seem to be anything out of the ordinary. At least at first glance. A closer look, however, showed Naruto something that anyone who was not a ninja probably would have missed. Are those kites? Looks like it. They're all black. How unsightly. The pair found themselves looking at what appeared to be several kites that had been combined together in order to form one very large kite. The kites were all diamond-shaped and painted black. They were currently hanging from a tree that they seemed to have gotten snagged on. Naruto was surprised no one had come to pick them up. Well, at least now we know how the cursed warrior was able to fly. He used these kites, and since they were black, they blended into the night, essentially making them invisible. The things you humans come up with to accomplish something beyond your nature can't all be powerful spiritual entities made entirely from Yuki. Very true. I'm so glad you finally admitted to my superiority over you apes. Naruto ignored Kyubi's words. She was probably just bitter about being sealed inside one of those apes, as she called humans, by another ape. That woman could carry a grudge with the best of them. Deciding there was nothing more that could be learned from the outside, Naruto figured it was high time he took a look inside. Walking into the shrine, the first thing Naruto noticed was that the place was empty. There was absolutely nothing there. The ground was covered in a thick layer of dust, the walls were barren. There was nothing to indicate that anyone, cursed warrior or otherwise, had ever used the ramshackle shrine before. Of course, that just made the place even more suspicious to Naruto. That there wasn't even a footprint when he had seen the cursed warrior come out of this very shrine not but a day ago was enough to make anyone paranoid. There's a breeze coming through here. I know, Naruto looked around, his eyes narrowed as a soft breeze ruffled his hair. He walked further into the room, trying to determine where the breeze was coming from. It's coming from below us. Kneeling down, Naruto began groping along the ground until he found where the breeze was coming from. A small crack in the floor. The dirt covered it well, but not well enough to mask the breeze coming through the floor. There was a secret entrance right there, and Naruto aimed to uncover it. Pulling out a kunai from the seal written on his hand, Naruto spun the tiny implement around by the ring before grabbing it in a firm grip with the blade pointed down. He found it almost ironic that he was about to use the kunai for a purpose that was close to the original one it had been created for, rather than the ones ninja used them for. After stabbing the kunai into the crevice several times, Naruto finally discovered the reason there was a breeze. A set of wooden doors that were often found outside of houses that led to the basement were embedded into the floor. Undoubtedly, this was why the cursed warrior always came back to this place after terrorizing the town. It was likely that this trap door led to the place where the cursed warrior was quartered up in. Naruto was quick to pry his hands in between the doors and pulled them up. The hinges creaked a bit, showing they were old, but it was a lot quieter than he would have expected. Someone had been oiling these hinges recently. With the doors lifted, Naruto saw the passage they revealed beneath them. A set of decrepit stairs descended into darkness. It was only thanks to Naruto's enhanced vision that he could see through the darkness creeping up from the depths of the passageway. Curiosity got the better of him as he wondered where this passage would lead to. Taking the plunge, Naruto began walking down the stairs and into the darkness that engulfed the passageway. I hate being in the dark like this. Naruto raised his eyebrow at the strange inflection in the young-looking woman's voice. Oh? So even the great Kyuubi has something she fears? I do not fear the dark. Though Naruto could not see her, he could practically feel the scowl she was giving him. Were she able to physically manifest herself outside of the seal, the blonde was sure she would be drilling a hole through his head with her eyes at that moment. I just dislike the feeling of claustrophobia I get whenever I'm in dark, enclosed spaces. I am Kyuubi no Yoko. Do not forget that. I enjoy open spaces and freedom. That was the whole reason she hated humans so much. They were the ones who took her freedom away, locking her up in a cage so they could use her powers for their own purposes. Oh sure, they might say it's because they thought she was too dangerous to let go, but she knew otherwise. Humans were greedy and selfish. They wanted power, and they didn't care if they forced others into servitude and slavery to acquire it. Well, I suppose that makes sense, Naruto admitted. I know I would hate to have my freedom taken away like that. Really, it did kind of put a whole new perspective on his perception of the woman who was sealed into him. She actually seemed to have a reason for not liking humans. The blonde could only imagine how he would feel if he was locked away behind steel bars. Eventually, Naruto reached the end of the tunnel. Frowning, the blonde looked at the dead up before switching his gaze up towards the ceiling. There was a small square patch that was textured differently than the rest. Where most of the ceiling was dirt packed together and filled with rocks, this part of the ceiling looked like cement. A way out? There's only one way to find out. Naruto nodded, climbing up the wall using chakra until he was standing above the potential exit. The square patch that might very well lead to the outside world was small, he noted, only big enough to fit maybe someone a few inches wider than him. Just how did someone wearing all that armor fit through this? Shrugging the thoughts away, the blonde put his hands against the cement and pushed. Whatever the thing was, it was a bit on the heavy side. Nothing he couldn't handle, of course, but something noteworthy. He pushed the object up and then began sliding the panel away, allowing sunlight to filter in through the hole. This was definitely the way out. Grinning, the blonde looked at his new surroundings, pleased to be out of that stupid passage. He was surrounded by a lot of greenery, mostly shrubs, but there were a few trees as well. The one thing he noticed the most was the large building he was next to. It was much more majestic than the rest of the buildings in Tori no Kuni, and it was familiar to him, even if he had only seen it from a distance. That's Daimyo's residence. Within the confines of his mind, Kyuubi chuckled. If that isn't damning evidence, I don't know what is. Now. Let's not be too hasty. There may be a perfectly logical explanation as to why there is a secret passage that the cursed warrior just so happens to be using that is near the daimyo's palace. This could be part of the plot to implicate the daimyo should Moso plans to implicate Cho may not work out. Do you really believe that? Thought so. Let's at least check things out before we jump to conclusions, any? Naruto asked with a slight sigh. It wasn't that he didn't agree with his tenant, because, really, this was just too suspicious to be a coincidence, and not even the most paranoid people would believe his previous proposal. Still, things never turned out well when someone made a conclusion about a situation that ended up being wrong. False assumptions led to death. Enko had driven that into his head quite painfully. A loud splash caught his attention. What was that? Looking over to the side, Naruto saw a large bamboo fence blocking off a large section of the area. Frowning, the blonde Uzumaki carefully moved forward, using all his stealth skills, which were quite considerable, to not make a noise. He eventually reached the fence and leaned in to see what the noise was. What he saw was honestly not that surprising. The first thing he noticed was steam. A lot of steam. So this was an open-air bath then. It made sense. This was Daimyo's palace. The second thing he saw were the beautiful surroundings. The placid water that had steam rising up from it, the small waterfall that seemed to be recycling the water, or maybe bringing it in from an underground hot spring. The last thing he took note of, which was really the first thing he took note of, was the naked woman washing herself. He couldn't see much of her because her back was turned to him, but what he could see showed that whoever this woman was, she was incredibly gorgeous. Naruto's face began to redden as his eyes gazed at the small, shapely rear that was just barely visible above the water's surface. It sloped into an elegant backside that was surprisingly toned. Slender shoulders and a graceful neck were visible as the woman's long hair was currently parted at the base of her neck and moving down her front. He watched as she lifted the pail filled with water in her left hand and used it to wash herself, dumping the water on her back. Naruto felt himself gulp as he saw adventurous droplets of water trail a sinful path down the woman's back, right before he jerked himself away from the sight, doing his best to keep steam from pouring out of his ears. Damn it! I shouldn't be peeping on girls like this, Naruto cried out within his mind. That's Ero-sensei's job. I'm not a pervert. Could have fooled me. Naruto was about to snap a quick retort at Kyubi when he paused. Are you okay? Of course I am. Why wouldn't I be? I don't know. You just sounded a little odd. Are you sure you're okay? I am perfectly fine. Now why don't you focus on what we came here to do? Naruto frowned. Maybe it was just him, but Kyubi sounded a tad different than she usually did. Whatever. It was probably just his imagination playing tricks on him. Walking down one of the many narrow hallways in the daimyo's palace, a young woman strode forward unimpeded. Her hair, tied into a tight knot on top of her head and hidden by daimyo's hat, was a lustrous black and her eyes were just as dark. She had pale, snow-white skin and soft lips that were set into a hard frown. Her figure was hidden under several layers worth of clothing, masking her gender from everyone, even her personal bodyguards that were stationed around the palace. The young woman had the look of someone whose heart had long since hardened, her mind stuck in the past, constantly replaying the reasons she had taken up the role that should have been her brother's. Tears leaked from her eyes as she stared at the prone figure of her brother. Her mind was left reeling as she tried to come to terms with what had happened, with what the empty husk she now saw laying before her, but found she could not. Sagi. How could this have happened? Her brother couldn't be dead. Not now. He was supposed to be the daimyo and rule over their people. He was supposed to be here with her, protecting her just like he had promised to always do. Why? Why did you have to leave me? Why did you leave me all alone? As tears continued to spill from her eyes, Toki fell forward, her face burying itself on the thick, quilted blanket covering her brother's dead body. She cried tears of anguish into the quilt, soaking it in her sorrow. I can't lose you, she choked out through her sobs. Please don't leave me. Please. It just wasn't fair. First her father died and now her brother, who had been her best friend in the whole world, was dead as well. Why? Why couldn't she be the one who was taken? She didn't want to live without her brother. She couldn't. She couldn't take it. She just couldn't take the pain of losing both her brother and father. Grabbing the she always had hidden within the sleeves of her kimono in case she needed to defend herself, Toki raised the blade to her throat, more than prepared to end her life. It was the only way she could see to end her pain, to stop the gaping wound of loss she felt at her brother's and father's death. And maybe, just maybe, she would be able to join them wherever they were. She hoped so. She wanted to see them again. Just as she was about to plunge the knife into her throat, she was stopped by a hand. Startled, Toki opened the eyes she had closed, only to gasp in shock when she saw what had stopped her. It was her brother. Only, he wasn't quite her brother. He was pale, translucent. Like a ghost. Toki looked down at the futon to see the body of her brother still laid out on it, then turned her gaze towards the ghost of her brother. Sagi, she stuttered, her emotions inverting upon themselves as shock settled over her fair features. The shock she felt was not just from her brother's death now, but also from seeing his ghost. What are you? How did you? Despite making an attempt to, Toki couldn't seem to articulate the questions she wanted to ask the ghostly form of her brother. Would he even answer? Could he answer? The ghost of her brother held one of her hands in his, while his other hand reached down and grabbed something laying by the futon. Gently, he placed it in her hand, removing his own so she could see what he had given her. It was a pocket watch, a very old pocket watch made of silver and bronze. Toki recognized it almost immediately. The pocket watch was a family heirloom that had been handed down from father to son for generations. Why had he given this to her? Was this some kind of symbol? Was he trying to tell her something? She looked down at the watch again. It was broken now, she noticed. The hands had stopped moving. Toki looked back up at her brother's pale face, her eyes narrowing in determination as she realized what she had to do. What her brother was telling her to do. I promise your murder will be avenged. Then time will pass once again for you, whose hands were stilled too soon. This was the only thing she could do, Toki realized as she began to don the outfit her brother had once worn. In order to allow her brother to rest peacefully, she needed to avenge his death by killing the one who murdered him. Then and only then would time finally begin to move again and she could pass on to be with her brother and father once more. That had been the day where time began to stand still for her, and until she had her vengeance against the one who murdered her brother, she would never be free. Maybe that was why she felt so unsatisfied with how Moso planned on having Chome executed. How was she supposed to get her vengeance if someone else killed the one responsible for the death of her brother? Which was why she had no intentions of letting Moso or anyone else kill Chome. That was her responsibility. Her right. She was the only one who was allowed to kill him. It was the only way her thirst for vengeance would be sated. The only way she could force time to start moving again. Making her way down the hall, Toki slid the shoji door open to her room, shutting it behind and her walking deeper into the room where she would begin getting dressed for the Cursed Warrior's last debut. Only to freeze when she saw there was someone else in the room. You, she said in shock. There, sitting on her bed, was that annoying blonde boy who had the gall to call her an asshole. And now he was here in her room. Sitting on her bed. Such insolence. What are you doing here? How did you get past the guards? Hello, ninja, Naruto said, pointing to himself, an unrepentant grin sitting on his face. That look only served to piss Toki off more. And I came here because I needed to talk to you, Mr. Cursed Warrior-san. Or should I say, Ms. Cursed Warrior-san? Toki's eyes widened in shock. He knew. I don't know what you're talking about. Toki tried to play off her shock and anxiety with a scoff and some anger, both of which she directed towards the blonde. Now get out of here before I call the guards and have you killed for breaking and entering into my palace. Come now, Naruto's grin got even wider. You may be able to fool everyone else, but you can't fool me. The blonde sniffed the air. Lavender and lilac. Not a very manly scent, is it? Toki gaped at the blonde. That was how he had discovered she wasn't a male. Her scent? Toki felt like cursing. How could she have been so stupid as to neglect something as basic as changing her scent? Such a thing had never even occurred to her in the past. Then again, she hadn't really expected to meet anyone capable of sniffing out the subtle aroma of her perfume. She didn't even know ninjas were capable of doing that. Or was this one different? So you found out, there was no use hiding it from this boy. If he could actually smell that she was not a man, then lying would do little good. Wasn't that hard? Naruto thumbed his nose, the vulpine grin still on his face. He really looked like he was enjoying himself. That was something she would have to rectify soon. The moment we first met and I caught your scent, I knew you weren't a man. No self-respecting male would wear perfume, especially one with such a feminine smell. It doesn't matter, Toki unsheathed the hidden within her kimono. She regretted not having her katana or naginata with her, but then again, maybe that was a good thing. Those two weapons were much longer, and while they provided her more reach, they would be difficult to swing in these enclosed quarters. Now that you know, I can't allow you to live. There was nothing left for her to say. Everything that needed to be said had been said, and now all that was left to do was kill this stupid boy for being foolish enough to interfere in her affairs. She closed the distance between them as quickly as she could, her coming up to stab Naruto in the chest. It was her hope to end this as quickly as possible. She could not afford to dally here. Sadly, Naruto proved to be a much more formidable foe than she had imagined. The blonde quickly fell backwards, dodging the attack as he rolled off her bed on the other side and got back to his feet. Oh, not bad, Naruto said, his tone playful and teasing. She wished she could wipe that smirk off his face. You're pretty quick on your feet, Time, but you should know that you're pretty much moving at a snail's pace in my eyes. Toki nearly snarled as she jumped on the bed and tried to slash out Naruto's left eye. It was not a weapon made for slashing, being such a short-bladed sword. They were mainly used for stabbing, but that didn't mean they couldn't easily slice an eye out if given the chance. Naruto was not going to allow her that chance. Quick as a whip, the blonde stepped to the left and twisted his body, letting the blade pass him by a few inches. This girl was quick, but she didn't have the ability to enhance her body with chakra like a ninja or those samurai in Tetsu no Kuni did. Lashing out with his right hand, Naruto knocked from Toki's grip. The startled girl gave a gasp and tried to jump back, only for Naruto to grab a hold of the bedsheets she was standing on and give them a quick yank. Toki fell back with a yelp of surprise and a harsh crash, hitting the ground and getting the wind knocked out of her. She coughed several times as her lungs tried to fill themselves with the oxygen they had been so brutally deprived of. It took a good deal of time which Naruto used to grab her and move to stand several feet away from her so she couldn't try anything. She made to sit up, her long raven hair spilling out behind her head as the fall knocked both her hat askew and undid the knot in her hair. Looking over to see the blonde boy man, staring at her with a surprisingly calm look that had not been there before, Toki let out a sigh. If you're going to kill me, then you might as well get it over with, she said harshly, causing the blonde to frown. What the hell makes you think I'm here to kill you? Asked Naruto. Toki blinked and looked up at him in surprise, causing the blonde to lose his calm look and snicker a bit. You didn't seriously think I was here to kill you, did you? Toki felt her face warm up. She was surprised she could actually feel any emotions at all, much less embarrassment. But for some reason, this man laughing at her for what seems to be an incredible misunderstanding if she were to judge from his words, embarrassed her a great deal. Well, if you're not here to kill me, then just why are you here? She asked, huffing a bit as she stood up. Sighing as more of her hair fell out of the knot she had made to keep it in place, Toki began readying her hair. She then looked around for her hat. It wouldn't do for people to see all the hair she was hiding. Thankfully, it wasn't too far from where she had taken her fall, and she quickly scooped it up and put it back on her head. She then looked over at the blonde, who was staring at her with a strange look. What are you looking at? Blinking several times, as if just now realizing what he was doing, the blonde offered a shrug. Sorry, I was just thinking about how you look much nicer with your hair down, he replied honestly. His words caused another reaction in Toki, who felt herself feeling a bit flush again. It wasn't that he was complimenting her. Before she had put up the charade of pretending to be Sagi, men had complimented her all the time, and it hadn't bothered her then. No, the reason she was feeling flustered was because of how unassuming his tone was. It was like he wasn't actually complimenting her, and just stating an honest opinion. Whatever, Toki huffed, turning her head to the side a bit in a poor attempt to hide her blush. Not that it was needed. Naruto didn't seem to be paying attention to it anyways. Shaking her head, she decided to try and finally get down to business and discover why the blonde was here. Now why don't you tell me why you're here, and be quick about it. Alright, yeesh, Naruto grumbled. You need to learn to relax, Haim. When Toki just glared at him, the blonde Uzumaki sighed. The reason I'm here is because. Before Naruto could even begin to give out his explanation, which he felt was pretty damn important seeing how it could mean the difference between sending an innocent man to the gallows, so to speak, and letting him live, the shoji screen door was practically slammed off its hinges as a soldier rushed into the room with little heed for the current situation. Sugi-sama. I bring you urgent news. We just found, The random soldier who had barged into the room looked between Toki, who thankfully had her hair hidden and now looked like her brother, Naruto, who was just looking confused, and the bed that looked like it had taken a heavy beating. Sugi-sama. The soldier squeaked, his voice rising several decibels. His face was turning red too. Obviously, he had come to an entirely wrong conclusion about what was happening in his daimyo's bed quarters. I had no idea you were into that kind of thing. At the man's words, Toki found herself groaning. This was just what she needed, someone believing that she was gay and they had just interrupted her with her male lover. Why was this happening to her now? All she wanted to do was get revenge on the bastard who killed her father and brother. Was that too much to ask? Well, Naruto chuckled a bit. He sounded more amused by the whole situation than offended. Bastard. This is kind of an awkward situation. Shut up, Toki snapped, before whirling on the hapless guard. And you? This isn't what it looks like. Oh, of course, the man stuttered. He seemed to still be trying to come to grips with the fact that his daimyo might be gay if he weren't actually a she in disguise. Not that he knew that. Hence the coming to grips part. You said you had important news, Naruto pressed, causing Toki to blink. That's right. He had come barging in saying he had urgent news. What did you want to tell me? She asked, her voice sounding very much like her deceased brother's now that she was with someone who didn't know her true identity. Ah. That's right. The man snapped back into focus as he was reminded of the urgent news he had to give his leader. He cast a suspicious glance over at the blonde, who merely waved at him with a cheerful smile. You can trust him, Toki said, sighing a bit as she realized there likely wasn't much she could do to make him leave anyways. This is the ninja from Konoha that was responsible for apprehending Chome. Right, the guard still didn't seem sure of what to think, but at least was game enough to just ignore the awkward situation for now in favor of delivering that news he had considered urgent enough to barge into his daimyo's bed quarters. We just found Tsushima. He was washed up on the shore of the river, and it looks like he was severely injured. He's being treated as we speak. What? Toki almost slipped out of her Sugi persona at the news. Her friend was injured. When? How? Take me to him. Of course, Sugi-sama. The guard snapped off a salute and began exiting the bedchamber. Toki moved to follow, only pausing when she saw Naruto come up alongside her. I'm coming too, Naruto said, his face surprisingly serious. I have some information you're going to need to hear. I'm pretty sure I know who attacked Tsushima. Toki was surprised by the news, but quickly nodded as they both hurried to catch up to the guard as he got further and further away. She would hear his news later. Right now she has a friend who was injured. A friend who, despite her being cold to, still meant a lot to her. After she determined that her friend was safe, she would listen to Naruto's words. And then she would get her revenge on those who wronged her. Chapter 41 Ronin. Tsushima. Toki's shout was preceded by her rushing into the room where her friend was lying on a bed. Less than a second behind her was Naruto, who walked in much more calmly than his current hidden gendered compatriot. As he moved over to stand beside Toki, who was now kneeling down on the bed and looking at her friend with barely concealed concern, Naruto let his eyes wander towards the young man laying out on the bed. Tsushima's body was bandaged fairly well, and it looks like they had been changed recently. Even still, blood was beginning to seep into the white bandages at a slow yet steady rate. Naruto's eyes focused on what he could discern from the wounds while they were covered and, judging merely from the way they were bleeding, determined they had most likely come from a projectile. Likely a shuriken, as they tended to do more damage than a kunai. Tsushima was also hooked up to several machines meant to monitor his vital signs, and for a drip that was putting lost fluids back into his body and a breath mask that was being used to help regulate his breathing, meaning he had likely suffered damage to his lungs. Naruto listened to the steady beat coming from one particular machine that monitored his heart rate, the man's steady breathing the only accompaniment to the noise. "We found him washed up on the riverside near the old shrine just an hour ago," the guard who had accompanied them said to Toki, who was still in her guise as Sagi. "He was half-conscious and kept mumbling about how he had something important to tell you." Despite the fact that Toki was obviously not paying much attention to him, the soldier shouldered on. "He's stable now, but he was in pretty bad shape when we got him here." "I see," Toki said in her male persona voice as she finally turned away from the sight of her friend lying unconscious on the bed. "Thank you for informing me of this. You may leave now." "My lord!" The soldier snapped off a salute, took another glance at Naruto, before turning on his heel and marching out the door. Silence permeated the room, the only sound being the steady beep of the monitors and Chishima's fitful if slightly ragged breathing. Toki looked at her best friend, worried about her features, before turning to Naruto. "You said you had something you wanted to tell me," Toki prompted. Now that they were alone, her voice no longer sounded like a male's. There was no use in masking her voice in front of him. "Yes," Naruto shifted. Unlike before, when Naruto had snuck into her room, his countenance was serious instead of playful. "I believe I know who attacked Chishima." "Go on," Toki gestured for the blonde to continue. He gladly did so. "After I caught sight of Chome meeting with the cursed warrior, I felt everything was far too convenient. The response of the guards when it came to arresting Chome was too quick. It was almost as if they had been ordered to apprehend him before I had even caught him in the act." And then there was his quick confession. Naruto's eyes narrowed. "I looked up what I could in his past, and Chome was supposed to be Tori no Kuni's most prominent tactician, and a decently skilled warrior. A man like him would not be so quick to confess his crimes, had he committed them, without some serious encouragement." "What are you saying?" asked Toki, her own eyes narrowing. "What I'm saying is that Chome was not the one responsible for the unrest happening in your country, nor was he the one who killed your father and brother." Toki's eyes widened in shock. "It was Moso." "Moso?" Toki's voice betrayed her surprise. "But how could that be? Moso is nothing more than a wandering old man. A peddler who managed to gain my father's good graces and become this kingdom's advisor through his parlor tricks." "Parlor tricks?" Naruto blinked at the term, but quickly shook his head. He didn't need to know. "I don't know much about the man's past, but I can assure you Moso is the one responsible for everything that has happened so far. After apprehending Chome, I created 2 shadow clones. One left the country in my stead in order to fool anyone who might have been following me to make sure I left. The other stayed at Mozo's residence hidden as a mouse. It saw Moso ordering a Ronin to give him a report on whether or not I had left." "Ronin?" "Ronin are like missing nin," Naruto said in response to Toki's question. "Except, unlike missing nin, these shinobi never had a home to go missing from. I heard from Enko Nechan that they are ninjas who wander the world stealing jutsu from other hidden villages. Enko had actually clashed with a few of them before. Apparently, they had tried infiltrating Konoha a time or two, and at least one of those times one of their numbers was caught. He killed himself before Enko could get anything out of him, but it let her know of their existence." Toki stared at him, her eyebrows furrowed as she thought of everything she had just been told. Could she have been wrong? Could it be possible that Chome was not responsible for the death of her brother and father? That it was actually Moso who killed her family? "Everything he says is true, Sagi-sama." 2 heads jerked in the direction of the bed to see Chishima, his eyes barely open, looking at Toki still hidden in her Sagi disguise. It was a wonder the man was even awake considering the state he was in. "Chishima, everything and Naruto just told you is true," Chishima continued as Toki knelt down by the bed once more. "I saw him talking tea to several ninja with my own 2 eyes. He mentioned something." Chishima's eyes began to droop as he spoke. "He was likely on drugs to dull the pain he was undoubtedly in. He said they had found what they were searching for." "What were they searching for?" Toki questioned, frowning. She turned her gaze towards Naruto, who shrugged his shoulders as if to say, "Don't look at me, I don't know what he's talking about." "Sagi-sama," Chishima gasped, bringing attention back to him. "You must muse." "Chishima?" Toki's eyes widened as Chishima's eyes closed and his body went completely slack. Chishima! Relax, Naruto placed a hand on the woman's shoulder to try and calm her down. Look, he's just sleeping. I'm surprised he even woke up. It looks like those doctors put some serious anesthetics in his system. I'm surprised you know what anesthetics are. Naruto barely managed to keep from frowning. Was it just him? Or was Kyubi being a bit more belligerent and haughty than she usually was? I've been in the hospital enough times to have picked up a few things. It probably helped that the doctors had often been forced to drug Naruto near constantly in order to keep him in bed, otherwise he would sneak out. He hated hospitals. So you were right, Toki stood up, her eyes narrowed in anger. It was Moso who betrayed me and my family. If it's any consolation, I doubt he was ever loyal to you at all, Naruto said bluntly. I'm pretty sure he was just here to find whatever it was he was searching for, and got into your father's confidence to improve his chances of finding it. That doesn't really help, Toki deadpanned. Well, can't say I didn't try, Naruto shrugged, before giving Toki a serious expression. Now that you know who really betrayed you and your family, what do you plan to do about Chome? Nothing. What? Naruto blinked. He stuck his pink in his ear as if to clean it out. I'm sorry, I think I had something crazy stuck in my ear. Could you repeat that? I said I'm going to do nothing, Toki told him bluntly. If I rescue Chome, then Moso will know that I'm onto him. If he knew that I knew about him, it would be nearly impossible to get my revenge. Naruto's eyes narrowed at what he heard. So you'd sacrifice an innocent man for the sake of your revenge? That is not how a daimyo is supposed to operate. It's your job to protect those who work under you. There is nothing that I can do, Toki looked away from the blonde, unable to peer into those accusing eyes. Chome is guarded by an army of soldiers. We could never save him by anything less than starting a civil war. Would you just listen to yourself for a second? Naruto grit his teeth as he forced himself to remain calm. Are you or are you not the daimyo of this land? Who the hell do you think controls the soldiers here? If you order them to stand down, they would stand down. Under the blonde's accusing stare, Toki turned away. There was something incredibly unnerving about that glare. TCH, Naruto scoffed. Fine, if you're not going to do something, then I guess it will be up to me. Turning around, the whisker-marked shinobi began walking towards the door, preparing to mount a rescue mission of Chome. Unlike Toki, he was not willing to allow someone to die for the sake of maintaining secrecy. Not like there was any point in trying anyways. If that Moso guy was as well informed as Naruto believed, then he likely already knew who the real cursed warrior was and would be dealing with Toki soon enough. Hey! Toki shouted in shock as she saw the blonde walk away from her. Where are you going? Naruto paused. He did not turn around, but he did turn his head to look at the woman who was staring at his back in shock. Isn't it obvious? I'm going to do what you can't. Or should I say, what you won't. It just wasn't in Naruto's nature to leave someone to their doom if he could save them. He wouldn't say it was a hero complex so much as it was his belief on helping others if you were able. If someone had the power to make a difference, then they should put it to good use. And Naruto had the power to make that difference here. Toki bit her lip in frustration as she watched the blonde leave. Should she go after him? What would she do if she did? What would she say? What could she say? Was there even anything that needed to be said? As much as she didn't want to admit it, the young blonde had gotten to her more than she thought. There was just something about the way he spoke, the look in his eyes, and that disapproving frown on his face that made her feel like a child who had disappointed her parents. It was almost like her brother was staring at her with disapproving eyes instead of the blonde, even though the two did not look or even act remotely similar. She looked from the door to Chishima and sighed. Toki could do nothing about Naruto right now. He was probably already gone to save Chome, but she could at least look after her friend until he got back. Exox. Chome found himself being led into a clearing surrounded by the traditional high wall with sloping tiled roof on all sides. His arms were bound to his torso by rope, and his hands were similarly bound except the rope was extended like a leash so the soldier in front of him could hold it and lead him around. Surrounding him on either side were soldiers, their hands resting on the hilt of their katanas, prepared to cut him down should he try to escape. The situation looked very bleak. As he was led towards the spot where he would be forced to commit, Chomei eyed his surroundings. Moso was sitting in the center of a table that was set up on a veranda that elevated him above everyone else. He was being protected by several guards standing on either side of him. It looked like Moso meant for this to be a spectacle. On the other end were several dozen guards, all of them standing before what looked like the entire civilian populace. Chomei could see hundreds of faces, all of them staring at him with mixed looks. Some looked in shock, others disgust, some pity, and still some confusion. Yes, there was no doubt Moso wanted everyone to witness this event in order to cement his place as their savior. A well-played move. Forced to kneel down in front of the veranda upon which Moso sat, Chomei remained inexplicably calm in the face of his demise. If this was to be his end, he would not do so by groveling before this man. Moso picked up the scroll that had been laid out on the table before him, breaking the seal and unrolling it even though he likely already knew the contents. He should. He was the one who wrote it. Bringing the scroll to his closed-eyed face, Moso spoke. A verdict has been reached, Komiai Dano. His grave voice rang throughout the clearing where Komiai's execution would take place. He was a good actor, if nothing else. Betraying your position as chief tactician to our late Washi-sama, you conspired in his assassination, as well as his daughter Toki-sama. Hushed and startled whispers broke out among the crowd of civilians. The rustling of fabric as those in the back tried to get a closer look at the proceedings was only superseded by those up front who were leaning into each other, their hands up to their mouths so they could share their opinions with the person closest to them without interrupting. Several samurai watched the civilians carefully, taking care to watch for possible dissidents among the crowd. Chomei remained calm and passive. It was like looking at stone. He would not be quailed under this man's accusations. Furthermore, you and your subordinates were responsible for creating the apparition known as the Cursed Warrior. Your purpose is to spread panic among our people, undermine the authority of Sagi-sama, and usurp his role as daimyo of Tori no Kuni. You are a traitor of the worst kind. That did elicit a response from the so far quiet man. Chomei looked up at Moso, his eyes narrowed slightly in contemplation. Komiai Dano, you must pay for what you've done. Gasps erupted from the crowd at those words. Shock rippled through the people and the speaking began to get louder as the seconds passed. All that was second to Komiai's laughing, however, which started off soft but began to pick up volume as the seconds ticked by. I see. So that's your game, Moso? Komiai's head was bent down towards the ground, his eyes just barely visible. It didn't last. Komiai's head shot up so he could glare at Moso with all the hatred and anger he could muster. You've finally sprung your trap. Moso's eyes finally opened so he could stare at Chomei with a half-lidded gaze. There was a frown etched on his face. I'm disappointed in you, Chomei, he said. If you're a warrior, then at least die like one. He looked towards the guards surrounding the man and the executioner standing by in case Chomei did not commit. Help him carry out his sentence. At once, Moso-sama. One of the guards moved behind Chomei, forcing him to sit in a more upright position as opposed to the slouch he had been in. The executioner, meanwhile, raised his blade in preparation to take Komiai's head should he fail to kill himself. Chomei opened the front of his loose-fitting white kimono, exposing his scarred torso for all to see. A few of the scars were recent, as in, less than a day ago. These ones were given to him courtesy of Moso's men doing a number on him to get a confession out of him. He picked up the dagger which he would use to commit ritualistic suicide, and unsheathed the blade. Holding it in a reverse grip, Chomei prepared to plunge the dagger into his stomach. Before the dagger could reach him, a loud hissing sound erupted all around the clearing. Purple mist began to cover the area, thickening with each passing seconds. Before too long, the entire execution ground was covered in a blanket of purple mist so thick people had trouble seeing their own hands unless they were brought directly to their face. What's going on? Moso and everyone else looked around at the strange mist that had covered the area, as if doing so would help them discern where the mist was coming from. It was a futile gesture, however. The only way they would be seeing anything more than 6 inches in front of them was if they blew the mist away with a wind jutsu or, failing that, waited for it to dissipate naturally. Even Chomei was looking around at the surrounding blanket of purple haze, feeling both wary and cautious. He was not sure what to make of this, but he did have a hunch. and if his hunch was right. Never mind. Kill him now. As Mozo's orders came through the fog, the words were enough to penetrate the shock that permeated those surrounding Chome. The executioner quickly prepared his sword, readying a strike for where he knew Chome was based on where he had last seen the man. It was a strike that would never hit. Before the executioner even had a chance to stroke his blade down on Komiai's neck, an armored figure appeared before him. A warrior clad in white armor with a red Oni mask. The Cursed Warrior. The Cursed Warrior reacted far more quickly than the executioner did, bringing the butt end of his blade towards the executioner's stomach before the man could even blink. There was a loud whooshing of air from the man meant to kill Chome as he was hit with the hilt of a katana in the solar plexus. It was such a jarring hit that not only was he deprived of much needed oxygen, but his eyes rolled up in the back of his head and he slumped to the ground. No one inside of the mist could even see what was happening. No one, except for the Cursed Warrior apparently, who was already moving in on his next target. The man he targeted was not even aware of what was happening when he received a chop on the back of his neck. He too fell to the ground with a dull thud, unconscious before his body hit the dirt. One by one the guards surrounding Chome fell to the physical prowess of the Cursed Warrior until, just like that, there was no one guarding the man slated for execution. And with nothing left to guard him, Chome was ripe for the taking. Plucking the startled man from his spot on the ground, the Cursed Warrior picked up Chome and held him under his arm like a sack of potatoes. Seeing how there was nothing left to do, the white armor-clad warrior held up his hand and, much to the shock of Chome, both he and the one carrying him suddenly shot off the ground and into the air, leaving the execution ground still covered in thick, purple mist behind. Exox. Naruto sighed as he found himself soaring through the air using those kites he had found a while back. His other arm still had a tight hold of Chome, who was staring at him with a slightly stupid expression of shock. He wasn't really paying attention to that man right now, though. There were more important things to worry about. Sweet Cammy! Why the hell is it so hot in this thing? Well, it is a suit of armor. You know, metal. Metal tends to get hot when it's in the sun. Ugh, I think I finally understand why Toki always did her Curse Warrior business during the night. It had nothing to do with cover of darkness, and everything to do with how fucking hot it is in this thing. How samurai could stand to wear this crap is beyond me. Complaining about the heat aside, Naruto also had to steer the kites that he was using to fly him and Chome to their destination. Deft turns and flicks of his wrist allowed him to make the minute adjustments needing to control where they were being taken. It wasn't long before his maneuvering managed to bring the two of them to their destination, the run-down shrine where the Cursed Warrior often made its appearance. As he sat down, the blonde ninja disguising himself as Toki who disguised herself as Sagi who disguised himself as the Cursed Warrior, that's a mouthful, let Chome stand on his own 2 feet. The chief tactician for Tori Nokuni used this opportunity to look at the armored figure standing before him, as if doing so would somehow allow him to discern who was hidden behind the mask. Sagi-sama, is that you? He asked. Naruto tilted his head, as if pondering the question. He really wasn't, but there was no need to tell this guy that. Eventually, he began walking towards the shrine, gesturing for Chome to follow him. The man did so after only a moment's reluctance. Naruto, Kyuubi's voice suddenly came to him through the seal. I sense a chakra signature exactly 10 meters to your left. So Moso was expecting something like this, Naruto hummed thoughtfully. It's a good thing we planned for him to know what we were planning so that we could countermand any plan he has in the works. Hee, sometimes I even amaze myself. That's not a very hard thing to do, Kyuubi quipped, causing Naruto to frown. Such a mean thing to say. Exox. As a Cursed Warrior disguised Naruto and Chome entered the shrine and descended the staircase, one of the rocks scattered across the clearing shifted on one side as a man with rock-colored skin stepped out. The skin, and clothes he was wearing, changed back into their normal colors. The blocky-looking man stood before the shrine, a smirk on his face. He had been waiting here for a while now. Moso had been very sure that the Cursed Warrior would make an appearance, and save Chome once news that Chishima's body had not been found came to him. It looked like all that forethought and planning had paid off. Now all he had to do was report to Moso and inform him of where the Cursed Warrior and Chome were headed and they could take out both nuisances in a single strike. Just then a strange feeling passed over him. It sort of felt like a soft breeze had ruffled the back of his neck, but it was slightly different, and there was a stinging sensation following it. A second later, the blocky ninjas, whose name was never learned, had slid off his body with only a little bit of blood flowing out due to how clean the cut was. As the head rolled along the ground and came to a stop near the foot of the shrine, the body crumpled to the dirt like a puppet with its strings cut off. A clone of Naruto stood behind the now dead ninja, his left hand holding onto Kubikurabucho, the blade glowing with a light sheen of green light that coated it like a second skin. Sticking his blade point first in the ground, Naruto held out his left hand, palm pointed towards the headless corpse. A ball of flame appeared before the palm. It was about the size of a small ball, and brilliant white in color. The flame looked very much like a miniature sun. Kitsunbai, Foxfire. Launching the small ball of foxfire at the deceased ninja, Naruto watched dispassionately as the flames spread across the body, blackening and burning it until there was nothing left but ash that soon scattered on the wind. Another burst of foxfire, and the head near the shrine was destroyed as well. With his mission done, the Naruto clone dispersed itself in a cloud of smoke, altering the real Naruto that he had accomplished his mission. Exox. That was kind of pathetic, Naruto thought as the memories of his clone hit him. Are all Ronins supposed to be so weak? He didn't even feel my clone sneaking up on him. How should I know? It's not like I've ever dealt with Ronin, unless you count the ninja who were around before the birth of the hidden villages, but they at least had clans. You've fought ninja before? Asked Naruto, before realizing everything his statement entailed and hastening to correct it. I mean aside from when you were attacking Konoha. Of course, Kyubi said, and Naruto got the feeling she was flipping her hair at him in a gesture of haughty arrogance. I have fought many shinobi in my time, both in my fox form and my human form. I have even fought your Shodai Hokage. Really? The first time I was actually in my human form. Apparently, I had not been as careful as I usually was when manipulating you humans, and someone had put a hit on me. Long story short, he and I fought. I managed to win, but he escaped. Naruto didn't know what bothered him more, how Kyubi could speak so casually about using humans, or how he wasn't even getting angry like he used to. Wait. I thought the Shodai's Mokutan was able to suppress your Yuki. How did you manage to beat him? For starters, he didn't use his Mokutan. He didn't know who I was, and as I was using my foxfire, which is hot enough to turn anything it touches into ash, he probably didn't think it would matter. Huh. You learn something new every day. After reaching the exit, Naruto crouched down after sliding the lid out of the way. Linking his hands together, he looked over at Chome, making it clear what he wanted from the man. A nod was his answer. Chome walked up to Naruto and stepped onto his linked hands, allowing the armor-clad blonde to hoist the man up so he could pull himself out of the exit. Naruto followed soon after, jumping through the exit with a chakra-enhanced push. His bulky, armored frame was just barely small enough to scrape through. This is the daimyo's palace, Chome said, turning to the blonde as he dusted dirt off his armor. So it's true, Sagi-sama, it is you. Naruto wondered if he should correct the man, but decided not to. Technically speaking, he was right sort of. Though the fact that Sagi was actually Toki, he wasn't really right either. Ah, whatever. He would leave explaining everything to Toki. Gesturing with his hand for Chome to follow him, Naruto led the man through a hidden door that led into the daimyo's palace. Chome followed him as he walked down the narrow path, coming out behind a hidden door hidden behind a portrait. A few more twists and turns and Naruto finally came to the room where he had left Toki. He entered the room, Chome behind him, to see that Toki was pretty much exactly where he had left her, sitting at Chishima's bedside. Chishima was also where he had left him, laying unconscious on said bed while being hooked up to numerous medical devices. As they walked in, Toki looked up, and Chome stopped in shock. Sagi-sama. He looked back and forth between Naruto and Sagi. But I thought that, I could have sworn Sagi-sama was the cursed warrior. Oh, he is, Naruto said, putting a very slight emphasis on the word he. Toki narrowed her eyes. I was just borrowing this for a little while so I could mount my rescue mission. I see, Chome frowned. Then who are you exactly? Naruto grinned as he placed a hand on the Oni mask and pulled it off, revealing his face to the chief tactician. Komiai's eyes widened. You're that Konoha shinobi from the other night. Wow, Naruto's dry voice cut through the air. You're pretty smart to have figured that out all by yourself. He looked over at Toki, who was glaring at him. Anyways, why don't we let Sagi explain everything so you can get up to date on what's happening? Exox. I see, so Sagi-sama disguised himself as the cursed warrior in order to lure out the person behind Washi-sama's and Toki-sama's death. Chomei and Sagi were now sitting in Saiza position on the floor several meters apart from each other. Toki had just finished explaining everything that had happened up to this point, and Chomei was nodding along as she finished her tale. Naruto was standing several feet behind Chomei, leaning against a wall with his arms crossed. He wasn't particularly interested in listening to this spiel again, so he spent most of his time talking with Kyubi. So just how strong is the Shodai anyways? You should know, right? Since you fought him and all. Kyubi let out a small chuckle. Let me put you this way. As everything stands right now, Hashirama could destroy you and the entire village of Konoha with little more than a thought. The shinobi of this era are incredibly weak when compared to those of the last 2 generations. Even your beloved 4th Hokage would have been nothing more than a fly compared to Hashirama. Yes, Toki, still in her disguise as Sagi said. I was hoping that by disguising myself as the cursed warrior, I could discover who was behind the death of my father and brother. Her eyes narrowed. Instead, I was used as a pawn by Moso. I am truly sorry for the trouble I have caused you. It is fine, Chomei waved the apology off. There really was nothing to be sorry for, especially when he had not made an attempt at facilitating communications between him and the young daimyo either. It is I who should be apologizing. Perhaps if I had caught onto his plan sooner, none of this would have happened. Was the Shodai really that strong? He was beyond strong. Your Shodai Hokage was the strongest shinobi of his time, and I should know, I fought most of those shinobi at one point or another. While many of the stronger ninja managed to survive against me, they only did so because they were not alone. Hashirama fought against me and survived on his own. Sure, he was half dead before he escaped, but considering he had underestimated me and not used his Mokutan ninjutsu, that's saying something. What about the theme's ancestor? That Madara guy? Kyubi hissed angrily at that name. Do not ask me about that man ever again. What happened between Madara and I is something that shall never reach the light of day. Alright. Yeesh, no need to get so angry. A simple I don't want to tell you would have done it. Don't expect me to apologize. I've done enough of that with you already. Naruto rolled his eyes. Don't worry, I don't. What do you plan to do now, Sagi-sama? Asked Chomei. What do I plan to do now? Toki repeated the question with a hint of sarcasm. I plan on making Moso pay for everything he's done. She stood up, her fists clenched. I'm going to kill him and avenge my father and brother. And I suppose you're going to do this all by yourself. Naruto spoke outside of his mind for the first time since Toki started explaining everything to Chomei. That's what you're going to do, isn't it? You're just going to go off and try and kill Moso on your own, without even asking for our help. Naruto, you've done a good job with everything so far, and have helped me out, and I am grateful. Toki narrowed her eyes. However, I do not need, nor want your help for this. Moso will die by my hands and no one else's. There was a very prominent frown on Naruto's face as he stared Toki down. The young woman tried to give him a defiant glare, but after several seconds she looked off to the side, unable to maintain it in the face of his steadfast expression. I see, the blonde said quietly. So revenge is more important to you than your country? The country your father and brother gave their lives for? You're just going to throw everything away so you can kill this guy with your own 2 hands, all for the sake of your petty revenge. You don't understand anything, Toki shouted, teeth grit and fists clenched so tightly they were shaking. I have to do this. I need to kill Moso. If I don't, time will never start flowing again. She yanked the watch he had seen her holding out from where it had been hidden within her sleeves. You see this watch? This watch was passed down from father to son for generations, but no more. This watch is broken. Its time has stopped just as mine has, and until I've settled this with my own 2 hands, my heart will remain as broken as this watch. The intense fight between Naruto and Toki lasted for only a few seconds, Yet, for some reason, those seconds seemed to stretch on for hours. In the background now, Chomei observed the pair with indecisiveness. I see, Naruto closed his eyes. You really are lost, aren't you? He chuckled bitterly while Toki bristled. Then go ahead and do what you want. If you want to throw away your life for the sake of something as stupid as revenge, I won't stop you. Toki bristled at Naruto's blatant disregard for her need for revenge. He knew nothing about how she felt. She needed this. More than anything else, she needed that final release that would only come from completing her vengeance on the one who wronged her. Why couldn't he understand that? Why? Why did she care about what he thought of her so much? Taking a few deep breaths, she forced herself to calm down. Her fist unclenched, and her posture relaxed. That's right. She shouldn't care about what he thinks. She didn't. Naruto's opinions didn't matter to her. All that mattered was killing Moso and avenging her father and brother. Anything else was superfluous at best, and unimportant at worst. Toki prepared to leave the room so she could get dressed and head out. She had to kill someone after all. You can't be serious. Chomei finally spoke up, having recovered from his shock at seeing the blonde Konoha shinobi arguing with his daimyo. I know you are hurting right now, Sagi-sama, but revenge is not the way. It will only lead to more pain and suffering. I don't care, Toki said harshly. So long as I attain my revenge, nothing else matters. I would gladly suffer 1,000 years if it meant I could claim vengeance over the one who wronged me. Naruto closed his eyes. This woman reminded him so much of Sasuke, the boy that had lost himself to darkness, and willingly given himself over to an S-rank traitor. She was willing to do anything if it would allow her a shot at revenge. He didn't want to see someone take the path Sasuke took. While he would not really consider himself or Sasuke to be all that close, he had still been a comrade and someone he saw as a rival for a good portion of their time together. And as much as he didn't want to admit it, it hurt when Sasuke left the village. Naruto didn't want to witness that happening to someone else. But what could he do? What you always do. Kyubi? When Kyubi didn't respond to his words, the blonde frowned. Do what you always do. What he always did. A smirk made its way to his face. Exox. Are you sure that was wise? Chomei asked with a frown as he looked at the door Toki left through. His eyes darted back to Naruto to see him standing by the bedside where Tsushima was sleeping, looking down at the person who was probably Toki's most loyal supporter. Letting Sagi-sama leave like that. You know as well as I do that Moso is likely far more dangerous than he realizes. Sagi-sama may very well be moving into a trap. Of that there can be no doubt. Naruto looked away from Tsushima to eye his compatriot for the moment. I would be honestly surprised if Moso didn't know that Sagi is the cursed warrior. He shook his head at using Toki's brother's name. He should probably tell Chomei the truth about her, however, it wasn't his information to tell. Chances are he's prepared a reception for your daimyo, and is just waiting for Sagi to make an appearance. If you knew it was dangerous, knew that Sagi-sama was being led into a trap, then why did you let him leave? Chomei looked about ready to rip his nearly non-existent hair out. Seriously, couldn't this boy have tried a little harder to keep Sagi-sama from leaving? If I had done that, all it would have done is make Sagi even more bitter. Naruto closed his eyes, thinking about another person who had lost themselves to vengeance. He often wondered what would have happened had he caught up to Sasuke that day. If he had stopped the Uchiha heir from leaving, would Sasuke have been grateful? Or would he have become even more bitter and resentful towards others? It was a question Naruto would never find an answer for. Opening his eyes less than a second later, the blonde fixed Chomei with a look. Right now your daimyo is in a bad place, and unless he gets some sense knocked into him, he's likely not going to be leaving that place anytime soon. Naruto broke out into a grin. Besides, who says I just let him go? It only took a few seconds for Chomei to understand the context of that sentence. When he did, his eyes widened. You mean? That's right. Naruto's eyes closed as the grin etched on his lips stretched across his face, making the whiskers stretch along with it. He truly looked like some kind of kitsune right then. I'm just a Kagebunshin. The real Naruto has been trailing Sagi since he left. Exox. The darkness of the night was only barely offset by the light provided by the moon and stars. A velvety layer of black had surrounded the land of Tori no Kuni. Everything was covered in darkness, masking the kites Toki was using to sail through the air well. Once more dressed in the garb of the cursed warrior, Toki prepared for her final showdown with Moso. No matter what happened from here on out, nothing mattered except for her revenge. The place she was heading towards was very easy to spot. She could see the building where Moso resided. It was marked by the fire from several torches, which crackled and wavered gently in the cool night air. Moso himself was standing on the veranda. So he was waiting for her to arrive. That was fine. It would make things easier for Toki now that she didn't have to search for him. At least those were Toki's thoughts until a fireball shot out of Mozo's mouth, illuminating the entire area and showing the man she had come to kill how she was managing to stay aloft. What? This was followed by Moso going through a set of hand seals that she could not see due to the illumination from the receding fireball, which was just as quickly followed by a stream of fire that was launched from Mozo's mouth again, this time hitting her kite and reducing it to ashes. With her kite no longer able to keep her afloat, kind of hard when it's been burnt to cinders, Toki began to fall. Her feet managed to find purchase on a tree branch, but it was unable to support the combined weight of her and the armor she was wearing, thus it snapped under her and she fell to the ground. Thankfully, she was able to land on her feet. Or mostly her feet. She was forced to kneel on one knee due to how far she had fallen in order to absorb the impact. At least she was alive. Not so thankfully, her Oni mask was beginning to get unbearably hot, which she soon realized was due to it being on fire. Moving with frantic haste, she yanked the mask off and cast it to the side, showing her face. Mozo chuckled slowly at the sight of Toki as she knelt there on the ground. So he found this amusing, did he? She would ensure he wouldn't find it so amusing after gutting him with her naginata. I bid you welcome, cursed warrior. Make your move, Mozo, Toki scowled at the man as he stood there, cool as a cucumber. I will give you reason enough to fear me. Save your breath, it's among the last you shall take. Fitting epitaph. With a shout that seemed to unleash all of her anger and hatred for this man, Toki lunged forward with her naginata, wanting nothing more than to see this man impaled on the long pole weapon's blade. It wasn't going to happen. With surprising quickness, agility, and strength, Mozo jumped up over the blade meant to stab him in the chest. Then, with surprising lightness of feet, he landed on the blade itself. Another surprise was that even though he was standing on the blade, Toki was able to hold it up just as easily as if he were not standing on it, like he wasn't even there, or as light as a feather. You thought it would be easy, didn't you? Mozo smiled a mocking smile at Toki. I'm almost disappointed that you would think so. But then, I suppose I shouldn't have expected anything less from someone who I had so unwittingly duped for all these years. Pushing his feet off the blade, Mozo jumped backwards into the air, his body flipping over like some kind of acrobat before he landed on his feet several meters away. He looked as unruffled as ever. Allow me to formally introduce myself. He gave a mocking bow. My name is Hoki, and I am the leader of the Wandering Ninja. Wandering Ninja? Toki's eyes widened. Hadn't she heard Naruto talking about the Wandering Ninja? She hadn't quite believed him then, but now the evidence was irrefutable. It was staring her right in the face. With no land to call our own, we drift from place to place, flotsam on the waves, stealing the jutsu nobody will deign to teach us. But the years sit heavy on our shoulders. Our patchwork clan tires of this vagrant existence. Hoki, as he was now calling himself, looked up at the sky as if in contemplation. That's why we've been looking for a place to end our wandering and set down roots. And suddenly, Toki understood. She understood everything that had happened to her up to this point. It was all because of this man, for this reason. So the truth has finally come out. You've been planning to take over this country from the very moment you arrived here. How dare you judge our motives, you spoiled brat? Fortune has favored you. We wandering ninja suffer in a way you can never begin to understand. Toki tensed as Hoki opened his normally closed eyes to look at her. I see no harm in unfortunates like us wanting a place we can call home. But we could have never come this far had it not been for your father. Toki's hands gripped her naginata tightly at the mention of her father. I assumed the guise of Mozo and charmed my way into Washisama's confidence. All the while the fool never suspected a thing. A dramatic bit of genjutsu was enough to convince him of Mozo's magical prowess, thus he brought me into the fold as a trusted advisor. Chomei alone had enough sense to harbor suspicions about what I was up to. So I painted Chomei as a malcontent, after killing your father. That was you? Somehow, suspecting something and after that same something confirmed were two very different things. The knowledge that this man had indeed murdered her father was shocking, even though a part of her had already come to suspect that it was he who killed her father. You're the one who murdered my father? I killed him with pleasure. And after I kill you tonight, no one will stand in our way. That was enough. She had heard enough. This man had to die. Your evil ends here. Toki's body shifted. Her left foot moved backwards to give her more support, as she lifted the hand holding her naginata behind her back as if it were a javelin. The muscles in her arms and back tensed like a coiled spring waiting to be unloaded. The dead cry out for vengeance. With a quick motion, she unleashed the naginata, sending it flying towards Hoki. Her aim was true. The weapon soared through the air, traveling straight towards her most hated enemy. It was set to impale him through the heart. It would have too, had Hoki not moved. A quick step back followed by an upward swing of the fan in his right hand deflected the long weapon, not only launching it off course, but sending it spinning end over end towards Toki. A gasp escaped her lips as Toki tried to move back in order to avoid the weapon that was now coming towards her. While she was able to avoid getting injured, her surprise was such that she did not move quickly enough to avoid the naginata entirely. The blade of her naginata hit her helmet, knocking it off her face and sending her long hair spilling over her face. It was the first time since she had known the man that Moso, Hoki she corrected, looked surprised. Well and truly shocked. Can it be? Yes, she said, her left hand gripping the sheath of her katana while her right grabbed a hold of the hilt. Sugi's younger sister, Toki? With practiced movements, she unsheathed her katana and held it in a second stance. The sword was being held vertically up and down, with her elbows jutting out. Her body was more or less straight, save for the slight slouching of her upper back, a sign that she was not as well versed in kendo as she was the naginata. This is for my father and brother. Wanting nothing more than to put this man down and end this, Toki charged straight at Hoki. Kagemain no Jutsu, Shadow Possession Jutsu. Too bad she forgot she was dealing with a ninja, a wandering ninja at that, and not a samurai. After going through a set of hand seals and calling out the name of his jutsu, Toki found herself suddenly incapable of moving. Her eyes widened as she struggled, her muscles tensing under the strain she tried to move. Yet no matter how much effort she put into it, her body refused to budge an inch. Well, Toki, Hoki said chidingly as he held his hand in a rat seal. Observe how our shadows intersect. That is the Kagemain no Jutsu, and you are now mine to command. As if to prove his words were true, Hoki moved his left hand to the side. Toki's right followed his movements. Impressive, I never imagined you were alive. He seemed to find amusement in Toki's struggles. Such thoughts probably would have pissed her off at any other point, but at that moment all she felt was fear as she realized her life was now in the palm of this man's hand. Which really just meant she wasn't going to live for much longer. The wandering ninja will control this land, never to wander again. Hoki moved his fan-gripped hand back towards his throat, forcing Toki to rest the edge of her blade along her own throat. And you who lived as Sugi will now die like him. Toki struggled as much as she could against her body's betrayal. Her arm tensed as she did everything in her power to keep her own blade from slicing through her neck, but no matter how hard she tried, it seemed that whatever strange power Hoki had over her body was winning. With each passing second she found the blade getting closer and closer to her throat. About time you finished your monologue, Moso. Or is it Hoki? Well, whatever, it's not like it matters. What does matter is that I'm here to stomp a mud hole in your ass. Toki's eyes widened. She knew that voice. Naruto. Naruto? Hoki blinked. Wasn't Naruto that blonde brat who had left early this morning? So you're still here. I should have known. You Konoha scum are always sticking your nose in where it doesn't belong. Well, you're too late. Now that Toki is under the control of my shadow, there is nothing you can do to stop me from slitting her throat. Who the hell do you take me for? I've worked with a Nara before, and I know for a fact that a cheap imitation of yours is nothing like the real shadow possession technique. As Naruto said this, a swift breeze picked up behind Toki. As one, the many wires that had been hidden under a minor genjutsu were cut, allowing Toki to fall to her knees. Naruto then chose that moment to make his grand appearance, literally phasing into existence to stand protectively in front of Toki with minor application of the Shunshin. Should he have just gone and killed Hoki and ended this charade? Probably. But this was Naruto we're talking about. Naruto took his eyes off Hoki. He had shadow clones hidden around the area watching the man in case he tried to pull any funny business, to look at Toki. He offered her a quick grin. Sorry it took so long. That idiot over there was ranting so much that I just couldn't find the proper moment to step in and rescue you. And just like that, any happiness Toki might have felt at Naruto appearing just in time to save the day died a horrible, horrible death. You mean to tell me that you could have stepped in at any time but waited? She asked, deadpan. Of course. Naruto crossed his arms over his chest and gave her a slightly amused look. Don't you know that the hero is always supposed to appear at the last moment? It makes for a much more dramatic entrance. Toki didn't know whether to laugh or to curse the blonde for being so him, while they were in the middle of a crisis situation with the fate of her country and her own vengeance on the line. Only you, Naruto, she sighed, before smiling a bit. Toki wasn't sure why, but there was no way she could stay mad at him for this. Maybe it had something to do with him saving her? Don't think you can just ignore me. Hoki suddenly made himself known again, going through a series of hand seals before ending on the tiger seal. Katan, Gokyaku no Jutsu, Fire Release, Fireball Jutsu. Opening his mouth, Hoki released a fireball from within the depths of his throat and sent it straight towards Naruto. Naruto? Well, he snorted. Was this guy serious? That fireball was pathetic. Sasuke was at least 5 times larger than this guy. Making a decision on what to do, Naruto reached into his kunai pouch and whipped out a scroll. Unrolling it in mid-air revealed a complex sealing array, a complex series of kanji running down the scroll in several rows lengthwise, while a circle of kanji with arrows pointing towards the center was in the middle. Placing the scroll on the ground, Naruto ran through a small gauntlet of hand seals, then slammed his hands on either side of the scroll. Fukahoin, Sealing Art, Fire Sealing Method. The fireball that had been traveling towards him far more slowly than most fireball jutsu would if they were launched from someone more competent began to stretch. Its body elongated and moved towards the scroll, where it soon became sucked into the paper. As the flames disappeared within the seal, the red kanji for fire appeared within the circle, while blue vapor from excess chakra rose from the parchment. Fuinjutsu? Hoki looked surprised to see that someone like Naruto knew the art of sealing. Well, it was an incredibly complex art, requiring knowledge of complicated sealing formulas. I had not realized I was dealing with an adept at sealing. Still, this changes nothing. Kuchios no Jutsu, Summoning Jutsu. Naruto blinked several times as 2 very large and very realistic-looking dragons with scaly green skin and glowing yellow eyes appeared before him. The dragons roared as they glared down at him and Toki like the two were their next meal. There was only one problem. Ugh, are you serious? Naruto complained as he looked from the dragons to Hoki. You didn't use anywhere near enough chakra to summon something like that. He then blinked. And as far as I know, there is no such thing as a dragon summoning contract. If there was, it would be pretty damn famous. Think whatever you like. Finish him, my pets. Yep, Naruto nodded sagely. Definitely not real. No summon would allow themselves to be called a pet. He thought about his own summons, the toads, and how damn mouthy they were. Boss Gamma was particularly belligerent. It was probably why they got along so well. And Manda was just as bad with his I demand human sacrifices before I would ever fight for you spiel that he had going on. Even Katsuya, the most mild-mannered boss summon he knew, demanded respect. There was just no way these summons could be real. Which meant... Spinning about on his heel, Naruto lashed out with a wind blade at a small light that he could see hiding on a tree. The blade flew true, slicing into the holographic projector like a hot knife through butter, or a wind jutsu through paper. The mechanical device didn't stand a chance. With the destruction of the holographic projector, Hoki seemed to realize he was outclassed. He grit his teeth, trying to find a way out, but when one did not present itself, it became obvious he would have to take things into his own hands. Putting a hand to his mouth, a whistle escaped from Hoki, signaling the several ninja that had been hiding out in case things got rough. He had not thought he would have to use them, but now that he was Hoki was glad he had the foresight to position them around his residence. No one came. What the? I hope you weren't expecting those ninja you had hiding around to come to your rescue, Naruto said, smirking that damnable smirk. Hoki realized what was happening before it happened. One by one several clones of the blonde came out of the woodworks, each one carrying one of his men under them like a sack of potatoes. You didn't honestly think I would leave things to chance, did you? Naruto may not be the brightest shinobi around, and he may act like an idiot half the time, but he wasn't stupid. When the time came to lay down the gauntlet and plan out his moves, the blonde Uzumaki could make strategies with the best of them. He wouldn't be so damn good at pranking if he wasn't. You! Hoki glared at the blonde with insanity and hatred in his eyes. You damn brat! You've ruined everything! Oops, my bad, Naruto scratched the back of his head and grinned. Sorry about that. I hope you don't have any hard feelings or anything. I'm just doing my job. Hoki's eyes began twitching. He ruined everything. There was no way he could take over the country now. He couldn't even use Toki as a hostage because Naruto was blocking his way, and he was not stupid enough to get in close to the person who just countered all of his jutsu so easily. Do you really think you have me beat? He yelled. This is far from finished. I may not be able to get my hands on Tori no Kuni anymore, but don't think this is the last you will hear from me. One day, I'll find a place of my own, and then I'll have my revenge. No you won't, Naruto said, and then pointed at something behind Hoki. Like an idiot, Hoki turned around, only to be knocked unconscious when a Naruto clone decked him in the face. Toki blinked as she watched Hoki crumble to the ground like a house of cards. It had been so easy for Naruto to deal with him. Compared to her, it was like Hoki was nothing to him, nothing but a speck on the wall. Was this the strength of a Konoha shinobi? As Naruto watched his clone removing what looked like some kind of large costume from Hoki, he turned to look at Toki. You alright, Time? He asked. I'm fine, Toki breathed out. She blinked at the hand Naruto offered to her, before taking it and allowing him to help her stand. Looking up, it was only now that they were standing so close that Toki realized just how much taller he was than her. Thank you for your help. I would have been killed if you had not shown up. Why did that sound so hard for you to say? Toki flushed a bit at the question while Naruto chuckled. Well, it's cool. I'm glad to have helped out. Oyabun. Two heads turned to see the Naruto clone that had knocked Hoki on his ass dragging the unconscious man towards them. He dropped the wandering ninja like a bag of rocks in front of them, and Naruto and Toki got their first glimpse of the real Hoki. Wow, Naruto whistled. I always thought he looked like a clown before, but now he really looks like a clown. Is that makeup he's wearing? He and Kankuro would probably get along famously. Somewhere in Sunagakure, a certain cat pajama-wearing ninja shook his fist in the air and shouted, "It's not makeup. It's war paint," much to the confusion of Gaara and Temari. So what do you want to do with him? Asked Naruto, turning to Toki who was looking down at the man. She looked up at him when he spoke though. This is your country that he wronged. As daimyo, you get to decide his punishment. That's right. It was her job to punish him for betraying her country. This was her chance for revenge. The chance she had sought for so long. Hoki was now helpless before her. She could kill him and he wouldn't be able to do a thing. She gripped her katana so tightly that her hand began shaking. Raising her blade above her head and holding it in a two-handed grip, she prepared to bring it down on Hoki, killing him and achieving her revenge. Out of the corner of her eyes, she caught sight of Naruto, who was looking at her in disappointment. She paused at the look, feeling a small pit of unease in the pit of her stomach. For some reason, Toki did not want that look pointed at her. She looked back down at Hoki, still unconscious, still helpless, then turned her gaze back to Naruto. He was eyeing her with a carefully masked gaze now. She could determine nothing from his face, though his eyes had now gone from disappointed to curious. Taking a deep breath, Toki closed her eyes. then brought the blade back down to her side. He will stand trial in front of a tribunal and receive punishment befitting his crime, she determined, which meant he would still probably be killed, but it wouldn't be by her hand. Killing a daimyo and betraying a country is serious business. Naruto put a hand on her shoulder, and Toki shuddered at the warmth that seemed to exude from the simple gesture. "Come on," he said softly. "Let's get you back home. My clones can take care of this trash." Toki smiled as she reached up and placed her hand over his larger one. She was very glad that it was so dark so Naruto could not see her blush. Too bad she didn't know Naruto could see in the dark just as easily as he could the light. "Thank you, Naruto." No problem." They began the walk back towards their residence, Naruto with his hands up behind his head in a look of casualness that was only added to by his grin, and Toki with the poise and elegance of a daimyo, albeit one who had just been on the receiving end of a minor beating. "Besides, you still have to explain to Chomei and Chishima why you decided to disguise yourself as your brother." Toki's eyes widened. "Oh crap. Exox." Naruto groggily opened his eyes as something disturbed his sleep. He blinked several times, trying to get the gunk and crust out of them without having to use his hands. It would have been too troublesome to actually lift any part of his body right now. Damn, he felt like Shikamaru. It had only been a few hours ago that he and Toki returned to her palace. After she had explained to Chomei and Chishima how she had disguised herself as Sagi, which had been very amusing, she had offered Naruto a place to stay until it came time for him to leave. She had even managed to wrangle a promise from him that he would stay until her official coronation as daimyo of Tori no Kuni. The bed Naruto was in was very comfortable, more so than anything else he had ever slept in, especially his own bed, which explained why he had fallen asleep so easily and so deeply. Royalty sure knew how to live it up. That did beg the question of just what had awoken him. While Naruto could be a light sleeper when he wanted to be, when not required, he could easily sleep like the dead. Blinking several more times, Naruto finally saw the cause of his awakening. "I had better be dreaming because if you're real, then I'm going to scream." Floating above him, his form ethereal and transparent, was none other than Sagi. Or the ghost of Sagi, but Naruto really hoped it wasn't a ghost and that this was just a dream. "I wanted to thank you for rescuing my sister from herself," Sagi smiled at him. A ghostly smile. How creepy. "I entrusted her with the future of Tori no Kuni by giving her my watch, but Toki became obsessed with her intense desire for revenge. For her heart, it was as if time had stopped, and as a mere soul, I was not able to change it. But you did what I could not. You restarted her time, pushing her forward into the present. I cannot thank you enough for what you have done." "Ugh, you can thank me by letting me sleep in peace." Naruto rolled over and tried to ignore the creepy ghost floating above him. "It was just a dream, just a dream. It was just a dream. Come on, Naruto. Keep on saying it and maybe it will become true." "Very well. Farewell, Naruto, and thank you." "Whatever." As the strange pressure from the ghostly apparition left him, Naruto decided to just pretend this whole thing had never happened. Maybe now he could get back to sleep. The sliding of his shoji screen doors disabused him of that notion. "Naruto? Are you awake?" NGGG Naruto groaned as he rolled back over onto his back and looked over to see who had disturbed him this time. Damn these interruptions. Couldn't they see he wanted to sleep? Well, at least it wasn't a ghost. "Toki?" Naruto pushed himself into a sitting position as he looked at the woman slowly walking further into his room. "What are you?" he yawned. "Doing here so late at night? Is something wrong?" "No," Toki smiled as she sat down on the bed, causing the mattress to shift to accommodate her slight weight. "Nothing is wrong. I just never got the chance to thank you for all you've done for me." "Eh?" Naruto scratched the back of his head, confusion evident on her face. "I'm pretty sure you did thank me, didn't you? Right after I knocked Hoki on his ass." "Maybe, but I wanted to thank you properly." "Properly? What do you—" Naruto could not say any more, for his mouth was hampered by another mouth. His eyes widened as Toki kissed him. He opened his mouth, Whether to protest her actions or for some other reason would never know, mainly because Toki used that opportunity to slip her tongue inside his oral cavity. The blonde was quickly pushed back down onto the bed, Toki straddling as her kiss turned feverish. Her hands slipped under his shirt and began massaging his muscled pectorals and washboard stomach in greater and greater sweeps. Her actions sent a chill down Naruto's spine. Perhaps it was because his higher functions had shut down, or maybe it had something to do with the incredible taste of her lips, but Naruto soon began returning the kiss with equal passion. Their tongues danced and dueled. Naruto's hands gripped Toki's lithe waist and pulled her to him. The above him moaned at his actions and began kissing him even harder. And then she began grinding herself against him. Naruto's brain rebooted. With a gasp of shock, Naruto pushed Toki's lips off him, then quickly slipped out from underneath her. He scrambled off the bed, his bare feet touching the cool tatami flooring as he tried to regain his breathing. Naruto? Toki looked at him in concern and was a little bit hurt. What's wrong? What's wrong? What's wrong? Naruto shouted, causing Toki to flinch. This. What we were just doing it's wrong. You can't. Naruto's mind was a whirlwind of emotion and turmoil. He had flirted with girls before, Tenten and Temari being the two who received the most of his time. But even then, it had only been light flirting between friends. Nothing more, nothing less. He had never done anything like this before, he couldn't. I'm sorry, Naruto quickly turned around and dashed out of the door, heedless of the fact that he was wearing nothing but a pair of orange boxers. Wait! Naruto! Naruto ran down corridor after corridor until he managed to slip through one of the secret passages that led outside. Once there, he found a tree to place his hand against as he tried to regain his breath. Naruto! Don't, Naruto's voice sounded out in warning. Please don't say anything, Kyubi. I want to be alone right now. Kyubi remained silent after that, leaving Naruto to face the inner turmoil of his feelings alone. Exox. I gotta admit, brat, I'm pretty impressed that you managed to solve this little problem on your own, Jiraiya said as he and Naruto stood a few meters from the crowd that had gathered for the official coronation of Toki. It looked like the entirety of the country had come to see Toki become the official daimyo. Naruto could not even begin to count the number of people that were there, standing just outside of the veranda where Toki would make her appearance. Usually, only Jonin can do solo missions, even if this one wasn't as dangerous as some. Yeah, well, what can I say, Naruto said with a small grin. I'm just awesome like that. Don't get too cocky, brat. You've got a long way to go before you can begin taking on solo A-rank missions like a can. Whatever. Look alive, brat, it's starting. Naruto looked over just as the sound of a drum began beating. The door to the chamber where Toki was waiting opened, revealing the woman in all her splendor. Toki had taken to wearing a very elaborate kimono made from several layers. The kimono was a solid pink, and was being held up by a very ornate blue obi with gold edgings. Underneath the kimono were several layers of clothing in blue, gold, green, and white in that order. Over her kimono she was wearing a white sasokiri with red lining the inner edge and gold lining the sleeves. On top of her head was a beautifully crafted gold crown that, while small and seemingly not as grand as, say, the Fire Daimyo's crown, was impressive in its own right. Naruto could not help but think she looked magnificent in her ceremonial dress. A blush spread across Jiraiya's face as he caught sight of the beautiful woman before him. He then began to drool. If I had known what a babe Toki was, I would have come around much sooner, OF. Jiraiya winced and held his stomach. Damn it, brat. What was that for? Naruto removed his elbow from where it had hit Jiraiya in the gut, not even bothering to take his eyes off Toki. Perv on her even from a distance, and I will castrate you with a rusty spork. Ugh, you're no fun. When Naruto raised his elbow again, Jiraiya backed off and held his hands up in a gesture of surrender. Alright. I won't admire such a fine example of feminine beauty, but only because my cute little apprentice doesn't want me staring at his crush. From across the field, Naruto's and Toki's eyes met. Unable to hold her gaze, Naruto looked away and turned a glare on Jiraiya. I don't have a crush on her, he snapped, perhaps a little more harshly than he should. It's called having some decency. You don't perv on a daimyo, Erosenin. Fine, whatever you say, kid. Jiraiya hiked up the large scroll he was carrying around and turned to leave. Come on, we should head out soon. I want to get out of here before nightfall. Naruto sighed, sparing one last look at Toki, before spinning on his heels to follow Jiraiya. After walking for several minutes in silence, Jiraiya sighed, sounding resigned as he turned his head to look at Naruto. Hey brat. What do you want, perv? A tick mark formed on Jiraiya's head, but he ignored the insult. What he had to say was important. I needed to tell you something, he hesitated, causing Naruto to look at him. It's about your family. Chapter 41, Growing Pains. Naruto frowned as he walked through the barren wasteland. Squinting his eyes as the sun bore down on him, he tried to use his enhanced eyesight to see if he could discern whether or not there was anything living within this kami-forsaken place. There was nothing. Nothing except for the heat waves distorting the air around him. This place, Naruto murmured to himself in discontent. Even wearing nothing more than a pair of white shorts and an equally white skin-tight sleeveless shirt did nothing to quell the heat threatening to bake him like an overcooked turkey. His clothing was liberally caked to his skin as sweat drenched his body only to dry up and leave that disgusting, sticky afterfeel. Is this really the rendezvous point where we're supposed to meet our client? Who the hell meets in a place that's so fucking hot? You know, watching you suffer out there almost makes me glad I'm in here where it's always nice and cool. It almost makes being sealed worth it. Naruto scowled at the sound of Kyuubi's voice. Ugh, sure, rub it in, why don't you? That's right, brat, Jiraiya answered as he saddled up to the blonde, one hand on his hip and the other shielding his eyes like a visor. Naruto scowled. The Prince of Suki no Kuni, Land of the Moon, and his caravan should be coming this way. Our job is to meet up with them and protect the prince on his journey back to his country. You'll want to keep a sharp eye out. I don't think I need to tell you how important this client is. I wasn't talking to you, Jiraiya. Naruto snarled at the man, the anger and loathing in his voice earning a wince from his sensei. Ah, come on, Naruto. Are you still upset about it? Upset? Upset. Naruto grit his teeth, his larger-than-average canines bearing themselves angrily at the man. For a moment, his pupils became slitted, before reverting back to their normal round look. How could I possibly be upset? I mean, I only learned that my own fucking father sealed the Kyuubi into me and that the man who should have raised me decided his time would be better spent whoring himself out and perving on women in hot springs so he could write those filthy novels. Jiraiya grimaced. I already said I was sorry. Sorry doesn't take away the pain from 13 years of neglect. Naruto bellowed so loudly the noise echoed across the vast wasteland. It doesn't change the fact that my own godfather, the person who was supposed to take care of me if something ever happened to my parents, ignored me for 13 years of my life and is only now trying to work his way in. You think you can just come into my life after ignoring me for 13 years? Think again, Jiraiya. With each word that escaped Naruto's mouth, the wound Jiraiya felt opening as he realized how badly he had inadvertently hurt his godson became deeper. He knew the boy would be angry at him when he revealed their relationship. It was only natural that the child would be angry, especially when his past was taken into consideration. What the Gamma Sennin had not expected was just how angry Naruto would be. Even after 2 months the boy refused to even speak with him except when they were training. And even then, Naruto would speak only enough to get his point across, then he would continue to ignore Jiraiya as if he didn't exist. This was actually the most he had ever heard the boy speak in one sitting since he had revealed Naruto's heritage to him. Naruto turned around so that he would be facing away from Jiraiya. Just looking at him filled him with so much anger it was taking all he had not to rake his claws down the man's face. I will accept you as my teacher, because I know I'm not strong enough to look out for myself or defeat a single S-class ninja, much less 9, but that's all you are to me now. I refuse to accept you as my godfather. As Naruto began marching again, Jiraiya sighed. He did not regret telling his godson of his heritage, because, really, the boy deserved to know who his parents were. It was just as he told Tsunade, the boy had a right to know. That did not mean having the boy he should have raised since his parents' death to ignore him like he didn't exist did not hurt. It did. A lot. Unfortunately, there was not much he could do about Naruto's anger towards him right now. All he could do was complete this mission to the best of his abilities and hope the boy's anger cooled down soon. Don't you think you're being a tad harsh? Don't tell me you're taking his side, Kyubi. You know I'm not. I was just stating that you are being quite harsh, and that it's unlike you. And don't take that tone with me. I am not the one who ignored you for 13 years. No, you're just the reason my parents died, Naruto said snidely. Almost as soon as he spoke those words he came to regret them. Kyubi. Do you think I wanted to kill your parents, Naruto? News flash, I couldn't have cared less if they had lived or died. Had they just let me go, I would have simply left that Kami-forsaken village and never looked back. I simply wanted my freedom, but your parents refused to give me that. Your mother had to be an idiot and held me down with her blasted chains while your goddamn father sealed me into you when all I wanted was to be free. Look, Naruto sighed tiredly. I didn't mean that. He paused, then blinked. Hold on, how did you know who my mother was? Jiraiya only mentioned her in passing. Kyubi? When only silence greeted him, Naruto sighed. Great, and now I've just pissed off the one person I can talk to in this fucking wasteland. Smooth, Naruto, real smooth. Exox. What? The fuck? Naruto had seen a lot of things in his short life, many of which would cause any civilian and even some ninja to shiver in fear or lose their lunch. He had traveled to a number of different countries and had seen villages both small and large. From the tiny community at Nami no Kuni where everybody knew everyone else to the great city in Tetsu no Kuni, Naruto could honestly say he had seen things that few ninja could lay claim to. In all that time, Naruto would freely admit that he had never seen a caravan that was so damn big. Stretching out for what looked like miles were dozens, perhaps even hundreds of wagons that looked like they were bursting at the seams with junk. Dozens of paraphernalia that looked like they had come from all over the world filled the wagons. Naruto couldn't even name half the crap that was stuffed in them. Who the hell buys so much stuff? I did. Naruto turned as the wagons all ground to a halt to see a man trying to squirm his way out of the most extravagant-looking wagon of them all. Trying being the keyword. Naruto gaped as the man who looked like he was fat enough to eat at least 2 akimichis for breakfast and still have room left over for dessert squirmed and wiggled his way out of the carriage. The man in question had brown hair that was covered by a red cap, brown eyes, and was wearing an extravagant blue kimono with darker blue accents and blue and white triangles on the bottom. Underneath that were a pair of khaki pants, and thrown over the whole ensemble was some kind of tassel with the same blue and white triangle patterns in it, and a golden crescent moon at the end. In short, the man looked like one of those fat fucks who did nothing but sit around eating all day and spending money like it was going out of style. The purpose for this fat creature could not possibly be a man, continued speaking as he managed to finally get out of the carriage and walk over to Naruto and Jiraiya. I saw so many incredible things in all the lands we visited that I just had to have them. So I just kept buying and buying, and before I knew it, I ended up with all this. Naruto grimaced. I see, so this guy really was one of those fat, lazy members of royalty who spent money without a care in the world. Naruto would bet all the money in his gamachan and then some that this guy had probably never had to work a day in his life. It wasn't much of a surprise, but Naruto really hated people like this. Rich, arrogant fools who had so much money they could spend $1 million a day and not run out in their lifetime. These people knew nothing of hardship, of sacrifice. They didn't know it was like saving every scrap of money you had so that you could afford decent clothes and food that was not spoiled. People like this fat prince had everything they could ever want handed to them on platters of gold and silver their whole life. At least Sasuke worked for his title of Rookie of the Year. Whatever Naruto's feelings for Sasuke were and had been did not change the fact that Sasuke had trained hard to acquire the talent he had. Maybe not Rock Lee hard, but then, who the hell trains that hard besides Rock Lee and his crazy-ass sensei? No one, that's who. I am Michiru. The porpoise now known as Michiru placed his hands on his hips as he looked at Naruto and Jiraiya with an interested expression. Kami, even his voice had that soft spoiled prince ring to it. The Prince of Suki no Kuni. And I take it that you two are my shinobi escorts? That's right, Jiraiya stepped forward. Naruto turned his head to look away from the pair. He had no interest in what they said. I'm Jiraiya and this is Uzumaki Naruto of Konohagakure no Sato. We're both here to see you back home safely. Michiru looked at Naruto again, and the blond boy felt violated when the fat fuck eyed his arms. He knew they were pretty ripped for someone so young, but come on, there was no need to stare at them like that. Well, you guys certainly look powerful. I can tell that I'm in good hands. Haha. Jiraiya laughed boisterously, his hands on his hips and his head tilted slightly towards the sky. Naruto rolled his eyes. That is correct. You are in good hands. Tsunade knows how important your country is, which is why she sent me and the brat here to escort you. We are currently some of the strongest shinobi Konoha has to offer. Is that so? Excellent. Please be sure to look after me and my son on our way home. Jiraiya's boisterous laugh once more filled the air. Don't worry about anything, Michiru-dano. The brat and I can handle anything that gets thrown at us. Naruto grit his teeth as the man called him brat again. Who the hell did this perverted fool think he was? Talking about him as if they were family or something. This idiot didn't have the right to speak of him so familiarly. Instinct suddenly blared to life and Naruto's eyes snapped wide open. At the same time, his hand shot out and snatched the small projectile that had been aimed at his head out of the air. He brought the weapon down to get a better look at it, and saw that it was a fake arrow with a suction cup replacing the point. A child's projectile. You know, it's considered rude to shoot the person who's going to be keeping your ass safe. Naruto looked in the direction the arrow had been shot to see a young boy who looked like a younger, not fat version of Michiru. He was wearing what looked like a long, white kimono that split at the bottom and had blue triangles bordering it. Below that were dark gray pants and brown boots. A white shoulder cape of the same color and design as the kimono was also being worn as some kind of decorative piece. Lastly, he had a quiver strapped to his back and was holding a bow in his hand, signifying him as the one who shot the arrow that would have him Naruto were it not for his fast reflexes. Naruto already didn't like him. Just looking at the child let him know the boy was likely a spoiled brat. And what the hell was with the douchebaggish cape? I would suggest not doing it again, lest you end up pissing off the wrong person. The young brat glared balefully at Naruto, who returned the stare with one of his own. I hope you'll forgive Hikaru, Michiru said. He's at that mischievous stage that boys go through. Whatever, Naruto mumbled, turning and beginning to walk away. I'm going to begin checking the caravan and creating a patrol route. You guys do whatever it is you do. And with that, Naruto disappeared in a blur of speed. Wow, Michiru said as Hikaru gawked at where Naruto used to be. So fast, is this the power of a ninja? Partly, however, Naruto is stronger than most ninjas his age, Jiraiya stated proudly. No matter if Naruto hated him or not, he was still proud of how strong his godson had become. He's actually the most promising of our newest generation of Leaf Ninja. Is that so? Michiru was suitably impressed, which would have caused Jiraiya to laugh some more as he told the man tales of how great his apprentice was, but there was business to be done. Bragging could wait until later. Exox. The caravan had begun to move again. Slowly at first, but with increasing speed as the horses pulled the large wagons laden so full with crap only someone who was super rich and not afraid to waste their money would bother to buy that. It looked like each one weighed a ton. Despite the heavy loads, the steeds didn't seem to be complaining. Maybe they were used to lugging around loads of crap. Naruto found himself perched on top of one of the wagons, using it as a lookout point so he could see the entire operation from where he was. All around the caravan walked a large number of clones, 50 in all. Their job was to dispel if they saw something out of the ordinary so that Naruto could deal with it. That was the problem with clones, he lamented. They couldn't do it anymore because they were so weak. Even if they had all of his abilities and a good portion of his chakra, one good hit would destroy them. He really needed to find a way to make them stronger. Nothing was impossible and Naruto was sure this wasn't either. All it would take was a little hard work and gumption. Maybe he could use Kyuubi's chakra to enhance them? Naruto wondered what such a thing would do. It could make his clones more durable and able to at least take a few hits before dispelling, or it might have disastrous results like making the clone unstable enough that it could explode. Which would actually be kind of useful. The exploding clone jutsu was a powerful technique. How powerful would exploding clones be when filled to the brim with Kyuubi's chakra? Hee, Naruto chuckled. I could just imagine the explosion that would make the image of one of his clones blowing up and destroying a small mountain appeared in his mind. That would definitely be awesome. His small moment of amusement was short-lived as the poor mood he had been in since discovering his heritage and that Jiraiya was his godfather returned. Sighing, the whisker-marked shinobi got back to work, looking out over the barren wasteland the caravan was currently passing through. Naruto wasn't quite sure what sort of environment this place would be considered. It was boiling hot like the desert of Suna, but there was none of the sand associated with that place. It was really just dried up and cracked gravel with loads of rocks. Could this terrain even be considered a desert then? Better stick to barren wasteland. Right now the caravan was moving next to a large mountain range made of steep cliff faces. As Naruto looked up at the giant cliff that was probably around the same size as the Hokage monument in Konoha, his mind went through the information about the mission he and the pervert had been given. They were actually on a B-rank mission, which would normally be given to a 4-man squad of 1 and 3 chunin. With all of their ninja already on various missions, he and Jiraiya had been the only ones with a high enough rank in the ninja hierarchy to qualify. If they had not been able to do it, then Tsunade would have been forced to give the mission to a group of genin. Not a very good prospect for what could end up being a difficult mission. They were protecting a prince, after all, one who had enough money that he could pretty much spend millions of it on a whim without a care in the world. It was unlikely that this mission would end up going off without a hitch. Especially now that he was here. No doubt Murphy was going to find some way to screw them over before the end of this journey. You're always so cynical. I think I have a right to be, Naruto said, rolling his eyes. Just look at my mission record. My first C rank turned into an A rank where I fought Zabuza and Haku, then the Chunin exams came and then there was the Sasuke retrieval disaster. And let's not forget that mission to Tetsu no Kuni where I fought that prick Ao and the one in Tori no Kuni with the cursed warrior. I think I have a right to be cynical when it comes to the missions I'm undertaking. Point taken. You have some of the shittiest luck I've seen for this type of stuff. You're the biggest magnet for trouble I've met. Oh gee, thanks. Continuing his survey of the area, his eyes strayed over to the front where Jiraiya was walking alongside the prince's carriage, talking to the prince about something with animated gestures and loud belly-aching laughter. Naruto glared at the man for a moment, then decided to ignore him and focus on the carriage itself. It really was one of the most fancy-looking carriages he had ever seen. A large white carriage with golden accents and designs. It looked much more streamlined than the other carriage, which were all large, bulky and plain-looking. The thing was obviously designed with the intention of making people green with envy. Just then, one of the shadow clones guarding the caravan dispelled, sending all of its memories back to Naruto. This was followed by several more dispelling in quick succession. Naruto's eyes fluttered a bit as images bombarded his mind. Images he got from the clone's memories. Images of several dozen people dressed in filthy rags and bearing rusted weapons. Bandits or highwaymen most likely. Opening his eyes, the blonde Yuzum turned his head and looked up at the ledge the caravan was currently traveling alongside. There, running down the ledge with weapons bared were several bandits, all of whom were screaming like a bunch of idiots. Naruto smiled. He had been hoping for an opportunity to release some pent-up tension for a while now. He was so pleased to see his wish had finally been granted. Exox. That was awfully brutal of you. Kyubi? Naruto perked up at the sound of the voice he had not heard since some time yesterday morning passed through his mind. Are you finally talking to me? Would you rather I not talk to you? Ah, no. I didn't mean it like that. Naruto was quick to let her know he wasn't being rude or sarcastic or anything like that. As strange as their odd relationship was, he did not want to give it up, especially when she was the only person he could now talk to since he couldn't even stand the sight of Jiraiya. I was just surprised. That's all. I didn't expect you to start talking to me after you cut out so abruptly. I was bored. How Naruto sighed, figures. With a deep expelling of breath, Naruto fell backwards on the futon he had been sitting on and looked up at the sky. It was nighttime now. The stars painted the velvety canvas above him like a billion small beacons in the night sky. He had to admit, it made for a fantastic sight. You were awfully brutal during that battle today, Kyubi continued along her previous line of thought. You mean when I fought those bandits? I don't think I've ever seen you kill someone so violently. At least, not since that time in Nami no Kuni. Naruto closed his eyes, remembering that time in Nami, the day where Haku had died. I have to admit, I was a little shocked at how violently you ripped that guy with the pickaxe apart. Ugh. Naruto grimaced as he remembered the battle, if someone could even consider that slaughter a battle. It had been so one-sided that to call it a complete massacre wouldn't even begin to describe how poorly that fight had gone for the bandits arrayed against Naruto. Well, I've been pretty angry recently. What with the pervert withholding information on my parents on top of being my godfather who abandoned me to the hatred of an entire village for 13 years of my life. I wonder how long you're going to hold on to your hatred for. Naruto frowned. What do you mean by that? I mean, you have never been one to let your hatred get the better of you. You even decided to forgive the villagers of Konoha for treating you like utter shit for years. Yet you hold a lot of anger towards your godfather. It's because he's my godfather that I'm so angry at him. Naruto closed his eyes as his mind went over the issues he had with the man who should have raised him. I can forgive the villagers for their ignorance because they don't know any better. Sure, they could have taken the time to get to know me, but by the time I was old enough for them to possibly move past their hatred, I was beginning to play pranks in order to get attention, which did not endear me to anyone. Naruto let out a heavy sigh. On the other hand, Jiraiya is my godfather, and he does no better. He was the one who taught my dad everything he knows about seals, so he knew damn well that I was not you. That means he ignored me not out of irrational hatred, but out of negligence. I can't forgive something like that. Doesn't the pervert have a spy network to take care of? That doesn't change anything, QB. Jiraiya had to have at least visited Konoha on occasion to give a report or something. Even if he only spent a week out of the entire year every time he came into Konoha with me, I would have been satisfied, but he didn't. He ignored me. I didn't even know I had a godfather until he told me. And now you're upset that he didn't spend time with you. You humans are always so emotional. I wonder, is it because of how short-lived your species are? Yeah, well, I'm not really human anymore, am I? Was Naruto's bitter reply. Are you still upset about that? I had thought you had gotten over it. I guess it's just now starting to really hit me, Naruto admitted. Truth be told, after Kyuubi had revealed her theory on what had happened to him after he absorbed half of her chakra, he had pretty much forgotten all about the possibility that he may be immortal. There had been more important things to worry about: the Chunin exams, the invasion, Sarutobi dying, the search for Tsunade, and his rising in rank to Chunin. In the wake of all that happened, the knowledge that he was not quite human anymore had been pushed into the deepest recesses of his mind. His battle with Guren had brought those realizations back. Guren, who was more powerful than him, more skilled than him, and just plain better than him. Despite his incredible disadvantage, he had managed to fight her on mostly even ground. It was not because of his talent as a ninja, nor because of his skills and unpredictability. It had been because of his ability to regenerate from any damage received at an astounding rate. Cuts were healed in seconds, broken bones in minutes. Even getting impaled by a crystal javelin did not keep him down for long. His body had taken all the punishment Guren could give him and simply healed right back up, allowing him to fight longer and harder than what should have been possible for someone of his skill level. You had better get over that hang-up quickly, Kyuubi advised him. Such thoughts will only hold you down from reaching your potential. Whatever, Naruto sighed as he wrapped the blanket he had been using to keep warm around him tighter. I'm done with this conversation. Uzumaki Naruto closed his eyes and tried to get some sleep. However, no matter how hard he tried, sleep would not come. The next day, he would be incredibly irritable. Exox. Naruto found himself sighing as he realized why the other people who had been hired before him, and the old pervert to guard Michiru and Hikaru quit. It wasn't because they couldn't handle the danger, but because they were disgusted by just how lavish and wasteful the prince was. The man really did spend money without a care in the world. The group had arrived in a small city not too long ago. It was a nice-looking community surrounded by grassy plains. The architecture all followed the same scheme: tan and red brick walls with red-tiled roofing. Most of the buildings were houses or apartments where people lived, but there were also a number of shops and stores. Naruto couldn't help but find the peaceful atmosphere soothing. However, while they were moving through the town, Hikaru had seen a large sign mentioning the circus that was going on in town. Michiru, being the rich and wasteful slob that he was, had no issues spoiling the brat rotten by agreeing to stop for the day so he could buy tickets to see the show. You shouldn't complain too much, Kyubi said as she lay against her fluffy pillows, all 9 of her tails arrayed around her like some kind of majestic robe. She was watching everything through Naruto's eyes. Even though she had seen a circus before, this was the first time in about 200 years that she had been able to. It was interesting to see what new acts humans came up with. At least Michiru bought tickets for you and the pervert as well. Naruto scowled at the mention of his godfather. His eyes quickly flickered over to the man in question, who was sitting next to Hikaru and Michiru while Naruto sat further back. As if sensing his gaze burning a hole through his back, Jiraiya turned around to look at him. At the same time, Naruto looked back at the woman sitting on the trunk of an elephant that was balancing on its hind legs. Maybe it was just because he was a shinobi, but the sight wasn't all that impressive. I guess you're right, Naruto sighed as he leaned back in his seat and tried to enjoy the show. Of course I'm right. When will you realize, my dear Naruto-kun, that I am always right? Naruto snorted with barely restrained laughter. He didn't know if she was using that haughty tone for comedic purposes, but he couldn't deny Kyubi sounded very funny when she spoke with such blatant narcissism. The circus acts weren't all bad, Naruto decided as time wore on. Sure, the one where that lady was directing rhinos around in a circle while she stood in the middle with a whip was boring as hell, but the one after that where the man managed to balance 6 sticks with spinning plates, 1 on each foot, and 2 for each hand with squirrels in each plate running around to help them spin was pretty damn impressive. There was also one act where 4 polar bears dressed in yellow vests with red bow ties and top hats moved around the ring while balancing on bright, multicolored beach balls. That was pretty cool too. Naruto's favorite act by far had to be the boxing kangaroos. Of course that would be your favorite, Kyubi huffed from inside the seal. You boys and your enjoyment of senseless violence. I swear, no matter how much time passes, human males never change. Naruto shrugged. I guess I can't really argue with you there, he admitted. Still, I don't think this is something only men would enjoy. He paused, thinking. I'm actually pretty sure Sakura would be into this kind of thing as well. Probably, Kyubi sounded amused. I can actually picture the pink one standing up in her seat, swinging her fists as she cheered to see a good fight. Naruto grinned as he got an amusing image of his pink-haired former teammate standing in her seat, swinging her arms haphazardly, decking several people in the face without knowing it, all the while yelling fight, 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 like those partygoers who enjoy watching people in drinking contests yell chug, chug, chug. It was definitely an amusing image. I can see that too. Before Kyubi could say anything more, the lights dimmed. Naruto sat up in his seat as a single spotlight played on the main circus ring where most of the acts had taken place either on or around. The ringleader, a man with sandy brown hair, a mustache, and wearing a red suit with a large top hat, stepped onto the ring, a microphone in his hand. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's the moment you've all been waiting for. The ringleader's voice blared loudly over the speakers. The one. The only. Chamu, the saber-toothed tiger. A saber-toothed tiger? Kyubi perked up. Here? In a circus? Something wrong, Kyubi? Asked Naruto. The single spotlight disappeared as several different spotlights of varying color flickered around the room. The lights began moving as a drum roll commenced. Naruto, saber-toothed tigers are extremely rare, Kyubi told him. She sounded a bit frustrated for some reason. So rare that before I was sealed, I had not seen one for over 200 years. You humans hunted them to extinction. Obviously not if there's one still around, Naruto pointed out. Kyubi growled. Seriously, Kyubi? What's up? I don't think I've ever heard you get angry like this. Well, he added when he heard her snort, not over something like this at any rate. I'm not angry, Kyubi denied, I'm just annoyed. Why? I thought you would be happy to know something like this. You wouldn't understand. Naruto sighed at her words. That was Kyubi's answer every time he asked a question that managed to bring up something she didn't like, or something that brought back memories she was not fond of. He wondered what these particular memories were about, but knew he would not be getting those answers out of his tenant for a while, if ever. He turned his attention back to the stage. The colored spotlights all converged in one area several feet above the ring and to the left, creating what looked like a rounded triangle of light. In the center of this triangle was the creature that could only be Chamu. Chamu was a very large tiger, easily the size of a standard human in length, though only coming up to the waist of a full-grown adult. It was a powerful-looking creature, with strong-looking muscles, sharp claws and a sleek body that looked streamlined. Clearly, this Chama was built for speed. It had dark gray skin and a white underbelly that extended all the way to its face and 3 diamond patterns of darker fur on its head. Wrapped around its neck like some kind of scarf or cape was a bandana that was tied at the end. Beneath that and around its upper torso was a dark brown vest with lighter brown accents. Like all felines, it had 3 whiskers on each side of its face. Perhaps the most startling feature about this saber-toothed tiger was the bright yellow eyes that seemed unnaturally sharp and the very large, very sharp-looking fangs jutting from its upper lip. Those were some seriously intimidating teeth. And dental coverage must be a bitch for those. Chama let out a low growl before unleashing a giant roar that had Hikaru gasping in awe and Michiru looking like he was about to shit himself. That, more than anything else, Naruto found amusing. Acting with what looked like practiced ease, Chama jumped from the platform he was on to another platform embedded into the wall, then finally the circular platform within the ring. The ringleader quickly jumped up as Chama gazed at everything around him. As rare as he is dangerous. Chama is the only one of his kind in captivity. Of course, Kyubi growled, naturally the only thing that man is proud of is how dangerous that saber-tooth is and how he's essentially enslaved here. Kyubi? Are you upset at seeing someone besides yourself being forced into captivity? Che. Of course not. Saber-toothed tigers may be intelligent, but they're still just animals. Why should I care about an animal? I don't know. I was just asking. Well, you can stop asking. Alright. No need to get upset. Yeesh. Someone's touchy today. What was that? Nothing. And here's Chamua's friend and partner, Kiki. The hell kind of a name is Kiki? The dumb kind? More spotlights appeared, this time hovering in the air as a tiny chimpanzee with the same bandana and vest scheme only in reverse colors descended after flipping off a high bar and landed on Chamua's head. Everyone clapped as the tiny monkey stood up, took off its hat and bowed to the crowd. And now, Chamu and Kiki have a very special treat for you. Naruto raised an eyebrow as Kiki climbed onto a tiny platform being raised into the air by a tall tripod. A ball was tossed to him, which he soon tossed to Chamu. The ball was then tossed back when the saber-toothed tiger hit it with his head, after which it went back to Kiki before being returned by the chimp smacking it with his tail. Alright, Naruto said suddenly as he watched Chamu jump extremely high in the air for not being chakra-enhanced so he could smack the ball back to Kiki. That's actually kind of impressive. I wonder how they trained him to do that. Kyubi scoffed. You don't train a saber-toothed tiger, Naruto, they're impossible to train. You're more than likely to get your head bitten off by it than you are to successfully train something like that. Then how is it doing all those tricks? I imagine they managed to coax it into doing that somehow. The monkey probably has something to do with it. Naruto looked over at the chimpanzee just as it hit the ball back to Chamu. He didn't think a monkey would be that smart, but then, he didn't know much about monkeys. For all he knew, it could be super smart. Considering your kind is derived from apes, I don't think you have much room to insult the intelligence of a monkey. Ouch. Claws out today, Kyubi? They're always out. You know that. Chama ended up doing a few more tricks, namely, jumping through rings that were lit on fire. After the last of the tricks, Chamu jumped back onto the platform. Kiki dropped on his head again, an apple in its hand this time. It took a bite of the red fruit, then tossed it into the air where an arrow from a man who had walked into the ring shot it down and pinned it to the wall. As everyone else clapped, Naruto snorted. He could have tossed a kunai through that apple with no trouble. Shooting an arrow and throwing a kunai are very different things, Naruto. Arrows require a lot more concentration, precision and skill to shoot. Naruto huffed a bit, but didn't say anything. He knew if he did, Kyubi would just use it as an opportunity to mess with him. If you think that was hard, then watch this. Kiki began spinning the apple on one of its fingers. It lifted the spinning apple above its head as Chamu stood up on his hind legs. The pair wobbled a bit, whether on purpose or because Chamu's balance was precarious was unknown. Whatever the case was, moving around like that would most certainly present a harder target for the archer to hit. If he's off even a fraction of an inch, it's goodbye Kiki. Oh please, Naruto gave a derisive snort, making some of the people sitting near him look at him oddly. He ignored them. There are 360 degrees he could shoot his bow, and that's not even going into angles. If the idiot misses, chances are he's going to shoot wide and miss the apple and monkey entirely. Does that man honestly expect people to not realize this? Not everyone's a shinobi, you know, Kyuubi reminded Naruto as she caressed her tails and watched the scene through Naruto's eyes. While she wouldn't say she was enjoying the show, it was at least something different from what she usually saw. That, and she wasn't cynical like Naruto was. All of these people are civilians. They're so easy to manipulate, it's ridiculous. These people will eat up that man's words like they were coming from Kami just because they want a good show. I guess. Good. Now shut up and watch. Naruto rolled his eyes. Yes, ma'am. The archer soon knocked an arrow back against his bow and pulled the strong taut. While he was taking aim, the ringleader spoke up. All right. We need absolute silence, everyone. If he needed absolute silence, then he should make the idiot doing the drum roll stop. My, aren't you a cynic today? While the drum roll created a lot of noise, the entire crowd had gone silent as they waited on bated breath to see if the archer would be able to hit the apple. Even Naruto was leaning forward in his seat, getting drawn into the suspense in spite of himself. The archer set his sights on the apple, one eye closed to a squint as he prepared to unleash the arrow knocked back in his bow. The apple was hit. But not by the archer. Naruto blinked as he stared at the apple as it rolled across the ground, a suction cup arrow stuck to it. He turned and saw the brat, Hikaru, standing with his bow out and the string trembling from when it released the arrow. Huh! Naruto blinked. Well, color me orange, the kid's actually not a half bad shot. If someone actually colored you orange, I would melt them. It was a figure of speech, Kyuubi. Easy shot. Even from the distance Naruto was sitting from the others, he managed to easily pick up the words. Wow, arrogant. Considering you act even more arrogant than he does more than half the time, I don't think you have any right to talk. Keyword being act Kyuubi. I know my own limitations, and I know not to be overconfident when my opponent has me outclassed. Don't forget that I just barely managed to stay alive when I fought Guren. Humph. Bravo! The ringleader shouted, apparently deciding to just make this part of the act. Naruto had to hand it to the man. At least he knew how to go with the flow. Good eye, Sonny! He clapped for a moment. However, let's see you handle this. Apple once more in hand, Kiki began spinning the red fruit on his finger. Chamu jumped off the platform and began running around in a circle, presenting a much harder target to hit than he had the last time. This one would actually take a good amount of skill to hit. Naruto could do so, of course, but only when using kunai. Tenchan could hit that thing easily, Naruto thought fondly to himself. No doubt if Tenten were here, she would have made this entire spectacle a competition with the kid. And kicked his ass in the process. I wonder if she knows how to use a bow? I wouldn't doubt it. That girl's a weapons fanatic the likes of which I have never seen before. And that's saying something. Naruto watched as once again, Hikaru let the arrow fly. And once again, the arrow hit the apple dead center. WL. Everyone soon began clapping for the boy who had proved to be an amazing shot. Naruto didn't, even though he was actually kind of impressed. But that was just because it would be too much of a hassle to actually clap. Kami, that sounded a lot like Shikamaru. The ringleader walked up to Hikaru, a large grin on his face. What a great shot! I've never seen anything like it. I've made harder shots than that. Hikaru pretended to act all nonchalant, even though Naruto could tell the brat was preening. Wow, hamming it up much? You have no right to talk about hamming anything up. I'm not that bad, am I? Do you want me to answer that? Not really. The ringleader put a hand under his elbow, and the other hand cupped his chin as a thoughtful look crossed his face. You deserve a prize for a shot like that, yes now, Let me see, what do you think about it? I want him, Hikaru interrupted, pointing at the saber-toothed tiger that was walking around the platform. Naruto snickered. Of course the brat would want the largest, most dangerous creature there. What? You mean Chamu? Oh, he's too big and dangerous, sonny. Besides, with Chamu gone I wouldn't have a show. I don't care. I want him. Naruto scowled at the brat's words. Like father, like son. It seemed the apple didn't fall very far from the tree. The ringleader tried to get the young boy to see reason, but the spoiled little turd wasn't listening anymore. He just turned to his slightly drunk dad. Father, please. Sure, why not? Michiru said cheerfully after he finished his drink. His pink cheeks let Naruto know the man was really feeling the alcohol. You know, I've always wanted my own circus. Why don't we buy the whole thing, tent and all? Even Jiraiya seemed surprised by that statement. Sitting where he was next to Michiru, the white-haired man spewed out all of the sake he had been drinking and began pounding his chest with a fist as he coughed. Naruto sighed. So this is how that idiot treats his son? Buying him whatever the hell he wants? No wonder the brat's so damn spoiled. Do you know how I dealt with spoiled brats I didn't like? No, I don't. Naruto perked up a bit, intrigued. How do you deal with little shits like that? I ate them. Naruto's sweat dropped. She wasn't being serious, was she? He hoped not, or he might never be able to look at Kyubi the same way again. I see. Somehow, I don't think eating the kid would turn out well. Humph. Your loss. Right. Exox. Hikaru had a very smug smile on his face as he watched his father hand the shaky ringleader a check for the circus. The man in the red suit looked like he was going to start crying in joy any minute now. His whole body was shaking. Naturally, it was because the check with more zeros in it than the budget for most kingdoms. Who says money can't buy everything? All around them, the people working for the circus were taking things down and putting it away for the journey to Suki no Kuni. Hikaru didn't pay much attention to them. He didn't really care about the rest of the circus. Just the tiger. Well, to be honest, I've always wanted to do a show in Suki no Kuni. It's a delightful place from all I've heard. As Hikaru walked beside his father, who was speaking to the ringleader about something, Hikaru didn't care what a sight caught the young boy's attention. Chamu was resting on several crates, his front paws being used as pillows. Meanwhile, the monkey, Kiki, looked like he was about to feed the tiger an apple as the much larger beast yawned widely. He probably would have too, if he had not spotted Hikaru and bolted for it. Hikaru walked up to the lounging saber-tooth and picked up the apple Kiki had dropped. He leaned forward, offering the fruity treat to the tiger. Hungry? At the sound of his voice, Chamu's eyes snapped open and a growl escaped the tiger's lips. Hikaru backed away, eyes widening in fear as the over 600-pound tiger stood up and glared at him with lips pulled back into a deadly-looking snarl. The tiger roared, causing Hikaru to fall backwards and land on his bum with a yelp of fright. The young boy's eyes quivered as he stared at the now terrifying creature before him. What had once seemed like such a tame animal now looked like a wild beast ready to rip him limb from limb. Ah! Sonny! Hikaru! The sound of the ringleader and his father wasn't even heard by the boy as he found himself staring into the eyes of his death. Those dangerous yellow eyes that seemed to speak of untold violence and a desire to kill were glaring at him, and Hikaru could see his life begin flashing before his eyes. Chamu looked just about ready to lunge when a blur of black and orange appeared between them. Sit down, Naruto snarled as he stood in front of the quivering Hikaru and faced down the enraged tiger. Chamu backed up a step, but quickly regained his bearings and roared at Naruto in return, but the blonde did not back down. Instead, his irises began to bleed red and his pupils became black slits as an aura of pure, unbridled power threatened to wash over everyone in the clearing. Naruto's lips peeled back in a snarl that was every bit as feral as the one Chamu was giving. Sit down. Now. For a moment, the saber-toothed tiger looked as if he were considering attacking the blonde anyways. After several seconds of nothing happening, Chamu eventually did as told and sat down on his haunches. Naruto smiled. Good boy, The blonde reached up and began absently caressing the large tiger behind the ear. Everyone in the vicinity, including the ringleader, was shocked when the giant cat with claws closed his eyes and began to purr. Would you look at that? The ringleader gawked at the sight of the fearsome and terrifying Chamu, purring like some kind of house kitten. I've never seen Chamu let anyone get close to him. He doesn't even let me get too close to him. How is he doing that? Jiraiya, who had also been walking with Michiru and Hikaru, watched Naruto work his magic on the large tiger. Only he knew what Naruto had done, using the Kyuubi's chakra to overpower Chamu's rage by showing the saber-tooth that he was the bigger predator. It was an impressive way to deal with something like this, to be sure. And it didn't even end in bloodshed. After a few seconds of pampering the giant cat's head, Naruto sighed and stood up from where he was crouched. He turned around to look at Hikaru, who was still trembling as he stared between Naruto and Chamu. Geez, kid. You really are a bundle of trouble, you know? Asked Naruto, shaking his head a bit before sticking his hand out for the boy to take. You alright? Hikaru stared at the hand being offered to him like it was something foreign. His mind was still reeling from the shock of the past few seconds. After nearly a second of staring, he slapped the hand away and quickly bolted from the scene, leaving Naruto to stare after him. Hikaru! Hikaru! Michiru shouted after his son to no avail. The man looked like he wanted to chase after the boy, but decided not to in the end. Probably because he was so damn fat he wouldn't be able to catch up with the child anyways. Ugh, what an ungrateful little Naruto sighed, releasing a huge gust of breath. He looked down at Chamu, who was staring up at him with curious yellow eyes, and grinned. Come on, Chamu. Why don't we go find your friend? With that, the strange pair of boy and tiger decided to make their own exit from the scene. But not before a certain Kitsune left her own parting comment. Trying to add beast tamer to your resume, Naruto? Naruto rolled his eyes at the woman's teasing tone. Some things would just never change. Oh, hush up. Chapter 42, Stormy Seas. Naruto had to admit that his new pillow was very comfortable. It was soft and warm and fuzzy. All the good things a pillow should possess, except maybe the fuzziness in most cases. Combine that with the mild heat bearing down on him from the sun and the smell of the ocean on the breeze, and it was easy to see why the blonde Uzumaki looked almost ready to fall asleep. He was lying against his new pillow on the pier overlooking the ocean. Jiraiya was with Michiru. They were apparently waiting on the royal yacht to make a station at the harbor so they could load the circus supplies, tents, animals, and all the crap that Michiru had bought during his journey through the elemental nations before heading off to Suki no Kuni. That in itself was going to be a long, laborious process, one that Naruto did not envy the circus workers for. Who the hell names their boat the royal yacht anyways? Naruto complained to himself as he moved the reed he had stuck in between his teeth around. That's got to be the most snobbish name for a ship I've ever heard. That's royalty for you. Kyuubi's answer was very airy, uncaring even. Maybe it was because she was too busy filing her nails to care about something as mundane as a ship's name. While her pillows were not as comfortable as the living one Naruto was using, she had a lot more of them, which more than made up for the lack of comfort. Even back when I was hidden under my guise as a human, the rich and spoiled gave items they owned similar names: the royal carriage, a noble cause, the sword of promised victory. Humph. Humans like giving grandiose names to things because it makes them feel more important than they really are. Yeah, I guess, Naruto sighed. In response to his deep release of carbon dioxide, his pillow shifted, then growled in question. Don't worry too much, Chamu, Naruto reassured the saber-tooth he was leaning his back against. I was just thinking about something. Nothing important. Chamu growled quietly before laying his head back down on his paws and closing his eyes. The blonde grinned, though the tiger could not see it, and decided that Chamu's idea to get some more shut-eye was a grand one. The next thing he knew, he too had closed his eyes and began drifting off to sleep. Or he tried to drift off to sleep. A set of footsteps caused Naruto's and Chamu's ears to twitch. Two pairs of eyes opened, one bright yellow and the other an azure blue. The blue eyes closed a second later as the blonde they belonged to sked in annoyance. Something I can help you with, Jiraiya? Said man's wince went unseen by Naruto. We just got finished meeting with the dock master, Jiraiya decided to not let his emotions play on his face as he informed his apprentice of their current situation. It seems there is a storm at sea and the royal yacht. Naruto snorted. Won't be making it for another day or so. We're currently in the process of securing passage on another ship, but it's going to take some time. That's nice and all, but what does this have to do with me? Jiraiya sighed at his godson's tone. Just how long did he plan on staying angry anyways? Since it's going to take time before we can leave, Michiru and Hikaru are heading out somewhere. Since our job is protecting them on their journey, we'll be going with them. I see. As your eyes opened once more before a tired sigh escaped the lips of the person said eyes belonged to. I guess there's nothing to it then. He stood up, making both Chamu and their companion Kiki look up at him. Naruto gave them a slight smile as he rubbed Chamu's head. Don't worry. I'm just heading out to keep an eye on the brat and his fat dad. Part of the job I'm afraid of. Chamu made soft growling noises while Kiki went back to eating his apple. You two be good, alright? Naruto told them. I don't want to hear about you biting some poor man's head off or something. Another growl was his answer. Alright then. I'm off. See you when I see you. Naruto made his way over to Jiraiya and together, the two of them began walking away from the pier. How can you understand that, tiger? Asked Jiraiya as their feet created a steady thumping rhythm against the wood of the dock. I don't know anyone who has the ability to understand animals like that. It's a pretty impressive skill. Why do you care? Asked Naruto. He didn't give Jiraiya a chance to answer as he sped up and began walking ahead of his sensei. Wooden planks turned into cobblestone pavement, and the ocean view was replaced with large buildings soon enough. Jiraiya closed his eyes, hiding the pain he felt at his godson once again giving him the cold shoulder. How long do you plan on staying mad at your teacher? Naruto frowned at the question. I don't know. He looked up at all the buildings surrounding him on either side. They were all pretty colorful. Blues and yellows along with reds and oranges seemed to be the most prominent colors being used by the buildings. This was a very bright city. It was a complete contrast to his own thoughts, which were almost as gloomy as Sasuke's. It's not as if I want to be mad at him. It's just that every time I think about forgiving him, I remember that those 13 years where I lived alone could have been avoided if he had been a proper godfather, and I get so angry just thinking about it. I think I understand, abstractly at least. Ne QB. What would you do if you were in my situation? I'd eat him. It wouldn't be the first time I've devoured a human. Right? Naruto's sweat dropped. I shouldn't have asked? Exox. Naruto looked on in interest at the place they had arrived at. It was a small cottage on the very outskirts of town, next to a small bluff overlooking the ocean. Green grass and a few trees sprinkled along the ground surrounded two sides while the ocean disappeared into the horizon on the west, and the small dirt road he, Jiraiya and the carriage carrying the fatso and his jerk of a son were on the east. The cottage itself was very quaint, but nice. A red-tiled roof and paneled yellow wood made up a majority of the small place. Much of the house was surrounded by hedges. There was even a garden, which a pretty, middle-aged woman was tending to. Said woman stopped pulling the berries from her plants, and stood to her feet as the carriage pulled up. Naruto stopped alongside the carriage, hands behind his head and a bored look on his face. Now that they were closer, he could see the woman's features more clearly, a darker not quite mocha-colored tan, dark brown eyes, and dark hair down to her back. She was wearing a basic sleeveless green dress and had a shark-tooth necklace around her neck. The door to the carriage opened and Michiru stepped out of it carrying an armful of flowers. There sure were a lot of them. Flowers, that is. And such variety as well. They were all so colorful. Being an amateur gardener himself, Naruto knew a few of the flowers the man was holding, but the rest were a mystery. As the fat man stopped just in front of the garden, the woman halted herself at the end, opposite the obese prince. The flowers came down as Michiru lowered his arms, revealing his chubby face. The moment he saw the woman, his cheeks flushed with pleasure, and a large smile crept on his face. Oh, it's so good to see you again, Ameo. The woman, Ameo, looked at Michiru like he was some kind of idiot. At least until Hikaru stepped out of the carriage. Then she gasped, brought a hand to her mouth, and dropped her basket of fruits. Uncaring of the fruit she stepped on, Ameo began walking forward, her pace hurried. Michiru saw this and dropped all but 2 of the bouquets in his hands as he raised his arms in joy. Oh my honey! Ameo walked right past him like he was not even there. She marched up to Hikaru, kneeling down in front of the confused boy. Her eyes began to water. Hikaru, is that you? Hikaru didn't answer. Mainly because Ameo did not give him a chance to answer before wrapping him up in a fierce hug as tears began leaking from her eyes. Oh Hikaru! My beautiful boy! Naruto snickered into his hand as he watched the scene unfold. While some might have called this a heartfelt reunion, he couldn't help but find comedy in the moment. The look on Michiru's face when Ameo waltzed right by him like he wasn't even there was just too much. I'm glad to see you're amused by this. Naruto chuckled some more. Aren't you? I mean, just look at that idiot's face. I've never seen someone look so constipated before. I don't really care enough to be amused. Now if Michiru ended up getting strangled to death by his own intestines, then I would be amused. Naruto's sweat dropped. You have a really morbid idea of what's amusing. It comes from years of being used by humans who think they can do whatever they want. Right. Naruto focused on what was happening outside of his mind again. Michiru had just had someone pick up the bouquets he dropped for him, lazy ass, and was now making his way over to Ameo, who was still hugging the life out of Hikaru. Ahem. He coughed, holding out the bouquet of red roses. When Ameo ignored him, he coughed again, louder, and began shaking the bouquet in order to get the woman's attention. Ahem, ahem. Ayamo turned around, her eyes narrowed in annoyance. She gave the fat man a deadpan look that let everyone there know she was displeased at having her reunion with her son disrupted. Who are you? Michiru looked distraught. How could you say that, Ameo? The numerous bouquets fell from his nerveless fingers, dropping to the ground in a rustle of leaves and fabric. With the last bouquet left in his hand, the roses he had tried handing to Ameo, he pointed to himself. Don't you recognize me? Eyes squinting, she looked at the fat man who seemed to know her with a bit more heedful gaze. After a few seconds, her eyes widened and her face became disbelieving. I don't impossible Michiru? Of course it's me. What? Ameo shrieked, her eyes boggling. They looked like a pair of dish pans. No, I don't believe it. She shook her head almost violently and held Hikaru that much tighter. You're too fat. A wide grin spread across Naruto's face, threatening to split it in half. Now this was entertainment. Well, if I am, it's all because of you, Michiru accused. Naruto grimaced in disgust as the man blamed Ameo for his lack of self-control when it came to eating. Ever since you left me, eating is the only thing that can help me forget my loneliness. Ameo gave one last look at the man who had apparently been much skinnier when she knew him, then groaned. Naruto threatened to break down in laughter. Truly, watching these people was enough to lift his troubled spirits. Now if only he could find some way to learn how to deal with a group of S-rank ninja without Jiraiya's help, things would be perfect. Exox. I'm so lonely without you. So is Hikaru. Please come home where you belong. Naruto stared up at the blue sky from where he lay on the roof of the small cottage the fat prince's not fat former wife lived in. The sky was rather pretty today. It was a shade of blue similar to his own eyes. There were a number of clouds drifting lazily by, going wherever the wind took them. Naruto almost felt like he could just drift off right now. No wonder Shikamaru did this so often. Watching the clouds, that is. It was addictive. His arms were behind his head and there was another reed in his mouth that he was playing with his tongue. Down below in the house itself, the voices of Michiru and Ameo could be heard. No! He heard Ameo's voice, firm and strong, speak up. It was a stark contrast compared to Michiru's whiny tone. My only regret is Hikaru. If I hadn't signed that stupid wedding contract, I'd keep him here with me, and raise him myself. I guess they're having a lover's spat, Naruto mused, absently twirling the reed of grass around. I wonder Ameo was surprised by how fat Michiru was. How long has it been since they last saw each other? It takes an awful lot of time to get that fat. Or just a lot of food. Maybe. But even eating until you're ready to burst every single day, it would take years to get that large. Why are we even talking about this? Naruto shrugged. "'Cause I'm bored. And I imagine that you are too. It is pretty boring now. There's no battles, no mysteries, and I don't get to watch as humans kill each other because of their own greed and stupidity. It's definitely too peaceful for my tastes. You and your need for violence. You know, you never spoke like this when we first met." "That's because I was being cautious. It's important when going into a mutually beneficial relationship that you do not do or say anything to upset the one you are going to rely on." "You didn't do a very good job then." "Whatever, I could say the same thing about you." "Touché." The sound of footsteps underneath the blonde-haired Uzumaki alerted him to the fact that two people were pacing. One was light, Amao's definitely. The other was heavy. Michiru, obviously. "Why do you hate me so much? I gave you everything you ever wanted, didn't I? Wasn't it enough?" The pacing stopped. "Ugh, Michiru. You never gave me the most important thing." "Huh!" Michiru's confusion was obvious, even to Naruto, who could not see the man. The blonde could just imagine that idiot of a prince, his head tilted to the side in confusion as he tried to figure out what his former wife was talking about, and failed. "I know! How about a new palace? A pink one?" "No!" Bang! Scratch that. He wasn't just failing. He was failing epically. "Then how about a villa for your parents? That way they could live with us year-round, even in the winter." RRGGG. Slam. "Oh boy," Naruto whistled. "Someone's getting violent down there." "Don't be so mean," Michiru started again after a several-second pause. "Come on. Come live with me again. I'll give you anything you want. Just name it. You want the royal jewels? You can have them, my love. Anything you want. I would even give up Suki no Kuni for you." Naruto wrinkled his nose and barely masked disgust. This was the prince of Suki no Kuni? This disgusted, sniveling piece of shit who would willingly give up his entire kingdom just like that? A man like this was not worthy of calling himself daimyo. No wonder he had not already inherited the title. He had yet to even understand what should be truly important to him. Apparently, Ameo felt the same way because a second later there was a loud clattering of something falling to the floor, a chair most likely, followed by the sound of flesh smacking against flesh. If Naruto were a betting ninja, he would have just put all his money on that sound being Amao's slapping Michiru. "You really haven't changed at all. Even now you haven't got a clue, have you? About what really matters." "What really matters, huh?" Naruto muttered to himself, his eyes closing. "Even the best of us don't always know what's truly important to us." "Naruto?" "It's nothing." Naruto shook his head and stood up. He looked out across the land, seeing the grass and trees sway in the breeze, the waves gently caressing the ocean shore. "Just thinking." "Kyubi?" "Yes?" "What do you think is better? Having both your parents alive and well, but no longer together and fighting? Or dead and gone, but safe in the knowledge that they loved each other very much?" "I don't know." Kyubi sounded surprised and unsure. There was a quiver in her voice that he was not used to. She had probably not been expecting such a question. "Why are you asking?" "No reason, I guess." Naruto found his eyes locked on the small figure on the wall. Hikaru. Currently, the young boy was looking into the window of the cottage, his eyes wide and his mouth opened. Naruto wondered what the boy was thinking. Just curious. Kyubi had nothing to say to that. No snide remarks, no sarcastic comments, nothing. The two remained silent, even as the group began to disembark, leaving all parties in varying states of negativity. Exox. Naruto sat against the rock overlooking the ship they would be using to sail to Suki no Kuni. It was a very large steam ship, spanning a total length of 165 meters, an older model that combined both the power of a steam engine and sails. Most of the hull was made of wood, though Naruto had heard from the quartermaster that it was lined with metal to ensure structural stability. He didn't much care to learn the specifics so long as it could get them to their destination. The sun was beginning to set. Yet even now Naruto could see the many people from the circus Michiru had bought working to load all the supplies and animals onto the ship. They had been working nearly non-stop since they secured the ship as a transport several hours ago, and showed no signs of quitting now. It was the hope of all those present that they would be able to set out to sea before nightfall. With his enhanced vision, Naruto could make out the cage belonging to Chamo. The fierce tiger was lying down on his stomach, using his paws as pillows. Sitting on top of the cage was the saber-toothless ever-faithful companion, Kiki. As his eyes continued to observe the scene going on before him, his mind went back to Hikaru's disastrous run-in with Michiru's wife. Despite not liking the spoiled brat the Fatso and Ameo had sired, he couldn't help but feel a little bad for the kid. It must be hard not having a mother, but knowing that she was actually alive and just couldn't live with you because she hated your father. It also made Naruto think about his last familial connection. Despite not being there when he should have, Jiraiya was the last family he really had. Did he really want to alienate the man just because he was angry? Naruto inhaled deeply of the ocean air, the taste of salt tingling on his tongue. He held it for a moment, then released it all in a monumental sigh. Kyubi, do you think I should forgive Jiraiya? There was a pause as the great Bijou was startled from her thoughts. It took several long moments of thought before she was able to speak. Even then, her words were not an answer, but a question. Why are you asking me? Why wouldn't I ask you? Naruto returned, giving her the mental equivalent of a shrug. Unlike everyone else, you are the only person I know that can give me an unbiased answer. Any advice my friends could give me would be jaded by their beliefs and thoughts of Jiraiya, one of the 3 legendary Sannin. You are the only one who doesn't give 2 shits about him or his fame, and I need someone who will give me a straight answer without any form of hero worship shadowing their judgment. I see. Kyubi paused for a moment. Naruto got the feeling that she was thinking a bit more carefully about her answer than she normally did. I can't give you a straight answer. Being who I am, I've never really felt close enough to anyone to consider them family. Not even the people who first raised me. Still, if I were in your place, I would look at things from a more logical perspective than an emotional one. A logical perspective? You know, looking at what you have to gain and lose by going with either option. Pros and cons, positive versus negative. Whenever I was making any decision during my time disguised as a human, I would always choose the option where I stood to benefit the most. That's a pretty selfish way of looking at things, Naruto sighed. I can definitely see you thinking that way. Are you insulting me? Kyubi asked, a dangerous tone entering her voice. The back of the hair on Naruto's neck began to stand on end. It felt like if he didn't answer this question right, he would be in serious trouble with the woman sealed inside of him. No, he was quick to reply. I was just saying that it's something I can see you doing. It makes sense though. Maybe I should begin thinking that way. Kyubi frowned as she tried to determine whether her container was sincere. It was always hard to tell with this brat. Still, she couldn't sense any duplicity in his voice, so decided to let his comment go without reprimand. That you should. Humans are greedy, always looking out for their own interests without regard to who gets hurt in the process. That's half the reason wars are started. Someone got too big for their britches and ended up overextending themselves in their quest for more. Is that how you got sealed? Naruto teased. Moving on, Kyubi said loudly, coughing into her hands. You should begin thinking about what you stand to gain and lose from your decision on what to do in regards to your sensei. What are the benefits towards hating him as opposed to forgiving him? What do you stand to lose? Well, Naruto's face scrunched up in thought, his arms crossing over his chest. I suppose if I continued to hate him, it would make me feel vindicated. It would also hurt him. You think so? Of course. Regardless of whether or not he was there for you when you were younger, he is still your godfather. And you are the last living connection to his favorite student. I see. Naruto sighed. I don't really care to hurt him. That's not why I'm doing this. I'm just so angry at him. I want. Yes? I don't know. I guess I just want to know why. Why did he leave me for 12 years without even visiting me once? Even if he had to live away from me, he could have visited me occasionally. Not even his spy network was stopping him from doing that. You could always ask him, Kyubi suggested. Naruto said nothing. Anyways, moving on. Is there anything else you can think of? No. Then let's go on to the other option. What do you stand to gain from forgiving him? I don't know. Naruto shrugged. I guess things would go back to the way they were. You could always extort him if you want. What do you mean? I mean, you could use his desire for your forgiveness as a means of getting something out of him, like more training, secret techniques he might know. I suppose I could do that. Naruto frowned uncomfortably. But it doesn't feel right to use him like that. But he did ignore you for 12 years, right? It would only be fair play if you got something out of him in repayment. I guess. Well, whatever you decide, I will abide by it. We are stuck together. Though I do hope you remember what I said. Of course. Good. In that case, you may want to deal with your new guest. Eh? New guest? It was only then that Naruto realized he was no longer alone. Standing near the rock he was sitting on was none other than Hikaru, who was staring at him with a strange look. Naruto didn't know what that look represented, but it was kind of creepy if he were honest. Not that he would ever let anyone know that. What do you want, kid? Naruto looked down at Hikaru in annoyance. Even if he felt some pity for the boy, it didn't mean he was gonna be nice to the brat just because of that. As far as he was concerned, the kid was still a spoiled, pampered little prince. Can't you see I'm busy? I want you to be my vassal. And he just went and proved it. You want me to do what? Be my vassal. The boy sounded pretty enthusiastic as he spoke. He was even pumping his clenched fists. Become my servant, and I'll get you anything you want. Naruto stared at the kid with half-lidded eyes. His knee bent before he pushed himself into the air, jumping several meters before descending towards the ground. As his feet touched the wooden surface of the pier, he lowered his center of gravity before standing up straight. Now up close, Naruto stared at the young boy with those half-lidded eyes until Hikaru became uncomfortable and looked away. Not interested. After saying this, he turned around and began walking off, leaving a dismayed prince behind. Hey! Wait! The sound of feet hitting the pavement at a quick trot let Naruto know Hikaru was running. A second later, the boy in question slowed down as he reached the blonde, who simply did his best to ignore the child. I can give you anything you want. Do you like games? Money? Just name it and I can give it to you. Naruto stopped abruptly, making Hikaru almost run into him. He turned, fixing the boy with an intense glare that had the small prince taking a step back. You really are just like your dad, aren't you? Naruto demanded. When the boy just shivered under his gaze, he snorted in disgust and turned away. You really don't understand anything. Just another soiled little brat who thinks he can have whatever he wants because he's rich. You could give me all the ramen in the world and I would never agree to be your vassal. Ramen? Naruto ignored the boy's question as he began walking off. He was getting tired of dealing with bratty little children. This mission seemed to be full of them. You really love ramen way too much. Shut up. Exox. Many hours later, the ship had finally set sail. It had taken a lot of time, hard work and sweat, but with the combined efforts of everyone from the circus, they had managed to get all of their equipment, supplies and even the surplus of random junk that Michiru had bought into the ship without too much hassle. Thanks to their efforts, the group had managed to set out to sea before the day had ended. Having been assigned the task of protecting the fat prince and the spoiled prince, Naruto decided to keep his mostly silent vigil away from the others, choosing the higher ground of the mast where he could see everything around them as opposed to sticking up close where the two princes and Jiraiya were sure to annoy him. It was better this way. Roosting up in the small lookout post, Naruto watched the world move slowly by. His hair blew in the breeze brought about by a combination of the wind and ship movements, swaying in front of his face and occasionally blocking the view of his eyes. Azure irises scanned the event horizon for anything interesting. He didn't need to worry about Michiru or Hikaru getting killed by an enemy sneaking on board. Jiraiya was with them, so he focused on searching out possible hostile vessels before they could reach him. Of course, that wasn't all he was doing. In his hand was a large bowl of steaming hot ramen, miso to be exact. It was one of the few Ichiraku bowls he had sealed into scrolls so they would maintain their freshness for when he was ready to eat. This decision to seal up his favorite food was by far his best one. He didn't dislike instant ramen, but was damned if this authentic Ichiraku ramen didn't taste 10 times better. I don't know why you want to eat ramen when they have a veritable feast down below you. Naruto scoffed as he twirled a strand of noodles along his chopsticks. That crap is way too expensive for my tastes. I prefer simpler foods when possible. A grin worked its way onto his face as he brought the ramen up to his mouth. Besides, nothing beats a hot bowl of Ichiraku's ramen. Except for every other food on the planet. Naruto scowled. You just don't understand the greatness that is Ichiraku. If you did, you wouldn't be saying such blasphemy. On the contrary, I know more about Ichiraku than I ever care to. Do not forget that I am sealed inside of you. I have seen everything that has ever happened to you in life, and I've occasionally been able to share your senses whenever you were feeling particularly emotional. And unfortunately, a good number of those occasions were when you ate at Ichiraku's. So yes, I do know about Ichiraku's, and I still can't see why you would bother eating that crap. I'm not going to stand here and listen to you insult my favorite food. You take that back this instant. No, I don't think I will. Naruto's scowl was fierce as he listened to Kyuubi's voice speak inside of his mind. Oh, he could just picture that infuriating smirk on her face as she spoke about his favorite food with such derision. He couldn't believe this woman was daring to insult ramen. And to his face. Well, maybe it wasn't quite to his face, seeing how she was locked up behind that seal and they weren't actually speaking face to face. But that didn't change the fact that she was insulting ramen. And not just any ramen. Ichiraku's ramen. The ramen of ramen. This injustice towards the food of the gods was not something that he could just let slide. Now listen here. I don't care if you are the most powerful bijou in the world. And I don't care if you're the hottest piece of ass I've ever seen. You will not insult ramen in my presence. Do you understand me? Silence entered the debate between man and bijou. Naruto wished he could actually see the woman he was arguing with. This entire scolding thing would be much more effective if he was actually capable of glaring at the redhead. Still, all that meant was that he would have to let his voice convey his anger properly. So you think I'm the hottest piece of ass you've ever seen? My, such flattery. You certainly know how to make a girl feel special. Naruto's right eye began twitching and a vein pulsed on his forehead at the sound of Kyuubi's teasing voice speaking up once more. It was really beginning to bother him that he never seemed to be able to pull one over on the powerful chakra entity. What's more, that strange desire to mess with him that she had seemed to be getting stronger. The number of times she teased him like this were increasing by the day. Naruto didn't know why this was, but it was beginning to drive him to his wits' end. Ugh. You know what? I'm done with this conversation. The blonde slumped down in his seat. He hadn't even realized he'd shot to his feet during his heated rant and began eating his ramen again. I don't even know why I bother anymore. I don't either. Naruto scowled, but he didn't say anything and instead continued slurping up his noodles. As he began to calm down, Naruto chided himself on letting that woman get the best of him. He really should know better than to let his anger overtake him like that. Not that it was necessarily his fault. Kyuubi always seemed to know exactly what buttons to press to make him lose his top, so to speak. Letting his mind drift along other veins of thought as he finished off his bowl of ramen, the sound of loud, boisterous laughter caught his attention. Looking down, Naruto couldn't help but scowl as he saw Jiraiya sitting at one of the tables, a bottle of sake in one hand and one of the circus girls wrapped around his arm. He was clearly quite drunk, as indicated by the streak of red going across his face, and the laughter. Only someone who was super drunk could have such a boisterous laugh. Focusing on the others, Naruto saw that Michiru was also feeling quite rambunctious that night, or he was just drunk as a fucking skunk. The blonde was betting on the latter. The man was laughing quite joyously, dancing around like some kind of loon. The Prince of Suki no Kuni spun and twirled like a drunken top. It was a wonder he didn't fall on his ass. Absently, his eyes went over to the other prince. Hikaru was sitting by himself, his cheek resting on the butt of his hand. He seemed kind of depressed. Not that Naruto cared. The brat was probably just sulking because he wouldn't become the boy's vassal. His gaze went to the horizon once more. As they looked out at the sky and ocean beyond, his eyes narrowed. Dark storm clouds were brewing in the distance. Naruto could not be sure, but it looked like they were traveling this way. Standing up, the young ninja resealed his bowl and chopsticks away. He then jumped down from the lookout and onto the deck below. Michiru and a good deal of the other people did not notice his entrance, drunk as they were. Jiraiya, even though he too was wasted beyond belief, did. "Hey, Naruto!" The man cheered as he held a bottle of sake in one hand and a cup in the other. "Have a drink with me." Naruto rolled his eyes at his sensei. It was moments like these that really told him that the three Sannin may be legendary ninja, but they were also the biggest bunch of crazies he had ever met. "There's a large storm gathering northeast of us," Naruto informed the man without preamble. "I'm pretty sure it's coming our way. I suspect we'll get hit within the next hour or so." His words caused Jiraiya to sober up. The man's gaze sharpened a bit as he stood to his feet and walked over to the side of the ship. Hands clamped to the railing, Jiraiya looked at the gathering storm that Naruto had mentioned. It was much closer now than when Naruto had last spotted it. The winds were blowing it their way. "Naruto," Jiraiya's voice held none of the drunken cheer it had 5 seconds ago. "I need you to help me break up the festivities and get all of these people into the ship." "Right." Together, the two began informing people of what was going on. They didn't speak to each other much, but it was a marked improvement to the last few days. Exox. Naruto was not able to sleep. With the storm tossing and turning the boat like it was God's plaything, he had been unable to catch even a wink of sleep. It didn't help that this was one of the first times he'd ever been out to sea. Thus, he lay there in bed, wide awake. His hands were behind his head, fingers laced together, and his legs crossed over each other. Bright blue eyes stared up at the ceiling, counting the lines of the wooden beams. He had gotten to 64 when Jiraiya burst into the room. "Naruto!" The man sounded pretty serious as he picked up Naruto's discarded clothes and tossed them at said blonde. "Get dressed and get up. We've got work to do." "What's going on?" asked Naruto as he did as told, quickly donning his shinobi uniform. "Because of how violent the storms got, the animals to the ship are in danger of being thrown overboard," his white-haired sensei informed him as he waited for the blonde to get ready. "We need to get out there and get all the animals into the ship's interior." Naruto's mind went to the animal friend he made on this mission. No one else would be going near Chamu's cage. Zipping up the jacket Jiraiya had given him as he and the white-haired Sannin walked out of the hall, Naruto said, "Got it. Is everyone from the circus helping out as well?" "Yeah," Jiraiya walked ahead, his pace hurried. "However, they're just regular civilians. That means they'll be slow. It'll be up to us to get the majority of the animals into the ship." "Right. What's the point?" Naruto froze on the spot. His head turned so that he could look behind him in order to glare at Hikaru. "What was that?" "Who cares about those stupid animals?" Hikaru muttered darkly. "Just let them drown." "How dare you!" Naruto's harsh growl caused Hikaru's posture to freeze. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed, whisker-marked ninja stomped over to the boy, whose eyes had widened in fear. Naruto's teeth were grit so hard that it looked like they might chip, and his eyes were shifting from their normal azure blue to a deep purple. "How dare you say something like that? Those animals are your responsibility. You're the entire reason they are on this ship in the first place. But now that you're bored of them, you just want to toss them away like trash." Hands grabbing a fistful of the boy's shirt, Naruto hauled the child into the air and pushed his back against the wall. With his feet dangling in the air and his hands clenching the blonde shinobi's wrists, Hikaru's heart began to beat at an accelerated pace as fear struck him like a hammer. "You really are a spoiled little brat, you know that. A shitty little prince who has so much money that you can just buy people and animals like they were a bunch of toys, and then discard them when they no longer amuse you." Naruto glared at the boy a moment longer before scoffing. "TCH." He let go, dropping the boy to the ground. Hikaru tumbled down, landing harshly on his backside. Naruto turned around and began walking away, leaving the boy staring at his back in fear and tears leaking out of the corner of his eyes. "Why don't you go back to bed, you spoiled little waste of space?" Exox. "You've been awfully angry lately." Naruto did not outwardly react as he helped move several kangaroos through the door that would lead further into the ship's interior. The two-legged mammals were being very difficult and required a good deal of his focus, so he could not spare much time with facial expressions. And it wouldn't matter anyways, since Kyubi could not see them. "Can you blame me? With everything I've had to deal with, I think I'm entitled to feeling a bit of anger." "I didn't say there was anything wrong with it. I was just making an observation. Then could you please not? I'm in the middle of doing something, and you talking may cause me to lose my concentration. As he spoke with Kyubi, he looked around at all the other people currently doing the same thing he was. They were all working hard. Several circus workers were carrying boxes of supplies. Most were so heavy they required 2 people to take in. Others were doing the same thing he was, leading the animals into the ship. For some reason, they were all avoiding the entrance he was using. He wondered why. Jiraiya was also out there. The old pervert was using his hair ninjutsu and massive strength to pull along several of the larger animals like that elephant. He was probably the only person there who could do such a thing. It looked quite outlandish, watching a man in his 50s pull a several-ton elephant with his hair. As Naruto watched Jiraiya do something he doubted anyone else would be capable of doing, Kyubi crossed her arms under her bust and huffed. Fine, if that's how you want to be, then I won't talk anymore. And here I was, thinking I'd be nice and tell you that the brat you berated earlier is out on deck and about to be washed overboard. What? Naruto's shout was lost to the wind. Only his companion heard him, and all he did was growl in what sounded like a questioning tone. When Kyubi didn't answer him, the blonde teen scowled and began twisting his head around to take in as much of the ship as possible. It was difficult to spot Hikaru at first. With the fierce winds causing his eyes to water and the intense rain smacking him in the face, visibility was very low. Only a shinobi with a like the Sharingan or the Byakugan, and maybe a ninja with a high water affinity or something, would be capable of seeing anything beyond 5 feet in front of them. Everything after that was blurred out, smudged. To put it simply, the most Naruto could see after several feet were blurry, indistinctive shapes. Not exactly good vision when looking for a child. Thankfully, while his eyes did not work well in this atmosphere, his ears were just as sharp as ever. Focusing everything he had into his hearing, Naruto blocked out the world around him and tried to divide the noises that reached his ears into individual sounds. It was difficult, and would be nearly impossible for most people. Naruto was not like most people. With his eyes closed and his sense of smell cut off, Naruto's ears were able to pick up each individual noise within the almighty storm that had descended upon them. The first thing he heard was the wind as it howled fiercely, like an attacking horde of demons coming to kill them all and sink their ship. After that came the intense crashing of the cages as they were rattled and shaken and bounced by the winds, which was mixed with the loud booming of thunder. This was followed by shouts and clamoring of those trying to get all the animals and supplies into the ship, the cry of the animals as they were startled and the clomping of their hooves as they were herded inside. Through all that, Naruto managed to pick up something else. A noise that was not being made by the natural disaster that had struck them, or the animals, or even the people around him. It was the frightened yelling of a child. "Come on, Chama!" Naruto shouted, running off. His saber-toothed companion growled affirmatively and took off after the blonde shinobi. Together, the two made their way across the deck towards the opposite end of the ship where they finally found Hikaru, and boy was that kid in trouble. "Damn it! Hikaru!" The young prince in question was holding tightly onto the side of the railing as he was struck with rain and water that splashed up over the side of the boat. He was only using one hand to hold onto the rail, thus making his position precarious. The other hand was firmly grabbing onto Kiki, keeping the young chimp from flying over the side. Naruto dashed forward as quickly as he could. He would like to say he went by in a blur, but that would be a lie. Due to how wet the floor was, the constant shifting of the water, and the wind compounding the situation, he couldn't use chakra to keep his feet from sticking. He didn't have that kind of control. That forced him to make his way forward conventionally, which meant he was only going a little faster than a civilian finding themselves in a similar situation would. And while he was trying to make his way over as quickly as he could, Hikaru's grip on the railing was slipping. The young boy could feel his fingers relaxing as the howling winds and slick rain made his already tenuous hold on the wood become more and more precarious. His eyes wide and frantic, he watched as his fingers began to come undone. Was this the end? A second later his hand slipped. There was simply no way he could hold on anymore. He wasn't all that strong, and he didn't have the ability to stick to surfaces. His small, fragile body simply could not hold him there anymore. He began to fall. Not even a moment passed after he started falling, his mouth open in a loud shout as he and the monkey in his grasp began plummeting to what would surely be their doom, did a hand reach out from beyond and grip his own flailing arm. "Hang in there, kid! Don't let go of my hand." The person who grabbed him was, of course, none other than Uzumaki Naruto. The blonde had managed to make it in time with the help from his furry companion. As the young prince was pulled up, Kiki hanging onto his other arm for dear life, it became abundantly clear how Naruto had managed to arrive just in time to save the boy from what would have been a very fatal fall. Chama. Unlike Naruto, who was forced to rely on standard modes of travel, aka running, and couldn't move very quickly in this kind of environment, Chama's claws made speedy travel much easier. Digging the claws on his feet into the wooden planks of the deck, the saber-toothed tiger had been able to easily and swiftly traverse the ship and reach Hikaru just in the nick of time. "Yuwa!" With a grunt and a heave, Naruto pulled the boy under his protection up, setting the child and monkey and said child's arms in front of him on the large saber-toothed tiger's back. A shaken Hikaru buried his face in the spiky-haired shinobi's chest, his body quivering in a mixture of adrenaline and fear. "All right. Let's go, Chama!" With a loud growl, the white-furred tiger bounded back towards the ship entrance. The group made it in record time, and soon all three bipeds had disembarked their quadruped companion. Still very much shaken from his near-death experience, Hikaru fell to his knees as his body began jittering even more fiercely than it had been. His eyes squeezed shut as his mind replayed how close he had come to death. There was nothing more terrifying than being caught in the jaws of death, of seeing your end with your own eyes and not being able to do anything about it. Had Naruto not rescued him, he would have. And speaking of Naruto, what the hell was that? The boy in question was not happy with his charge. He and his sensei had been paid a lot to protect this kid and his old man, and all their efforts had nearly been ruined because the boy seemed to have some kind of death wish. When Hikaru did not answer, Naruto gripped him by the front of his shirt and hauled the kid up to eye level. "Well," he growled, "what were you thinking? Running outside during a storm like that? Do you have any idea how close you were to dying? Well, why did you do that?" "I'm not." "What was that?" Naruto furrowed his brow as he glared at the boy. When Hikaru just mumbled something incomprehensible, he scowled. "Speak up." "I said I'm not a waste of space," Hikaru shouted. Naruto's eyes widened in shock at the boy's words. So that was what this was all about. "Huh. I guess you're right." Hikaru blinked in confusion as Naruto set him down. The older male looked down at the young prince with a contemplative look. "I guess you're not." He raised a hand. Hikaru flinched, then blinked in surprise when the blue-eyed ninja ruffled his hair. "You were a good kid." Blinking up at his current companion, Hikaru looked downright shocked to receive praise from the blonde who had berated and insulted him for the past several days since this mission began. A tug at his sleeve caused him to look down. When he did, it was to see Kiki and Chama standing there on 2 and 4 legs respectively. While the small chimp squeaked in what at least looked like praise, the great saber-toothed tiger began licking at the boy's hand. "And it seems they think you did good as well," Naruto allowed a small smile to appear on his face. "It took guts to do what you did, and had you not, Kiki might not be here." He looked down at the saber-tooth and his monkey companion. "I guess this is their way of saying thanks." For a minute, Hikaru looked far too stunned to do anything. However, after several seconds of standing there like some kind of idiot, tears began gathering in his eyes. With a great shudder, the boy began crying. He bent down, wrapping his arms around Chamu's neck. The tiger did not attempt to bite his head off this time. Meanwhile, Naruto placed a hand on the young prince's head. A little ways away, Jiraiya watched this scene with a small smile on his face. It looked like things around here were finally starting to look up. Now if only this storm could leave so they could continue their journey without worry. Outside the interior space of the ship, said storm continued to wage. It would be some time before this fierce tempest abated. Thanks for watching, Shinobi Squad. If you enjoyed this what if, hit that like button, subscribe, and ring the bell so you never miss the next twist. Drop your theories in the comments, I'm always reading. Want more Naruto heat? Check out the other videos on the channel. Stay sharp, stay awesome, and remember even shadow clones need love. Peace out, Shinobi!